Chapter 101, Ginny's Testimony. After about half an hour, Felix Harp stood up from his chair and walked up to the young wizards. "All right, young wizards, let's pause for a moment," he said. Everyone looked up, a few with nervous sweat on their brows. Felix surveyed the group. "Now, let's hear about your experiences." "I found it quite fascinating, except for a few odd questions in the middle," Luna said in her dreamy voice. "Are you referring to?" "Yes, the questions about the Forbidden Forest," Luna pondered for a moment. "Like, you wandered into the Forbidden Forest out of curiosity and heard a clacking sound. When you turned around, you saw a large creature with thick black fur and pincers. What happens next?" "Oh, and what's your answer?" Felix asked. This question was one he had added on the spur of the moment. "I chose greet it, like, hey there, Mr. Eight Eyes the Acromantula. Why didn't you choose to run away?" Felix inquired. "But that's the second thing to do," Luna earnestly replied. The other wizards looked at her in astonishment. Ron's eyes were nearly popping out. "So, you believe," Felix said somewhat awkwardly, "that when encountering an acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, the first step is to greet it, and then turn around and run." Luna nodded and added, "Actually, these two things can be done simultaneously, depending on how fast it's chasing you." "Very well, thank you for your response, Miss Lovegood. But I don't recommend such actions. In fact, you shouldn't have trespassed into the Forbidden Forest at all, especially not with another young wizard." His gaze shifted to Ginny, the young girl who seemed considerably more normal. She lowered her head sadly. It was her first detention since starting at the school. "Does anyone else have insights to share?" "Professor George and I think that the parchment's feedback could be more diverse. We just tested it, and there are only around 20 different types currently," said one of the twins. "Oh? Please continue," Felix asked with genuine interest. Fred seemed quite excited and eagerly continued, "Professor, apart from text and simple drawings, we could also incorporate some punishments. Like spraying dark mist, or maybe even some foul-smelling liquid. We could also add sound. If you answer incorrectly, you'd hear Professor Flitwick's voice, 'We are wizards, not curly-haired baboons waving sticks.'" The last line was Fred imitating Flitwick's voice, causing a few less bright wizards, like Marcus and Ron, to shiver involuntarily. "Anything else?" "The textual feedback is too gentle, the tone could be stronger." "Professor George and I can help with that," Fred expressed keen interest in this matter, eagerly volunteering himself to Felix. Felix imagined the scene with those suggestions added. The young wizard's sanity might explode, wouldn't it? "The suggestion about adding sound is quite good, it's feasible." Felix chose the most practical suggestion. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. "Professor, perhaps we could add a scoring element to the content so that we can visually assess our own levels," suggested Eddie Camirch, whose grades were always excellent, although he often liked to show off his cleverness. "That's a valid point. Professor Harp, can we include our names?" Ginny hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Names? Like, in the beginning part, we could have something like 'Welcome Ginny Weasley to the quiz space.'" Her voice grew quieter, seeming a bit embarrassed, her cheeks turning as red as her hair. "That's a good suggestion. Professor, could we add symbols for different houses? Professor, can we have a high-score leaderboard? A competition between different houses, like the House Cup? Professor, can we see how others are performing in the quizzes? Professor, can we categorize the questions? Like, ancient runes, history of magic, potions, herbology, general knowledge, and so on." The 9 young wizards chimed in with their suggestions, and as things progressed, they started arguing among themselves about which feature was more important. Felix's expression grew increasingly odd. All these features put together, weren't they reminiscent of knowledge-based gaming apps from the future? Categories, quiz effects, leaderboards, friend options, competitive mechanics, custom skins. "But I just wanted to create a study aid for Ancient Runes class. Why do I need all these features? And they might not even be feasible." After some thought, Felix said, "Write down your ideas and refine them as best you can. I will selectively add them in. Mr. Ron Weasley, come with me for a moment." Ron pointed at himself, receiving a clear response. He followed Professor Harp to a corner of the office. "Weasley, tell me in detail about Lockhart's behavior that night." After about 15 minutes, Ron finished recounting his experience. Very well, I've conveyed the information to Headmaster Dumbledore. With the data you provided, Lockhart will receive the appropriate punishment soon. But before that, I must remind you, just as I told Miss Granger, not to privately interact with Lockhart. If you sense danger, immediately seek out any professor you can find. Is that clear enough? Ron looked at Professor Harp's stern expression, swallowed nervously, and nodded repeatedly. Good, you may go now. And while you're at it, please ask your sister to come here. Ginny? What happened to her? Ron asked with concern. Just some minor issues, Felix brushed it off. Soon, Ginny Weasley came hesitantly before him. Hello, Miss Weasley. We've met a few times before, but now we're formally introduced. Hello, Professor Harp. Let's get straight to the point. I'd like to know where you got that diary of yours. Ginny raised her head in shock, her eyes wide. Professor, what are you saying? Felix calmly looked into her eyes. We've met several times before, like near Hagrid's hut and near the girls' lavatory. Do I need to explain further? He didn't mention the most critical evidence, which Luna had provided, to avoid affecting their friendship. Ginny's lips quivered, as if she wanted to say something. Felix patiently waited. After about a minute, tears swirled in her bright brown eyes, but she finally gathered the courage to admit, Professor, I don't know. I just wrote in it. That diary, does it, really have to do with the chamber? You know nothing about this. I'm not sure. At first, I just wrote in it, and it responded to me. It was considerate, gave me advice. Later, I started losing chunks of memory, coincidentally when the attacks happened. Later, professors emphasized in class not to trust dark magic items. Fred and George said the same. So, I got rid of it. She tearfully recounted her experience. Felix nodded and comforted Ginny. Young wizards are often easy to deceive. In the future, when faced with similar problems, seek help from a professor you trust. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Believe me, the troubles that seem insurmountable to you often have simple solutions for us professors. Ginny nodded softly, then quickly said, Thank you, Professor Harp. So, let's return to the initial question. Do you remember where you got the diary from? I'm not sure. I thought Mum gave it to me, but maybe not. I suspect you noticed something unusual. The diary was tucked into the new book I bought. Mum wouldn't do that. The new book? Was it the day you went shopping in Diagon Alley? Yes, that day happened to be Lockhart's book signing event. He gave Harry the whole set of new books, and Harry gave them to me. I found the diary that evening. Lockhart and Potter, perhaps it was a coincidence. Felix fell silent for a moment before continuing, Do you remember what happened that day? Who might have come into contact with your bag? That day, our family went shopping in Diagon Alley, and Harry was with us. He was staying at the Burrow for the holidays, his relatives aren't very kind to him. We ran into the Granger family midway. We split up near the bank entrance. Mum took me to buy robes and a wand. Then we went to buy books, at Lockhart's book signing event. Dad even got into a fight with Malfoy. Felix stopped her. Malfoy? Lucius Malfoy. Yes, he and Dad have a terrible relationship. Ginny whispered. Let's delve into that part further, Felix said calmly. Chapter 102, The Study Group. After a long while, Ginny, with tear-stained cheeks, spoke, Professor, will I be expelled? You need not worry about that. I assure you. When Ginny returned to her seat, her eyes red from crying, Ron and the twins stared at her. Ron wanted to say something, but Ginny completely ignored him. She moved a small chair close to Luna's side, where Luna softly hummed an odd little tune in her ear. For the rest of the time, the twins were somewhat fidgety, but fortunately, Professor Harp allowed them to hand in their suggestions and then dismissed them with a wave. Ginny, what happened? Not far from leaving the office, George couldn't help but be concerned for his sister. Ginny shook her head. Did Professor Harp scold you, Ginny? I mean, it was a bit risky going into the Forbidden Forest, right, Fred? Fred immediately chimed in without hesitation, absolutely right. If you're interested in the Forbidden Forest, I can show you around, though it's not really that exciting, just trees, rocks, and flowers. She clenched her lips tightly, remaining silent. Luna and Ginny held hands, and in a sing-song voice, Luna said, "Professor Harp is quite reasonable, isn't he? But your complexion does seem a bit off. I suggest you visit the school nurse." "Thank you, Luna. How did you kn? Fred, George, and Ron, I'm fine. Ginny took a deep breath, encountered some trouble earlier, and Professor Harp helped me out." Seeing her brothers about to ask more, she said sternly, "I won't tell you." Then, Ginny grabbed Luna's hand and briskly walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Fred remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Ginny's grown up, no longer just a little tag-along." George quipped, "So, you miss the old days, then?" "Well, don't we usually yearn for things precisely because we can't return?" Fred made a wry face. The two of them playfully bantered. In the following week, Hogwarts remained as calm as ever. Every evening, the 9 young wizards reported to Professor Harp's Ancient Runes office and carried out various testing tasks as per his instructions. In truth, most of their detentions were scheduled for weekends. Only Ron, due to his particularly grave behavior, coupled with a strong recommendation from Lockhart, found himself in continuous detention for a full 30 days. However, when Professor Harp promised them that subsequent detentions could be offset by completing the current ones, the other young wizards scarcely struggled and willingly requested to finish their detentions under his supervision. The reason was simple: elsewhere, the tasks were monotonous and repetitive, while Professor Harp's were the most intriguing. By the 3rd or 4th day, they had already formed a study group across houses and earnestly discussed improvement ideas for the answering space. This wasn't just idle chatter, they were genuinely invested. Seeing their enthusiasm, Felix Harp was pleased and willing to provide guidance. Yet, as the sole technical consultant and referee, he had to veto one impractical idea after another, selecting only the most feasible aspects for enhancement. Young wizards, even Professor Harp has limits. Not all your fanciful ideas can be accommodated. This was Professor Harp's response when the twins suggested adding a video call function to Parchment. Finally, with Felix's suggestion, the young wizards designed several different versions. The most basic and primitive version was similar to what they had seen that day, but with the addition of house crests and more feedback features. In this endeavor, the twins and Ron played significant roles. The feedback on the parchment could be roughly categorized into 2 types: praise for correct answers and playful criticism for incorrect ones. The twins' acerbic tongues impressed their fellow wizards, while Ron excelled in the realm of praise, coming up with all sorts of cheesy compliments. In truth, these are all just Lockhart fan quotes, Ron explained. And in the subsequent versions, they followed Professor Harp's professional advice and completed a step-by-step iterative plan based on difficulty. The clamor for a leaderboard was the loudest, and that was easily resolved. Felix could use synchronization magic to consolidate all the information from the parchment onto an exquisite scroll in his possession. This device essentially played the role of a server. However, it wasn't quite as intelligent. After obtaining the data, one still needed to manually arrange it in order of high and low. As for the other features in different versions, such as online dueling, friend lists, and subject divisions, they weren't something he could solve in the short term or something a piece of parchment could accommodate. Felix postponed those to a distant future. By the end of the week, the twins, Graham Montague and Marcus Flint, had completed their detentions. Nonetheless, they chose to stay and finish this task. Ginny and Luna did the same. Upon accidentally learning of the study group, Hermione immediately applied to Felix and joined this ad hoc team. With Felix's presence, no one dared openly mention the conflicts between houses. At most, there were mocking expressions, but at such times, Professor Harp's gaze often followed in the wake of such expressions. "I never thought we'd be able to accomplish something together, and my second partner would turn out to be a Slytherin." One day, Fred whispered to George. "Hey, who would have guessed? This is even more unbelievable than us not causing too much trouble during finals." George shrugged. The twins' gaze landed on the Slytherin Quidditch captain. With Marcus's intellect, he couldn't contribute particularly insightful ideas. However, he essentially represented the lower limit of the young wizards. As a pure test subject, he repeatedly exposed bugs in the answering space. Such situations as, "Professor, why did the writing on the parchment disappear?" And the response, "Oh, you took too long to think, it thought you fell asleep." Until the morning of the 10th day, Felix woke up early, preparing to go to the room of requirement to complete that day's magical practice. He had only recently discovered this room's function. In truth, he stumbled upon the room of requirement by accident during the first attack, but he always thought it was a mysterious chamber for hiding things. At most, the concealment magic applied to it was decent, worth studying. However, this matter was relatively low on his priority list. It wasn't until the diary of Tom Riddle told him the true secret of this room that he regained interest. The room of requirement could adapt its internal environment flexibly based on the user's desires, fulfilling their needs. This practically set his research desires ablaze in an instant. Yet, using his existing knowledge, Felix couldn't decipher the room's secrets at all. He could only catch faint glimpses of magical pathways crisscrossing the room from hidden vantage points. The magical supply of the room of requirement is rooted in Hogwarts' thousand-year-old castle. That was Felix's conjecture. Although his research was hindered, he devised a new purpose, practicing spells within it. Here, he could wield his full power without reservation, including his instant kill technique. The benefits were clear now. He didn't need to spend an hour wandering deep into the Forbidden Forest for practice. As dawn broke, Felix walked along the empty corridor. Having completed today's training and preparing to head downstairs to the kitchen for some food, he unexpectedly collided with Lockhart. Lockhart was dragging a large box and had two small ones floating behind him. "Professor Lockhart!" The sudden voice startled Lockhart, causing the two boxes he was struggling to control to crash to the ground with a thud. "Who's there?" Lockhart whispered. Felix's figure descended from the steps. As he sized up Lockhart, "Professor Lockhart, are you about to go out?" Chapter 103, The Curtain Falls on Lockhart. Lockhart appeared extremely nervous, his delicate and elegant blonde hair sticking tightly to his head. "Professor Harp, I have a rather urgent matter that has come up suddenly. It's about my new book. I must attend to it immediately." "Is that so? Oh, I believe your office isn't connected to the Flow network. Shall I call Professor McGonagall, or perhaps Dumbledore?" Lockhart beamed a brilliant smile. "If that's the case, it would be quite splendid. Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore, what brings you here?" A dazzling green light shot forth from Lockhart's hand, moving at incredible speed. Just as Lockhart's victorious smile emerged, his spell came to a halt before Felix Harp. An invisible barrier stood before Felix, and the radiant beam of light seemed to be intercepted by the air itself. Is this your most powerful magic?" "Seriously, Lockhart, you've certainly changed my perception of you," Felix even had the spare energy to comment. "Felix Harp. Let me through." "Apologies. You know about it, don't you? The Weasley's secret? Are you trying to uphold justice?" "Spare me, Felix Harp. I've learned about your history from others. You're not one to meddle in others' affairs. I indeed have no interest in your matters, but who let you bounce around under my nose?" Felix said. If Lockhart had been hopping around outside of Hogwarts, he wouldn't have gotten involved. "Then let me leave this place. I swear I'll never appear before you again." "Let you leave? After knowing you're a skilled duelist with expertise in memory charms?" Felix shook his head. The incantations of the two clashed continuously. Felix intensified the output of his magical power. The previously invisible shield charm started to manifest in simple lines, outlining an armor seemingly out of thin air. Facing him, Lockhart surprisingly held his ground, emanating the demeanor of a powerful wizard. His spells were incredibly potent and were growing stronger by the moment. His incantation illuminated the entire corridor, casting an eerie and terrifying green glow on Lockhart's face. "Felix Harp, my magic is mightier than you could imagine. I've inherited hidden legacies. I'm far from my limits now." In this brief minute, his spell had rapidly escalated from its initial state, even hinting at the formidable disarming charm that Felix had demonstrated in their second dueling class. Yet, Felix laughed. "Lockhart, you're only strong in this particular magic. It appears to be some form of ancient sorcery, a truly admirable skill. But I must say, Lockhart, you're not skilled in dueling." Felix Harp's other hand made a slight gesture, and the broken stones in the corner of the wall transformed into sleek, oily rats. These rats emitted soft, rustling sounds as they scurried toward Lockhart. "What in Merlin's name? Rats, so many rats!" Lockhart maintained his spell while shaking his body, but it was in vain. One of the rats bit into his arm, and in the throes of agony, his wand slipped from his hand. Under Lockhart's horrified gaze and Felix Harp's composed stare, the wand fell to the ground, bounced a few times, and came to a halt. Felix cast a silent summoning charm, and Lockhart's wand flew into his grasp. The corridor grew dim once again. Lockhart's face turned ashen. He pleaded, Felix, I had no choice. I can give you all the money I have. Felix sighed, Headmaster, I leave it to you to handle. Amid Lockhart's terror-stricken expression, Dumbledore's figure appeared slowly. Half his face was concealed in the darkness, his eyes reflecting a mixture of anger and sadness. Dumbledore. Headmaster. Lockhart, I've watched you grow up. Dumbledore said calmly, restraining his emotions. A red light flashed, and Lockhart fell unconscious. The dark arts defense professor floated in midair, a golden thread winding around him. As Dumbledore departed, he told Felix, Thank you, Felix. I haven't done much. With you watching, he couldn't escape. All the portraits in the castle were the eyes of Hogwarts headmaster. Coupled with Dumbledore's own magical expertise, no one could evade him. Felix even felt that this old man held too many secrets within, yet had never revealed them. This was also why he hadn't employed stronger magic. If it had been a chance encounter outside of the school, he would have surely unleashed his full magical arsenal against Lockhart. No, Felix, I must thank you. You spared me from clashing with one of my students. Dumbledore departed. Felix stood in place, pondered for a moment, then entered Lockhart's office. During the day, the young wizards noticed Lockhart's absence from class and couldn't help but discuss it. Soon, they realized that the other professors were equally vague. And so, a rumor began to spread. It must be Fudge's doing. I knew it, he wouldn't let Lockhart off the hook. Dean Thomas confidently declared to his fellow Gryffindors, who looked at him with a mixture of belief and doubt. It's true, Fudge is very petty. I read about it in the newspaper. That night, Felix announced the Enhancement of Teaching Tools program as a resounding success. Everyone could return to their respective homes. In truth, the confinement of the others had already ended, except for Ron. Felix's initial intention had actually been to free Ron from Lockhart's control in a reasonable manner. However, as things developed, the young wizard's enthusiasm had become uncontrollable, slipping from his grasp. But this was also the first time Felix had witnessed young wizards from all four houses working together for a common goal. He let things take their course, even participating and offering guidance. With the danger averted, the Teaching Tools upgrade program had reached its fourth version, it was time to conclude. But some rewards were still due. Given that some of you have fulfilled your duties even after the confinement, excellently completing the tasks, each of you will receive extra points. Amid a chorus of cheers, Ron, summoning courage, asked, What about me, Professor Harp? Weasley, your confinement was rather lengthy, and I can't award you points for that. However, Felix said, I can discuss with Professor McGonagall and suggest reducing the number of times you were confined. Ron left the office with a contented heart. Felix's mood was also quite pleasant. All the miscellaneous matters were resolved, and he didn't need to calculate this and that. That night, he indulged in watching 2 episodes of an animated disc The Clumsy Cat's War Against the Clever Mouse. It was simple and unburdened, a pure and carefree spectacle. Felix schemed through his supplies. Perhaps I should buy a few more. He thought and drifted into a peaceful sleep. The next day in the Great Hall, Snape cornered Felix. Did you have me help you secure the defense against the dark arts position? He asked in surprise. Chapter 104, New Teaching Tools. It's temporary, Snape stared into his eyes. Felix, it's January now, and there are a full 5 months left until the end of this school year. Do you know what that means? Felix fell silent. It meant young wizards would go nearly half a year without Professor Harp's defense against the dark arts classes. But then again, did it really matter? Even if the young wizards were left to self-study, it was probably better than when Lockhart was around. At least they would save time on dull assignments. Professor, I've always been curious, why do you keep holding on to this class? Aren't you afraid of the Dark Lord's curse? Felix was genuinely puzzled. However, Snape didn't answer in the way Felix expected. Felix thought for a moment and said, I can ask Dumbledore about it. He wasn't skilled with curses, and combined with the terrifying track record of this class, he had never thought about taking over defense against the dark arts. However, he was genuinely curious about the Dark Lord's curse. Maybe he could learn something from Dumbledore. Oh, Severus, Felix winked at Snape, don't forget about tonight's dueling class. Snape gave him a disdainful look. And how do you plan to arrange it? One person speaks for a section, with demonstrations as the focus. After all, the professors are all gathering together, and I'll invite them separately for the follow-up sessions, Felix explained somewhat helplessly. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, himself, and Snape made up the four. Snape nodded and turned to leave. In that day's 7th year class, Felix presented the new teaching tools for ancient runes to the young wizards. They watched as Professor Harp spoke confidently from the podium. Do you see the parchment in front of you? It will play a significant role in your NEWT exams. A young wizard raised their hand. Professor Harp, is this the legendary tool that Flitwick participated in creating? The young wizards present turned their gaze to the tall and muscular Marcus Flint. There were less than 20 students in the 7th year Ancient Runes class, and they all knew each other well. At this moment, they all wore looks of skepticism. Marcus felt somewhat at a loss. He had just bragged a bit, why was he being called out on it? Felix glanced at her and said, Miss Vane, Flint did indeed participate in the testing of the new teaching tools. Not just him, there were 10 young wizards in total, each contributing valuable suggestions. What you see is the result of their collective effort. Now, let's have a practical demonstration. Following the earlier explanation, the young wizards placed their wands on the parchment for answering questions and whispered, Secrets of the Runes. The parchment emitted a soft light, and a line of text appeared. Welcome to the answer space. Please complete the following tasks. After a ripple-like wave, the symbols of the 4 houses appeared on the parchment: serpent, badger, lion, and eagle. Their bodies were composed of simple ink lines, vivid and lifelike. The Slytherin serpent swam sinuously in place, the Hufflepuff badger stood up on its hind legs and looked around, the Gryffindor lion let out a silent roar, and the Ravenclaw eagle spread its wings as if about to take flight. Exclamations of amazement echoed from the male and female wizards. Vane's eyes lit up as she touched the eagle, and in an instant, the other 3 animals disappeared. The Ravenclaw eagle occupied the center of the parchment, beating its wings as if ascending, surrounded by ink lines forming clouds. Finally, the eagle stopped and fixed its sharp gaze forward. A line of elegant handwriting emerged, the wisdom that surpasses is humanity's greatest treasure. In almost an instant, Vane fell in love with this thing. Her brown eyes sparkled beneath her thick glasses. Is this Professor Harp's creation? Is this the application of ancient runes? This is ancient runes. Unbeknownst to herself, her understanding of ancient runes had subtly shifted toward Felix's perspective. A few seconds later, the eagle's image shrank again. It landed on the pattern in the upper left corner of the parchment, preening its feathers with an air of authority, while in the center of the parchment, new text appeared: use your wand to infuse magic and write your name. Vane neatly wrote her name with her wand, Clemency Vane. Having completed this step, the parchment finally displayed the formal interface. In the upper left corner was the Ravenclaw eagle, below that was the name Clemency Vane, and the central position was divided into 3 sections: the Owls module, the Newts module, and the Mistakes collection. Felix Harp nodded in satisfaction. In the final version, he had made some adjustments. For instance, the activation command changed from the initial I like ancient runes to the more formal Secrets of the Runes. He also added a section for information binding, which involved combining names, houses, and magical recognition. The originally planned leaderboard function, he temporarily put aside. Firstly, the number of these parchment questionnaires was currently too few, and secondly, he had intentions of involving other professors. To achieve all this, time was needed for refinement. After about 3 to 4 minutes, the young wizards enthusiastically followed the instructions on the parchment and completed this step. Moreover, many of them had begun to compare. Look at my lion, so majestic. The eagle looks even more beautiful. All right, young wizards, Felix clapped his hands to capture their attention. Felix explained, currently, the parchment questionnaires are only used in 5th and 7th years. You need to select the Newts module. It contains past test questions for you to practice and study. Of course, I've broken these down so that each test remains around 20 minutes. And in your free time, you can practice. As for the Mistakes collection module, you can find the questions you got wrong there. The young wizards, experiencing this novelty for the first time, couldn't resist wanting to try it out. Clemency Vane, suppressing her excitement, asked, Professor Harp, can we try it now? Felix, understanding their eagerness, said with a smile, certainly, the next 20 minutes are reserved for you. Oh, by the way, he emphasized, if you don't like the feedback effects, you can tap on it with your wand and say silence. Vane was a bit puzzled, but she tapped on the Newts module with her wand. Rapidly, a series of rune questions appeared on the parchment. When she completed the first question, golden text appeared on the parchment. Wise choice. She began to understand Professor Harp's words. Next, she witnessed a variety of effusive compliments. Your answer scratched at my heart. You're the next rune prodigy. A choice of genius. These words left Vane with a mixed feeling, somewhat embarrassed but unable to resist the desire to see more praise. Time slipped away unnoticed. However, not everyone's experience was as wonderful as hers. For most, the compliments were mixed with acerbic remarks, and Marcus Flint mostly faced elaborate taunts. He couldn't help muttering two names, Fred Weasley, George Weasley. They were the culprits behind this. In less than 10 minutes, Clemency Vane became the first to finish the test. A large O appeared on the parchment. The Ravenclaw eagle in the upper left corner kept circling, against a backdrop of sprawling fireworks. She excitedly raised her fist in the air. Very well, Miss Vane, 10 points to Ravenclaw. As the class ended, Felix assigned the latest homework, complete the test 3 times and, based on the questions you got wrong, write an essay analyzing your areas of weakness. As evening fell, the Great Hall transformed once again. A gilded dueling platform emerged from the ground, and the young wizards chatted in pairs and trios. The third dueling class was about to begin. Chapter 105, 4 Professors. In the heart of the Great Hall, hundreds of candles flickered, their glow casting the ceiling in a velvety blackness, devoid of stars. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood among the Gryffindor crowd, whispering to each other in hushed tones. Harry, have you completed your assignment? Hermione inquired. Almost, Harry replied vaguely, truthfully having filled out only a third of the form. About half a month prior, after their last defense against the Dark Arts class, Hermione had told him that emitting sparks from the tip of his wand was a sign the disarming charm was about to succeed. Unable to resist, he had dragged Ron into practicing with him for half an hour in the common room. Initially unsuccessful, a thoroughly exhausted Ron had suggested he imagine him as Malfoy, or even Snape. The result was that Harry had successfully cast the disarming charm. Hermione, who had heard about it the next day, was quite envious. Harry, you're a genius. I dare say no one your age could accomplish that. Harry, slightly embarrassed, said, I have a special feeling for this spell. The young witch retrieved a piece of parchment from her bag. Let's go over the assessment criteria Professor Harp provided. Harry stood there sheepishly. Hermione, I haven't had a chance to look. In the Great Hall. Ron couldn't help but interject, Harry's got the disarming charm down pat. He succeeds 8 or 9 times out of 10, unlike me. He suddenly frowned. I succeed maybe once or twice out of 10. Hermione pulled out a piece of parchment from her robes, filled to the brim with data. Anxious, she said, I can perform it, but these, and these, and these standards, I've only just met. What if I wake up one day and suddenly can't do it anymore? Neville, who had been listening, humbly turned to Hermione for advice. Hermione, what if the parchment's full, but I haven't mastered the spell? Hermione hesitated for a moment and then suggested, have you tried breaking it down into sections? Of course, but I'm failing on about 2/3 of the items. Neville's round face scrunched up sadly. He said, a touch dejectedly, I'm just not good at it. Maybe Professor Snape is right. Don't be disheartened, Neville. I can help you go through the parts you're struggling with, Hermione offered. Thank you, Hermione. Harry also reassured him, saying, Neville, we can practice together. Yeah, and don't mind Snape's words. You're great in herbology, Ron chimed in. Neville, believe in yourself. You're like an uncut gem that will one day shine brilliantly. To be honest, after surviving the trials of Hogwarts, he was now quick to offer kind words. Neville's face quickly turned red, and he seemed pleasantly surprised. Bashfully and haltingly, he said, I just like taking care of plants. My grandma has so many flowers, and I look after them during the holidays. You see, that's your strength, Harry encouraged. Meanwhile, Felix stood by the entrance of the Great Hall, waiting for the professors to arrive. Professor Flitwick arrived first. He had changed out of his usual wizarding robes and was wearing a well-fitted suit, his hair neatly groomed. Felicius, You look splendid today, Felix complimented. Flitwick was in a good mood. Thank you, Felix. This is the outfit I wore when I became the dueling champion. The two engaged in casual conversation. Felix, have you made any progress with that magic? It's somewhat usable, but honestly, it's quite fragmented. I might even say it's a simplified spell infused with ancient magical concepts. Cough cough. Felix, ancient magic rarely survives in its entirety. The two discussed the feasibility of recreating ancient magic. However, without resources, their hands were tied. They had too little information, and the magical world lacked an established research path. Felix, on the other hand, felt that if he could master a sufficient number of magical inscriptions, one day he would easily be able to reconstruct the magic. He just wasn't sure how many years it would take. He had discreetly lowered the priority of this matter, opting to let it unfold naturally. Soon, Professors McGonagall and Snape arrived together. Perhaps Felix's gaze had been too obvious, as Snape couldn't resist taking a jab at him. What's going on in that mind of yours, Felix? Nothing much. I just thought you'd be counting the minutes to come over, he replied awkwardly. With all four professors present, Felix got to business. My idea is to focus this dueling class on demonstrations. Each of us will present the most essential aspects of our perspectives on dueling. In the subsequent lessons, I'll invite different professors and stages so that you can comprehensively present your ideas, he added. Flitwick was the first to respond. Of course, no problem. The others had no objections either. So, when the four professors appeared simultaneously in the Great Hall and stepped onto the gilded platform, the young wizards' faces registered shock. Ron groaned, "What kind of day is it today?" Excitement erupted below, with hundreds of students buzzing in discussions. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students burst into thunderous applause, welcoming their respective heads of house. "How come Professor Sprout isn't here?" a second-year Hufflepuff wizard asked. "Well, Ernie, Professor Sprout doesn't really care about this," a senior student explained. The other three professors shared a knowing look and remained silent, simultaneously looking at Felix. Stepping forward, Felix cleared his throat and projected his voice. "It's an honor to have Professors McGonagall and Flitwick join us today. They generously offer to showcase further possibilities in dueling. Applaud, young wizards." The applause below was deafening, akin to a festive occasion. Even Harry's palms were red from clapping. "Do you think Snape didn't want to bother?" Ron quipped. "Though I think you're overthinking it, that's actually a great idea." After some initial protest, Professor McGonagall remained on the platform while the other three stepped back. Flitwick conjured a handkerchief and transformed it into a raised platform. He climbed atop it. McGonagall's hands were clasped tightly together. With a serious expression, she surveyed the crowd, and gradually, silence descended. Everyone was curious about what she would say. After all, in their minds, transfiguration and dueling weren't closely related. McGonagall cleared her throat and, composedly addressing all the students, began, "Transfiguration is a sophisticated magical discipline, capable of achieving many astounding feats. In this realm, the master of transformations was none other than your headmaster, Albus Dumbledore." "That's a twist," Ron muttered. "Don't tell me he defeated Voldemort with transfiguration." "Of course not, that requires immense magical power. You lot would find it difficult to accomplish," McGonagall said. "The significance of transfiguration for you isn't merely about strength, it's about enriching your arsenal. The essence of transfiguration is change, bound only by your imagination." McGonagall produced her wand, lifted her arm straight, and a chair that had been stacked in a corner flew towards her. In midair, the chair transformed into a large black cat, agile and graceful as it landed on the ground. Directed by McGonagall's wand, the large cat circled around her with swiftness and grace. In the next second, it leapt into the air, its body swiftly expanding, transforming into a majestic lion with a golden mane that glistened with a delicate shine. Chapter 106, Transfiguration and Spells. Roar. The lion let out a mighty roar, and the hair of the young witch in front of it flew backward. Luna blinked, and the several young wizards beside her took 2 steps back in astonishment. In the next moment, the lion began to sprint around the arena, transforming at times into a sleek leopard, then into a rhinoceros with a single horn, a wild boar, a large python. The young wizards stared in awe at Professor McGonagall. Wasn't she much different during her lectures? From start to finish, Professor McGonagall had only waved her wand a few times, without uttering a single incantation. Dean Thomas couldn't help but ask, is this one spell or multiple spells? I can't make heads or tails of it. If one were to describe Professor McGonagall's performance, the young wizards felt it was unbelievably fluid. In the midst of her run, transformations occurred effortlessly. Professor McGonagall's display of skill went on for about 2 to 3 minutes. When a giant eagle soared over the hall, the students raised their heads, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Finally, the giant eagle landed on the platform, rolled over, and transformed back into a black cat. In theory, witches and wizards in their 6th and 7th years should be able to achieve this, Professor McGonagall said to the audience. Wood, what about you? Fred asked the captain of their house's Quidditch team. Cough, Wood awkwardly covered his face. Not far away, Percy, responsible for maintaining order, approached a Ravenclaw girl. I think I could do it, Penelope, although maybe not with the same fluency as Professor McGonagall. I can't do it. My transfiguration isn't that good, the girl said, her robes also adorned with a prefect badge. I can guide you, Percy said. Is that so? The girl gave him a skeptical look. On the stage, Professor McGonagall had the black cat stand before her. I need an assistant. Albert Burke, you've been striving to be an Auror, let's give it a try. Professor McGonagall chose a student from her own house. Albert Burke nervously stepped forward. After the last dueling class, he had gained a whole new appreciation for the professor's abilities. The young wizards in the audience stared fixedly. It was evident that Professor McGonagall wasn't planning to use any other spells, she was going to rely entirely on transfiguration. This added a tremendous spectacle to their duel. The two of them were separated by about 8 or 9 meters. Felix Harp acted as the referee. Bow to each other. 1, 2, duel begins. Burke agilely leaped to the side, casting a disarming charm. The black cat in front of Professor McGonagall leaped to intercept the disarming charm. In midair, the black cat's form became somewhat unstable, one foot turned into a chair leg. But in the next second, it rolled on the ground and transformed into a nimble leopard. Burke cast another spell, this time blocked more easily. Burke, you need to speed up your spell casting, Professor McGonagall said. During this interval, she waved her wand, and 2 more chairs flew over, transforming into the shape of leopards as well. At that moment, 3 black-spotted leopards stood before Professor McGonagall, guarding her safety. Gritting his teeth, Burke cast spells without hesitation, shedding his reservations. When it came to dueling, he did indeed rank among the top at Hogwarts, thanks in part to his uncle who worked at the Ministry of Magic as an Auror. He had received a few years of low-intensity training. However, Professor McGonagall effortlessly countered his attacks. Transfiguration has a characteristic of restraining individual spells. Of course, achieving this requires exceptional vision. The 3 leopards coordinated with each other, handling the situation with ease. Blazing fire. Burke's incantation struck one of the leopards, causing its body to suddenly catch fire. Within the intense flames, transfiguration lost its effect, and it transformed back into a burning chair. Professor McGonagall explained, transfiguration can also affect water and fire. So, you just need to slightly modify your incantation. The burning chair leaped into the air, transforming into a fiery lion, its mane dancing with bright flames. Burke instinctively took 2 steps back, but fortunately, Professor McGonagall had no intention of attacking him. Burke quickly thought of a clever solution. Shatter into pieces. A red light flashed, and the spell accurately hit another leopard, causing it to shatter into several pieces in midair. However, the situation worsened. Each fragment transformed into small cats the size of palms. They agilely circled behind Burke, watching him closely from a distance. At close range, or within the control range of transfiguration, it's more formidable than you imagine, Burke, Professor McGonagall said, her mood quite pleasant, no longer serious. Hearing Professor McGonagall's commentary, Burke grew anxious. He suddenly realized that the more he attacked, the more he found himself in a disadvantageous position. After a few seconds of standoff, a small cat ran to his feet. Burke couldn't help but kick at it, but the small cat transformed into a vine, tightly wrapping around his legs. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall didn't hold back. The vine didn't continue to grow, and Burke's arms remained free. In a state of panic, he cast spells at the closest small cat, shatter into pieces. Bone-crushing shatter. Bone-crushing shatter. The small cat didn't evade. In Burke's eyes, its body disintegrated in an instant, various fragments soaring into the air, transforming into small birds the size of fingers. These birds had long, pointed beaks. They hovered in midair, forming a wall with their sharp beaks aimed at Burke. It seemed they were about to dive at him in the next second. In the eyes of the young wizards, Burke was completely surrounded, a wall of flying birds above, a group of palm-sized black kittens behind, and in the distance, the fiery lion and the watchful leopard. Burke's scalp tingled, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "I surrender, Professor McGonagall, I surrender." With a hint of regret, Professor McGonagall stopped. She had many more things to demonstrate. She transfigured the transformed creatures back into chairs and repaired them to their original state. Looking at the young wizards below, she said, "For most wizards, they wouldn't be prepared for transfiguration in a duel. If you can master a few forms, they can catch your opponents off guard." Felix Harp couldn't help but applaud. This approach was completely in line with his strategy against Lockhart. The second to step onto the platform was Professor Flitwick. He demonstrated a concept in dueling, the combination of spells. Despite his short stature, Professor Flitwick easily captured the attention of the young wizards, just as he did in the classroom. If you've mastered many spells, you might wonder, can I really use all of them? Perhaps specializing in one spell is better. These are two different choices. Today, I want to show you how different spells can complement each other. They are all simple spells, let me think, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, "Flock of flying birds." His wand produced a loud bang, akin to a gunshot, as a group of red-feathered birds fluttered out from it. A Hufflepuff muttered, "This spell isn't simple, it's covered in newts." "Shut up," his friend said. Flitwick looked at the flying birds. "You can certainly use this to launch an attack, it works well. But if you add a duplicating charm," he waved his wand, and the birds rapidly split apart with a series of bangs. "Add an engorgement charm." The palm-sized birds quickly enlarged. Flitwick looked up, surveying the hundreds of owl-like birds surrounding the gilded platform. They almost completely concealed his figure. Before Flitwick's small stature, many young wizards couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Chapter 107, Snape's Advice. Young wizards stared entranced at the flock of birds soaring above the arena, creatures that existed only in the wizarding world's imagination. Even this sight, a momentary marvel, would be etched into the memories of many, for these birds bore fiery crimson feathers and circled the gilded platform, creating a scene of mesmerizing beauty. Professor Flitwick waved his wand, dispelling the magic. "These spells are taught in class and don't require additional learning," Flitwick stated. "However, when combined, their effects can be quite remarkable." A senior Ravenclaw which couldn't resist asking, "Professor Flitwick, I'm familiar with all three of these spells. Can I master this combined magic?" "Miss Parma, the difficulty of combined magic lies not in the spells themselves, but in how you weave them together and maintain their cohesion to create a stable whole," Flitwick explained. "So, you ask if you can master it? The answer is yes. But it will take time and practice, and it will test your mastery of incantations. The examples I've given involve a certain level of proficiency on your part. The second one, however, is relatively simpler. Our commonly used dueling spells Petrificus Totalis, Expelliarmus, Stupefy, Protego, and the like are indeed useful. But by combining them with other spells, you can gain more advantages. When dueling forces are evenly matched, it's often these seemingly inconspicuous simple spells that become the key to tipping the balance." Next, Professor Flitwick showcased his expertise in spells. For instance, the sensory enhancement charm, which significantly heightens your awareness, making you more attuned to your surroundings and incantations. Or the revival hex, cast on yourself before a duel, which can effectively counteract stunning spells or mind-confounding charms. The effectiveness depends on the potency of your opponent's curses, but it will have some effect nonetheless. Then there's the Slipstream Leviosa incantation, which can smoothen the path before you. Or the water-fire repelling charm, which shields against water and fire damage. Though it won't work on dark magic flames, it's highly effective against regular flames. Flitwick listed a dozen or so spells, leaving the young wizards utterly astonished. Even Felix Harp wore a pensive expression, pondering the impact of Flitwick's theories on his own abilities. In reality, his swift killing technique was a product of this interplay of spells theory, accelerated thinking and shadow shifting were its core, while the stunning spell, as an offensive measure, could be replaced by other incantations depending on his desired outcome. In theory, the stunning spell could be fully substituted by Petrificus Totalis or Expelliarmus without significantly affecting this strategy. Flitwick's approach of breaking a stalemate with simple spells aligned with Felix's clash against Lockhart. One could only say that Flitwick and Professors McGonagall approached from different angles, yet both found their way to perfection through Felix's example. In conclusion, Flitwick remarked, "Spells possess a life of their own, with intricate relationships, some opposing, some complementing each other. If dueling intrigues you, invest more time in revisiting the spells you've learned. I believe you'll have an entirely new understanding of them." Following this, Professor Flitwick summoned a few Ravenclaw students to demonstrate his theory to other young wizards. Like Professor McGonagall, he too set constraints on himself. Even when confronted by a three-way assault, he consistently found the most fitting methods, employing simple spells to thwart the attacks. "Watching Professor Flitwick duel is like witnessing a waltz," Justin Finch-Fletchley said in admiration. "What's that?" inquired a neighboring young wizard. It's a Muggle dance, incredibly graceful and charming," Justin explained. As a dueling champion, Flitwick's foundation was exceptionally solid. His footwork transitions were particularly adept, often allowing him to either block spells or elegantly evade them. The young wizards watched in awe, their eyes glued to Professor Flitwick. When he effortlessly conjured a multitude of fireworks with his wand, obscuring his opponent's vision, he earned a resounding applause. Finally, Flitwick bowed with a smile and exited the stage. A never-ending wave of applause followed him. The third to take the stage was Snape. Once he stood at the center of the arena, the previously restless young wizards fell silent in an instant. Severus Snape's style was starkly different from the previous two professors. In his icy tone, he said, "What I wish to share is how you should handle the most dangerous dark wizards, those wretches lurking in the shadows of the gutters." He gazed down at the young wizards, and after a prolonged pause, he continued, "And how to confront them." The young wizards were hushed. Snape's description of the scenario startled them. However, Harry suddenly recalled his brief encounter in Knockturn Alley. Adjacent to Diagon Alley, Knockturn Alley was a grimy, narrow lane with dim, eerie shops that all seemed connected to dark magic. According to Hagrid, it harbored its fair share of dark wizards. This year, due to a mishap with Flow Powder, he found himself in Knockturn Alley. Back then, a seemingly terrifying old witch initiated a conversation with him. She held something that resembled dead fingernails on a plate. If it hadn't been for Hagrid's timely intervention, he didn't know what might have happened. Snape continued in his deliberate manner, "You need to recognize danger, differentiate between forms of danger. You need to prepare different strategies for different situations, how to handle playful antics within the school. How to handle conflicts with strangers. What about when facing malevolent dark wizards? And how to deal with dangerous creatures and plants. To be frank, I don't believe your tricks would be of much use when confronted with dark wizards. Running away should always be your first choice, seeking help, the second. When you're left with no other option but to fight, strike first, with any spell you can think of." Snape's black eyes remained unblinking, like two stones set in his head. He continued at his measured pace, "In a duel, striking first is always the best strategy. Surrendering initiative means putting yourself at a disadvantage." A deathly silence blanketed the audience. "Severus." Professor McGonagall sounded uneasy, "I think the young wizards needn't be exposed to these matters." Snape's lips curved into a sardonic smile, yet he didn't pursue the subject further. "When facing danger, use what you're most skilled at, not necessarily the most powerful spells. Speed, angle, timing, success rate, these matter far more than the sheer power of a spell." Chapter 108, Levels of Spells? "Professors, how can we determine our most proficient spells?" a Slytherin student asked. Snape replied icily, "The ones you learn quickly and use effectively. Besides that, if you can invent a spell yourself, it naturally becomes your most proficient," he said, finishing his sentence as he swung his robes and strode off the stage. Below the stage, Ron and Hermione both looked at Harry, their expressions conveying slightly different meanings. Hermione, "So, your most proficient spell is the disarming charm?" Ron, "Just that? Shouldn't it be a more advanced spell?" As Felix Harp stood on the stage, young wizards and witches were still immersed in the atmosphere Snape had created. Though he hadn't performed any specific magic, it was still quite impressive. Felix decided to share some valuable insights. At the end of the last class, we mentioned a viewpoint: even with the same spell, different wizards' results can vary greatly. This is especially evident in dueling. After all, it's hard to imagine a wizard spending a lot of time and effort researching a spell like Evanesco. The same applies to most everyday spells. We don't use them to explore the mysteries of magic or to knock our opponent's teeth out. Felix cracked a joke. Laughter rippled through the young wizards in the audience. For wizards skilled in dueling, they have remarkable expertise in certain spells, or maybe just one. His gaze swept the wizards below the stage. Take the disarming charm, for example. Felix waved his wand, and a slender red light flashed and vanished. This is the basic mastery level. Harry watched attentively. This was precisely the level he could currently cast. Many young wizards who had mastered the disarming charm performed the same action. The comparative result was that most were at this level. This stage belongs to the beginner's level, where spell casting can still fail. At this point, Felix seemed slightly troubled. For the sake of understanding and comparison, let's call it a level 1 spell. At this stage, factors influencing spell success include your casting motion, incantation, confidence, and basic magical skills. I won't go into detail. Last class's material provides a comprehensive description. And as you practice more, practice makes perfect, and there's hardly a chance of spell failure, like this. Felix swung his wand, a distinct red light tracing a path across the hall. Harry heard his older student, Albert Burke, who had just been called up for demonstration, excitedly exclaim, "That's my spell." For the sake of clarity, we can call it a level 2 spell. Felix, with a serene demeanor, drew arcs in the air with his wand, as if conducting a symphony. Building upon this, you invest more time and effort into studying the spell, ideally with a teacher's guidance, and its power will be appropriately enhanced. Felix waved his wand, and a finger-thick red beam shot forth, spanning half the hall in an instant. This is a level 3 disarming charm. To provide a lateral analogy, it's somewhat akin to the professional threshold in the magical world, much like newly trained healers at St. Mungo's or junior aurors. All the young wizards were now fixedly gazing at Professor Harp, hanging on his every word. They had an intuitive sense that today's lesson was exceptionally important. Even the expressions of a few professors had turned serious. Snape was curious about whether Felix Harp would classify the spell into which level? Spell grading, hey? That's something he would do. Meanwhile, on the stage, Felix Harp continued his narration in his usual unhurried manner. As your understanding of spells deepens, you become more adept. You can even make slight modifications to spells themselves to suit your individual habits. A beam of light shot from the tip of his wand. This time the incantation was even more focused, the color infused with white light, leaving a distinct arc in mid-air. The power doesn't differ greatly from a level 3 spell, but it offers better control, winning through subtleties. We can call it a level 4 spell, Felix Harp said. And just to add, this is also the level of those talented aurors and St. Mungo's healers, the spells they excel in after a few years of work. Felix Harp nodded slightly. From this point onward, not everyone could achieve this. Natural talent, perseverance, guidance, each was essential. Harry gazed at Professor Harp on the stage, feeling as if he couldn't catch his breath. After a while, he realized that the emotions surging within him were that of longing. After a prolonged pause, the young wizard stared at Professor Harp expectantly. Is there more? Can he continue? Level 5 spell? Level 6? 7, 8, 9? It's truly intriguing. And Professor Harp didn't disappoint. He continued, above this, if you're a seasoned auror, someone who has spent nearly half a lifetime dealing with various dark wizards, then your most adept spell might be something like this. The scene replayed, a spell as thick as a wrist shot forth, spanning over half the hall and striking the castle wall directly. The red, thunderous arc of magical light continuously twisted and extended. Until Felix Harp withdrew his wand, the hall glow of red light that had bathed half the room finally dissipated. This could perhaps be termed a level 5 spell. The young wizards in the audience watched in silence. Even though it was the second time, it was still quite astonishing. Felix Harp contemplated, much like Lohart's Obliviate. But the comparison couldn't hold, as Lohart was fortunate to have been gifted ancient magic. Ancient magic was inherently powerful, but discussing power was meaningless, for you never knew if the spell might suddenly spiral out of control due to insufficient mastery the next time you used it. The young wizards below remained still, like a flock of quails swept over by a gust. Judging by their expressions, it seemed as if someone had knocked on their heads and stuffed them with a jumble of thoughts, rendering them incapable of coherent thinking. After a dozen seconds, Felix Harp clapped his hands. Of course, the spell levels I mentioned are merely for your understanding. In reality, there's no such division as level 1 or level 2 spells. Magic is unconstrained. Many of the wondrous spells wouldn't make sense to be graded. And I must remind you that even in duels, solely pursuing the power of spells isn't the best choice. If you aim to be an Auror, you need to master many things they're equally important. Moving on. But his words fell on deaf ears. The hall seemed to explode with excitement, the young wizards eagerly raised their hands. It was evident they had plenty of questions. Professor, what's a level 6 spell? Finally, someone couldn't hold back and shouted from the audience. Chapter 109, The End of the Diary. Felix Harp remained noncommittal and said, "That's quite distant from what you're all discussing, and I'm still researching it myself." He steered clear of the topic of level 6 spells, for, truth be told, he had never encountered similar spells in others. This led him to wonder if the so-called level 6 spells were unique to him alone. After all, in his 4th year, he had nearly merged his entire mind and belief to master 2 level 6 spells: Armor Charm and Stunning Spell. When he succeeded, he underwent a transformation beyond imagination, his magical power and will were elevated. Mind you, he was merely 15 that year. And in the following 6 years, despite advancements in magical theory, even today he possessed fewer than 10 level 6 spells. Of course, that was partly because he had shifted most of his focus to the study of ancient magical scripts. A student raised their hand and asked, "Professor Harp, do you support specializing in just one magic?" Felix shook his head, explaining, "For beginners, specializing in 1 or 2 spells is necessary. It will propel your progress rapidly, helping you stand out and acquire the ability to protect yourself. However, for accomplished wizards, they need to learn more to address various troubles. Professor Harp, if I start now and only practice 1 spell, how long would it take to reach the level of a 3rd or 4th year spell?" This was a question from Albert Burke. "Mr. Burke, I don't recommend such an approach. If your performance is satisfactory, you have a good chance of becoming an Auror," Felix remarked. "Professor, will you include this aspect in the upcoming dueling classes?" "Of course, without a doubt. Professor, I want to elevate all my spells to the level of 3rd year spells. Any advice?" Felix replied in a tone tinged with amusement, "Mr. Paldes, you might want to invest more effort in magical theory. But as I said, it's not necessary." The 3 professors exchanged different expressions upon observing Felix. Honestly, in their respective domains of expertise, they considered themselves no less than what Felix referred to as level 5 spells. But the crux of the matter was, how did he define level 6 spells? This was the most intriguing aspect for the professors. "Professor McGonagall, how do you view his theory?" Snape asked in a low voice. Professor McGonagall said, "This method isn't suited for transfiguration, but for spells, personally, I find it rather reasonable." "Felix, what's your take?" Flitwick offered his perspective, "At least in the realm of dueling magic, it's quite applicable. He analyzed some classic duel cases for me, providing fresh insights. Of course, just as he mentioned, this theory won't encompass all magic." In the subsequent questions, the young wizard seemed to accept his notion of spell levels, continuously raising various queries. After about 15 minutes, the crowd gradually quieted down. Felix Harp stated, "All right then. Let's move on to the next step. There are 40 minutes left until the end of class, and we'll use the remaining time to assess and guide you through the disarming charm." The 4 professors weaved through the crowd, pairing up young wizards and guiding them in performing the disarming charm. However, many young wizards were still somewhat uneasy. "Professor Harp definitely has mastered level 6 spells," Ron said with conviction. "I share the same opinion." "He didn't deny it," Dean Thomas added. "But Professor Harp just won't say, and that's truly vexing." Unconsciously, most of the young wizards began to accept this classification. "What do you think level 6 spells are?" Ron asked. "Could the incantations become larger and brighter?" Neville asked with a hopeful expression. "Are you suggesting spells the size of a water barrel? Could that be possible?" Meanwhile, Felix spoke to a Hufflepuff young wizard, "Very good, Diego, your incantation is quite impressive." Cedric spoke somewhat hesitantly, "I've practiced for a long time too, Professor Harp." The materials you provided were very helpful. Felix nodded satisfactorily, ready to offer some praise, but he abruptly stopped. Cedric noticed that Professor Harp's expression suddenly turned serious. He couldn't help but ask, "Professor, what's going on?" But Professor Harp didn't answer him. His gaze was fixed in one direction, his pale blue eyes seemingly piercing the hall. "Diego, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please inform the other professors." The young professor hurriedly left. He made his way straight to the castle tower and, within a few minutes, stood at his office door. Felix cast various protective spells on himself, and the protective items beneath his wizard's robe shimmered with a magical aura. Fully prepared, he calmly waved his wand, and the door opened soundlessly. The scene before him surprised him greatly. At the entrance, 7 or 8 deep green devil's snare vines were tightly entwined around a house elf. The green branches shimmered with a verdant light, seemingly pulsating as if breathing. Felix scrutinized the unexpected intruder, noticing that it seemed to have fallen unconscious. He cast a reviving charm and entered his office. After meticulously examining the surroundings both inside and out and confirming there was no danger, he opened the corner's suitcase and took out an exquisite box. Felix's fingers brushed the surface of the box, and layers of magical patterns illuminated upon it. No signs of being breached. He let out a sigh of relief, opened the box, and the diary lay quietly inside. Only then did he have the mental capacity to consider the origin of this unfamiliar house elf. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a thumb-sized transparent vial from his ring. It contained about a milliliter of clear liquid. It was a Christmas gift from Snape. Felix carefully dripped 2 drops of the potion into the house elf's mouth and revived him with a reviving charm. About 5 minutes later, he pieced together the entire sequence of events. Felix's emotions were quite complex. He gazed at the diary. After a prolonged silence, he whispered, "I'm sorry, Tom." A considerable amount of dark fire shot out from his wand, congregating above the office and forming rolling clouds like those on overcast days. Under Felix's control, these clouds converged and condensed into a solid, shimmering white sword. The diary sensed danger, its pages rustled, releasing copious amounts of black mist. However, upon contact with the solid white sword, the mist dissipated instantly. From within the diary, a much younger voice of Tom emerged, "No, I can tell you the secret of conquering death." SHHH. The sword pierced the diary, passing through the delicate box, the long table. The voice abruptly ceased. Felix waved his wand, causing the solid white sword to disperse. "Understanding the essence, reshaping the form, that's level 6 magic." His voice echoed in the office. Chapter 110, Dobby's Defiance. Under the watchful gaze of Felix Harp, the diary suddenly oozed a copious amount of inky black fluid, dripping onto the ground with a steady rhythm, causing the floor to emit wisps of dark smoke. Clean as new. The ink vanished. The diary was utterly destroyed. As a Horcrux, it had a tremendous resistance to conventional spells, yet it couldn't withstand the scorching flames of fiend fire. Especially Felix's fiend fire-infused sword, which was arguably his most destructive magic. However, under his deliberate protection, it didn't burn to ashes. The fiend fire sword only burned a fist-sized hole through the diary's still useful remains for Felix. Felix's gaze fell upon the house elf named Dobby. With the help of magical elixirs, he had pieced together the sequence of events. As a servant of the Malfoy family, Dobby had overheard many of Lucius Malfoy's secrets. When he learned that his master had used Ginny Weasley to bring the Dark Lord's relic into Hogwarts, he felt a deep debt to the benefactor of his kind, the one called Harry Potter. This led him to act repeatedly in secret, trying to protect Harry. This included but was not limited to intercepting Harry Potter's letters, obstructing his way to the train, controlling a rogue bludger on the Quidditch pitch to harm Harry. Of course, it also included today's attempt to slip into the office and steal the diary while Felix was in class. The effects of the elixir were wearing off, and the elf's eyelids twitched, indicating he might awaken at any moment. Dobby slowly opened his eyes. He dragged his slender body off the ground, repeatedly inspecting his long fingers with a perplexed expression on his face. Where is Dobby? Dobby remembers. Dobby defied Master's will and sneaked in while that person was in class. He spoke while observing his surroundings. Soon, his gaze met Felix, who was sitting on the couch. He let out a yelp, stumbled back a few steps, and fearfully covered his face with his hands. Through the gaps between his bony fingers, Dobby's large eyes were brimming with terror. Felix Harp. The house elf instinctively tried to escape, his diminutive figure blurred, but in the next moment, he froze in place. Felix lowered his wand, his somewhat nostalgic voice reaching Dobby's ears. Impressive talent, house elves truly are magical creatures, but alas, their magic is too feeble. Dobby's magic was hardly a tenth of that possessed by a normal adult wizard. Extraordinary potential, meager magic, such were the characteristics of house elves. During his time at school, Felix had devoted considerable time to studying the vulnerabilities of various magical creatures, house elves included. In one-on-one encounters over a short period, house elves could leverage their natural gifts to surprise wizards, gaining an upper hand in a fight. However, with focused training for a month or two, they became no match for wizards. The panicked house elf struggled desperately, attempting to break free from invisible bonds. But when Felix uttered a name, Dobby's body petrified, completely immobilized. Lucius Malfoy. Dobby's expression grew even more fearful, as if Felix's words had stirred some primal instinct within him. Trembling all over, he exclaimed, "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby!" He suddenly jumped up, his body involuntarily moving toward the nearest cabinet. Felix waved his wand, guiding him to a seat opposite him. He spoke calmly, "Dobby, I hold no desire for the Dark Lord's relic, and you needn't worry about me engaging in any dangerous deeds." Dobby doesn't believe. He screamed, that is the darkest magic creation. It will influence you, make you as terrifying as the one whose name can't be mentioned. Snap! An old, tattered diary landed on the small table between the two, sporting a sizable hole at its center. The edges of the hole were remarkably neat, as if it had always been that way. Dobby's voice seemed caught in his throat, unable to utter a single word. After a long while, "This is..." Dobby clumsily got to his feet, his expression a mix of confusion and bewilderment. Taking cautious steps, he approached the table, then hopped onto it, crouching to examine the damaged diary. His tennis ball-like eyes widened in amazement. Unbelievable! Inconceivable! Mr. Harry Potter is safe. Tears rolled down his sharp, elongated nose. He wiped his tears with the ragged pillowcase he wore, mumbling softly in between. But soon, he realized something and shouted, "Bad Dobby! Very bad Dobby!" He searched around, seemingly trying to find something to punish himself with. Felix shook his head. House elves had once been in conflict with wizards and were bound by extremely stringent magical contracts after their defeat. This obedience to their master's commands had become an intrinsic instinct passed down through generations. Examples like Dobby, who dared to intrude on powerful wizards' territories without their permission, were quite exceptional among house elves. Felix tapped the armrest of the couch with his fingers, as if striking a chime. Dobby reacted as if struck, regaining his composure. "Let's have a proper talk, Dobby." Dobby cautiously regarded him. "What would you like to know, noble and powerful Mr. Harp?" Though Felix already understood the situation, he remained curious about a few aspects. He inquired, "I wish to understand why the diary passed through the hands of 3 individuals, Ginny Weasley, Draco Malfoy, and myself. But why did you choose to steal it precisely while it was in my possession? 3 holders, 2 young wizards, and 1 formidable professor, why choose the most difficult one?" Dobby's expression grew quite cautious. He hunched his body and spoke softly, "Because I couldn't, sir. My body prevented me. One is a young master, and the other is of high status. I couldn't. He let out a sharp cry. Felix pondered. Not moving the young master was understandable as a reason, but what did high status Ginny mean? Could it be tied to the honor of a pure-blood family? So, am I really not pure blood? Or is it that house elves also make judgments based on external information? Felix shook his head. He didn't care about the answer to that question. How did you manage to overcome your body's instincts to perform these actions? I assume Lucius Malfoy didn't allow you to act on your own. This question seemed to startle Dobby. He sobbed softly. Dobby is willing to do anything to save Mr. Harry Potter. Dobby had to punish himself, banging his head against the wall, burning his hands with a hot iron. He reached a point where his tennis ball-like eyes grew immense. But it's all worth it, for the safety of Mr. Harry Potter. If it's not expressly forbidden by the Master, Dobby can do it, even though Dobby's actions displease the Master. Dobby must punish himself. Merlin's beard. Bad Dobby. Very bad Dobby. He fiercely tugged at his own ears. Felix observed him. Indeed, another remarkable talent among house elves, seizing on these loopholes in the rules. Felix glanced at the clock on the wall. Around 20 minutes had passed. He decided to temporarily conclude this conversation. Communication with the author, to be published on the 31st of this month, requires diligently accumulating drafts. Chapter 111, Perfect Conclusion of the Dueling Class. Dobby, can you stay here? We can talk later. No, Dobby must go back. Dobby escaped while Master was visiting friends. Dobby emphasized, very close friends. Master didn't let Dobby come along. Well, according to your time, I have something important to discuss with you. No, not now. I need time to prepare, and you can notify me in advance. Felix Harp waved his hand, and a round brass metal disc flew from the workbench to him. It was a brass nut. He tossed the coin to Dobby, who caught it in his hand and examined it carefully. No, no, Dobby cannot take. Dobby shouldn't have any money, he said anxiously. From the look on his face, it seemed as if he was holding some malicious dark magic object. Felix Harp sighed, it's for notifying me. You inject magic beforehand, and I'll receive the message. This item was a magical pair as well, somewhat akin to a two-way mirror, but far less functional. It was merely a pair of copper nuts enchanted with synchronization magic, so that if one was infused with magic, the other would heat up. Heating nuts were derivative creations of Felix Harp, a product of brainstorming by young wizards with minimal technical substance of their own. Felix absent-mindedly fiddled with it. He had given each member of his research group a pair as well. The Weasley twins were particularly interested in it, and Felix felt that it wouldn't be long before they showed him the remains of their heating nuts. Upon hearing Felix's words, Dobby finally relaxed. He carefully examined the coin in his hand, his eyes seemingly gleaming. Is this a gift for Dobby? He tilted his head, holding the copper nut in his hands. You could say that. Felix had no intention of taking it back. Mr. Harp is so generous. This is the first time Dobby has received a gift. The house elf was moved, tears welling up in his eyes. Felix. If you're happy with this, I have plenty of similar items. Under his gaze, Dobby bowed to him and then snapped his fingers lightly, causing his figure to disappear. Truly fascinating talent, Felix marveled. Domesticated house elves were truly remarkable creatures. They possessed many wizard-like abilities, such as the technique Dobby had just used to vanish, very much like a wizard's disillusionment charm, but the principles behind the two were completely different. At least, as far as Felix knew, Hogwarts had cast numerous anti-disillusionment charms, but these spells didn't work on certain magical creatures like phoenixes and domesticated house elves. Furthermore, domesticated house elves could manipulate various small objects, making them very convenient for chores and tidying up rooms. They also possessed a not insignificant level of combat ability, though this skill was heavily constrained by magical contracts. But all of these were not the magic familiar to wizards, they were merely innate talents of these magical beings, much like how birds and snakes could naturally enlarge and shrink their bodies according to their surroundings. As Felix returned to the Great Hall, the three professors were still carefully guiding the young wizards. It had been 2 weeks since the last dueling class, and many senior students were barely able to cast the disarming charm. This gave their practice duels a faint shadow of actual dueling. But it was only a shadow. Felix Harp observed as 2 young wizards exchanged glances, loudly reciting incantations but awkwardly producing sparks from the tips of their wands. Then, almost inadvertently, they unexpectedly unleashed a genuine disarming charm, which came straight at him. Miss Bursted, mind your incantation, Felix Harp redirected the spell, addressing the robust-looking witch. He gave her a thorough once-over. If he wasn't mistaken, his assistant had obtained cat hair from her for that knitted hat he'd been wearing for 3 weeks. Oh, sorry, Professor, Mirison Bursted said, flustered. You need to watch the angle of your wand and put strength into your swing, as if you're thrusting forward. And conviction is essential. Don't be playful, it will seriously impede your progress. After offering guidance to several young wizards, Felix approached Professor McGonagall, forming a small circle around her. She stood excitedly before a pair of young wizards, praising loudly, Potter, an excellent disarming charm. She wiped away a tear from her eye. When Felix glanced over, a red light shot from Harry's wand, accurately hitting his opponent Hermione Granger. Her wand flew from her hand, tracing an arc through the air, before Harry deftly caught it. The young witch seemed rather disgruntled. Harry sheepishly handed her the wand, just about to say something, when his next opponent stepped forward. Felix Harp was surprised to see, across from Harry, a line forming, not a short one at that, with several young wizards surrounding them, looking at Harry with admiration. What was going on here? When Hermione caught sight of Felix, she discreetly approached him. "Professor Harp. What's happening?" "Well, Ron mentioned that the reason he learned the disarming charm was from practicing with Harry, getting hit by spells so many times," she said with her head lowered. Felix looked at Ron, who was on the sidelines cheering and explaining, and found the situation quite absurd. But, was there a possibility? Even he couldn't be certain. It really was a far-fetched idea, something his straightforward thinking couldn't entirely fathom. He looked at his assistant. "So, you believe it too?" Hermione looked somewhat embarrassed. "At first, I didn't believe, but more and more young wizards who came to request practice sessions with Harry have made me unsure." She deftly changed the subject. "Professor, everyone is saying you've mastered level 6 spells." Hermione fixed her gaze on Felix's face, trying to discern something. "Is that so?" "Yes." Hermione emphasized. "Professor, what are your thoughts?" She was genuinely curious. "My thought is, Miss Granger, we'll have to work overtime this weekend." "Hey? What for?" "Grading the homework from the last dueling class." Hermione stared at him dumbfoundedly. She couldn't help but look around at the hundreds of young wizards in the Great Hall, practicing their spells with such enthusiasm. To them, it was a fascinating and enjoyable game. Occasionally, when spells went awry or bursts of dazzling sparks erupted, laughter filled the hall. But amidst the joyous atmosphere, she suddenly lost that happiness, feeling somewhat unsettled. After 7 or 8 minutes, Felix Harp concluded the class. "I've witnessed your progress, young wizards," he praised generously. "I hope to see your outstanding performances in the next class. Each house's prefect should collect the homework from the previous class. I'll find time to offer feedback one by one, provided your data isn't fabricated." Many hung their heads in shame. But as the young wizards left the hall, their faces were adorned with radiant smiles. "Hermione, you don't look so well," Ron said. His mood was quite good. In fact, due to his special contribution award, Ron had been quite popular lately. Especially after resolving the trouble with Lockhart, his detention had been largely lifted by Professor McGonagall. "Really?" Hermione held her head high and walked away. "Harry, I think it's your fault. Your disarming charm is just better than hers, and she's feeling embarrassed," Ron said to Harry. Harry couldn't help but scratch his head. The next morning, a piece of news descended upon Hogwarts, overshadowing all other headlines. Gilderoy Lockhart, a false adventurer, facing multiple trials. A young wizard held up the same-day newspaper delivered by an owl, loudly reading the headline from the front page. Chapter 112, Dumbledore's Afternoon Tea. In the Great Hall, young wizards and witches whispered over breakfast. Hermione borrowed a newspaper from the neighboring seat and pointed to the text, saying, "Look here, Lockhart tampered with wizarding memories, gained their stories, and used Obliviate to make them forget everything. Currently, only 7 victims have been identified, and their memories have suffered permanent damage." Ron's chicken leg suddenly lost its appeal. "So, you're saying I could have lost my memories forever?" He couldn't fathom it how Lockhart, with his usual magical prowess, could repeatedly succeed in ambush. Harry, still shaken, added, "You might not even know you lost your memories. Who would have thought he's a true master of the Obliviate charm? Terrifying. I spent a week in the same office with someone like that." Ron gulped down a large mouthful of pumpkin juice. "Who caught Lockhart then? Wasn't it Proudfoot from the Ministry?" "That's what Dean said." "It can't be. I asked the fat lady, and she said no outsider came that day," Hermione interjected casually. "How does she know?" Ron looked shocked. "She's just a portrait." "Ron, portraits retain their personalities too. The fat lady loves opera and gossip. She often sneaks into other portraits when no one's around." Hermione squinted. "If you praise her singing, she'll be more than happy to share some gossip with you. And to be fair, her singing isn't bad." In the afternoon, in the headmaster's office, Felix Harp and Dumbledore sat face to face, discussing the aftermath of Lockhart's capture. Several plates of pastries and biscuits were on the table, along with 2 cups of pumpkin juice. Unfortunately, the number of affected individuals may exceed our initial estimates, Dumbledore said softly. More than his adventurous stories. Yes, he can't guarantee that every story he encounters will be enticing enough. Felix perused a few newspapers on the table. Why haven't I seen a report from Rita Skeeter? That's unlike her. Could she be afraid her attack on Lockhart would be exposed? But memories are hard to use as evidence, especially when the perpetrator is a master of memory magic. Even if Lockhart pointed out Rita Skeeter in court, it wouldn't hold much meaning. She's gotten herself into some trouble. Dumbledore speared a piece of cake with a small fork. Tastes quite good, Felix. I highly recommend it. Felix took a piece and tasted it. Would she really get herself into trouble? She's quite clever. Dumbledore glanced at him. Clever people make mistakes too, and they're more likely to find loopholes in rules, so their mistakes can be greater. So, her trouble is? From what I've heard, she went to great lengths to find out about Lockhart's arrest, then hurriedly went to the ministry on the same day to register animagus. Animagus? Felix swallowed his cake, repeating, yes, animagus, illegal animagus. He finally understood why Rita Skeeter targeted Lockhart. I assume her animagus form must be some small creature, Felix spoke with certainty. A beetle, Dumbledore said calmly. If our assumptions are correct, her years of being well-informed suddenly make sense. Based on your previous assessment, Lockhart had been hit by the Obliviate curse, but he had broken free from its effects. That put her in a very awkward position. Memories can be fabricated, but magic doesn't deceive. If Lockhart truly accused Rita Skeeter of being an illegal animagus, the ministry would surely have an interest in investigating. In these past years, Rita Skeeter had acted recklessly, probably making enemies she couldn't count. I don't think she'll have an easy time of it, Felix said. After a moment of silence, Felix continued, Headmaster Dumbledore, there are 5 months until the next school year. What should we do about the dark arts defense class? Dumbledore's expression turned troubled too. He couldn't help but sigh. This course really does wear out its professors quickly. So, the curse of the Dark Lord is real. Chapter 113, A Little Stove Kindling. Later that day, Felix, Harp and Snape mentioned their conversation with Dumbledore. The professor left in silence. Perhaps he didn't hold much hope. Felix watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. Time skipped to Saturday, and Felix Harp finally had a substantial amount of leisure time. He pulled out the memory charms material he had copied from Professor Lockhart's office and began to study it meticulously. It was evident that Lockhart attached great importance to this material. It was filled with seemingly profound personal annotations, some of the ink still fresh, no older than 2 weeks. Lockhart hasn't been entirely idle these past few months. According to Felix's guess, Lockhart might never have truly cared about teaching, holding a mindset to just scrape through the year. After a year, he'd leave, having sold a fair number of books, made some progress in memory magic, and most importantly, he could write a book like Cursed Professors or My Year at Hogwarts. For Lockhart, this was an effortless task. He could even tweak and modify abandoned stories from the past and use them directly. At least from the interview manuscripts transcribed by the trio, Felix saw a considerable portion dedicated to the crooked old wizard's experiences in dealing with cursed magical items. Yet, this content wasn't included in his Wandering with Werewolves. If Lockhart intentionally connected this content with Hogwarts curses, packaging himself as a master of curse breaking, it would be entirely plausible. Felix disregarded Lockhart's own annotations in the material and diligently read through the original manuscript, although manuscript wasn't quite the right term, as the entire material was copied by Lockhart. This was the most regrettable aspect for Felix. However, amidst the lines and words, he still sensed a familiar tone. Who exactly did Lockhart inherit this legacy from? Could it be a master of memory magic? Felix thought of the thousands of magical books in the room of requirement, and he started to feel a headache coming on. Identifying this person based on similar styles would be an immense undertaking. As evening approached, Felix Harp breathed a sigh of relief and set aside the material. His gains were substantial. Aside from Lockhart's signature spell, Obliviate, ancient magic version, he had also acquired various scattered tricks related to memory magic. By combining insights from Lockhart, the diary, Snape, and himself regarding memory magic, perhaps after some time and effort, he could create a new 6th-level spell. Should it be the mind-enclosing charm or Obliviate? For Felix Harp, the choice was truly difficult. And with 2 versions of the Obliviate charm, I have the opportunity to deduce a simplified path to modern magic, tracing it back to its ancient roots. Much like the partial ancient magic that Professor Flitwick had given him, it was highly likely that it was the precursor to both the shrinking charm and the engorgement charm. This was yet another long-term project, but for Felix Harp, it was a venture with countless rewards. Felix Harp pondered continuously, feeling that this was his greatest achievement since returning to Hogwarts apart from his growing collection of practical ancient magical texts. He even drew parallels and found several intriguing ideas in this material that could help resolve the confusion stemming from the diary. Lockhart truly is a treasure of a wizard. It's a pity he's heading to Azkaban. Later in the evening, his little assistant arrived promptly on schedule. Felix Harp packed away the memory charms material and took out a stack of parchment 2 feet thick from the corner. These were the assignments submitted by the young wizards in their dueling class. Ah, we have our roles clearly defined. I'll provide the evaluations, and you'll record them, Felix Harp said, feeling that his assistant had shown some weakness during her practice duel with Harry. However, she was the most determined among the young wizards learning the disarming charm using his breaking down method. A bit of extra guidance was necessary. Starting with this one. Felix picked up the first piece of parchment, looking at the data on the form. Tisk tisk. He didn't say much and handed it to Hermione. Professor, what should I write? The young witch asked, holding a quill in her hand. Give him a question mark, but make it a bit exaggerated, Felix Harp advised. Hermione. The data is fabricated, Professor Harp replied succinctly. Professor Harp, how did you figure that out? His data looks impressive, but I've observed him in dueling class. He hasn't mastered the disarming charm, and he's even got issues with the most basic wand movements. Probably copied the data from a top student. Hermione nodded and wrote a question mark on the parchment. Moving on to the second one, let me see. Felix circled several lines of data. His issue is a weak foundation. I suggest reviewing specific chapters in the spellbook that the material covers in detail. Miss Granger, please mark the relevant sections for me. Of course. She swiftly wrote, focus on studying the content mentioned in Key Learning Point 5 of the Disarming Charm material. She had the Disarming Charm study material memorized down to a T. After Hermione finished marking, she looked at the data Felix had circled and suddenly understood. This student, named Errol Buzz, had most of his issues concentrated under the category of proper procedure, with other categories like essential theory, casting attitude, magical comprehension, and so on, barely touched. As time flowed, Hermione diligently transcribed Professor Harp's advice onto the parchment. Professor Harp wasn't idle either, he marked crucial data to help her understand better. With each question she encountered, her understanding of the disarming charm grew clearer. Many of Felix's suggestions, when cross-referenced with the key data he pointed out, became quite comprehensible. This was an issue of proper procedure, that was a mindset problem, it was evident even in his self-assessment. Felix Harp also offered various small tips. For instance, in the section about the casting attitude, his method was, imagine a tall person with a fierce attitude wielding a broomstick attacking you, and then use your intent to send the broomstick flying out of their hand. She noted Professor Harp's explanation, the mindset for casting the disarming charm is a self-defense mindset. You must firmly intend to neutralize the enemy's ability to harm you. Hermione couldn't help but ask, Professor, do we need to maintain this mindset while casting the charm? After becoming proficient, it won't be necessary. Some skilled aurors can even release the disarming charm in their sleep. But when you haven't yet mastered the incantation, adopting the correct mindset will accelerate your learning. Hermione nodded in understanding. Midway through the grading, Hermione yawned rather unceremoniously. Let's continue tomorrow evening. I suggest you spend more time practicing the disarming charm during the day, there might be some surprises in store for you, Felix Harp advised his assistant. The next evening. I've truly made progress. Hermione excitedly told Felix Harp. She hadn't waited for the daylight, as soon as she returned last night, she began practicing on her own. It was a peculiar sensation. The moment she waved her wand, she could sense where her execution fell short. The suggestions and tips she had written down kept replaying in her mind. Throughout the day, she dedicated a considerable amount of time to practice, and her progress was almost visibly rapid. Felix Harp smiled, once we finish grading today, I believe you'll have a remarkable understanding of the disarming charm. The following week passed quickly, with the parchment used for answers in the 5th and 7th years appearing in Ancient Runes classes of other grades. Discussion about this new teaching tool spread among the young wizards. In the Great Hall one day, Professor McGonagall inquired about the answer parchment from Felix, and he gladly provided her with the information. Professor McGonagall stood there, deep in thought. A while later, after much revising, this chapter took quite a bit of time, and it still feels a bit unsatisfactory. Chapter 114, The Ministry of Magic. On the 4th of February, a Saturday, at 9:30 in the morning. Felix Harp was impeccably dressed, standing by the fireplace, his figure disappearing into a burst of bright green flames as he stepped into the office. When Felix emerged from the public fireplace, he found himself in Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley was the most famous magical commercial district in the British wizarding world. It was home to numerous renowned shops, pubs, offices, and large enterprises. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the Leaky Cauldron, the Daily Prophet headquarters, and stores closely related to young wizards like Ollivanders, Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, Flourish and Blots, and the Apothecary, among others, were all located here. But Felix was merely passing through. He brushed off the dust from his robe with his hat and, in the next moment, he apparat using the disapparition spell to a dim, narrow alley. As Felix exited the alley, he found himself standing on a seemingly desolate street. There were a few shabby low-rise office buildings, a small tavern, and a dusty vintage car. He walked a distance and arrived at a red telephone booth against the wall. It looked quite dilapidated, with large patches of red paint peeling off and several shards of broken glass. Only someone slightly more daring than normal would consider stepping inside to investigate. But Felix entered. He picked up the crooked receiver hanging off the hook and dialed the number 62442, waiting quietly. After a few seconds, the voice of an indifferent woman echoed within the telephone booth. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and the nature of your visit." Felix calmly stated, "Felix Harp, invited to attend the commendation ceremony of Damocles Belby." "Thank you," the woman's cold voice responded. "Guest, please pick up the badge and wear it on your clothing." A square silver badge slid out of the coin slot, bearing the inscription, "Felix Harp, invited visitor." As a guest of the ministry, you are required to undergo security checks at the checkpoint and register your wand. The checkpoint is located at the end of the atrium. Felix pinned the badge to his robe. At this moment, he wondered, is this woman truly real? But the floor of the telephone booth suddenly trembled, and he slowly sank into the ground. After about a minute, the booth came to a stop. "The Ministry of Magic hopes you have a pleasant day," the woman's voice said. The door swung open abruptly, and Felix stepped out, facing a magnificent golden hall. He walked on the polished dark floor, with a row of gilded fireplaces inset on both sides of the walls. This was the official means of commuting for members of the Ministry of Magic. Perhaps due to the weekend, the crowd was not too dense, but there were still a few wizards bustling about in groups of 2s and 3s. A young man with a face full of acne walked past him, clutching a stack of precarious parchment in his arms. Felix gazed at his back, wondering if he knew the person just now. He shook his head, passing the central fountain in the hallway, and approached a desk. Behind the desk sat a wizard in a peacock blue robe, his unshaven beard showing his lack of concern for grooming. A sign above his head read "Security Check." Felix tapped the table with his fingernail. "Good morning, sir. I've come to register my wand." The wizard lifted his head and put down his copy of the Daily Prophet. "Come over here," the wizard said in a lackluster tone. Felix approached him, and the wizard raised a long golden rod, thin like a car antenna. He swept it from top to bottom across Felix's front and back. "Wand," the security wizard muttered, extending his hand. Felix flicked his wrist, and a wand popped out from his sleeve. The wizard blinked. "I've seen quite a few aurors hide their wands that way. Are you a new auror?" "I work at Hogwarts," Felix replied briefly. "Oh, goodness, that's a great job." The wizard's demeanor became much more enthusiastic. "I'm Eric Munch, in charge of security checks most of the time, and occasionally doing some guard duty." "Felix, you can call me that." Eric tossed the wand onto a brass contraption that looked like a scale. The contraption started vibrating slightly. The wizard was in the midst of conversation. "What do you teach?" "I heard Professor Kettleben is retiring, is he still there?" "His classes are really terrible. When I was in school." "Mr. Munch," Felix interrupted, "Professor Kettleben is still teaching young wizards. I'm responsible for ancient runes." As far as he knew, Professor Ketlaban was indeed retiring, but his successor was ready. Rubius Hagrid. Dumbledore was actively working on exonerating Hagrid and restoring his reputation. However, it seemed to be progressing less smoothly, as the culprit of the Chamber of Secrets had not been caught yet. Felix was planning to discreetly get rid of the diary at the right time. But this matter had to come after Dobby. If there were any mishaps in between, he might not get to meet the clumsy little house elf. In truth, restoring Hagrid's reputation and appointing professors were things Dumbledore could handle himself. He just needed to casually mention it at some evening gathering. However, for Hagrid to be allowed to use a wand openly, the approval of the Ministry of Magic was required. And the Ministry of Magic was known for its stubbornness. Beep, beep. A narrow piece of parchment swiftly ejected from the opening at the base of the brass contraption. Eric tore the paper off and read the words on it. 13 inches, blackthorn wood, dragon heartstring core, 10 years of use. Is that correct? Very accurate, Felix said calmly. I'll keep this, the wizard said, sticking the strip of parchment onto a small brass nail. You take this back. He reached out and grabbed the wand. Thank you. Wait a moment, Eric's hand, suspended mid-air, stopped. Across the table, he carefully inspected the badge on Felix's chest. He said slowly, I remember you mentioned earlier, your name is Felix, Felix Harp? The one who contributed to the 87 dueling agreement. Eric Munch's nose turned slightly rosy, his nostrils flaring excitedly, as if he had just spotted something remarkable. Could you share more about it? I mean, that's one of the 28 pure bloods. Though I'm not a fan of them, I'm a half-blood still, they've been around for centuries, and they have some merit. But now one of them has permanently left Britain. It's such a pity. He went on and on. Felix calmly extended his hand. The ebony-like wand in the wizard's hand flew into his own hand with a whoosh. I'm pressed for your time. We can chat another time. He nodded at Eric Munch and turned to leave. Felix took the elevator to the second floor and followed the room numbers as instructed. He passed by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, Improper Use of Magic Office, Fraudulent and Counterfeit Spell Products Investigative Office, and finally found the Office of Wisengamot Affairs. On the left side of the office were two large oak doors swung open inward, looking quite heavy. A conspicuous sign hung on the door, Chamber 3. As Felix approached, a very familiar voice with drawn-out tones came from inside, the smell of potions is not important. My personal preference is to increase the dose of monkshood. Chapter 115, Awarding of Honors. Felix Harp quirked a smile as he entered the reception room. The room had been subtly enlarged with the undetectable extension charm. It appeared modest from the outside, but inside, it resembled a scaled-down version of the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Dark, glossy black wooden boards covered the floor, while the ceiling, painted blue, was adorned with twinkling golden symbols that moved and shifted incessantly. 2 rows of torches were affixed to each of the 4 walls, their red flames burning quietly. Around 20 people were scattered across the room, forming 7 or 8 small groups. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, was surrounded by the largest crowd. He seemed exceptionally animated, his face beaming with smiles, his belly protruding with confidence, a stark contrast to his days at Hogwarts. Not far from the entrance, Severus Snape engaged in conversation with a tall, thin middle-aged wizard with brown curly hair. Severus, you're here too, Felix Harp walked up to the two. Snape looked at him in surprise, his eyes fixed on Felix. He murmured, I didn't expect them to invite you. I don't recall you achieving any remarkable feats in the field of potions. Felix chuckled. Belby and I are friends. We correspond quite often. Snape pursed his lips without saying a word. Felix turned to the wizard. Damocles, it's been a while. The wizard before him was none other than the master potion maker who had invented the wolfsbane potion, Damocles Belby. Belby shook his hand warmly. Felix, I'm delighted to share my joy with you. Leaning in conspiratorially, he added, I recently watched a Muggle performance, quite entertaining. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. What's it about? Felix inquired. A story of a gathering of cats. He replied with some uncertainty. Honestly, I've always thought it was an opera, but Muggles call it a musical. I can't quite grasp the distinction. Felix pondered. Snape stood nearby, surprised by the conversation between them. Even Professor Karidi Babaji, who taught Muggle studies at Hogwarts, wouldn't delve so deeply into Muggle life. Interestingly enough, Felix had led Belby down this rabbit hole. Their initial acquaintance had been marked by Belby writing a letter rebutting some of Felix's claims in a book. His tone was fiery, asserting that Felix had exaggerated. At the time, Felix had regarded him as a muddled pureblood and responded with a creative array of mockery, complete with various data. Surprisingly, Belby had taken it seriously, and he eventually wrote back acknowledging his mistakes. Their correspondence had flourished, and Felix had even visited him a few times. The master potion maker was introverted and socially awkward, but beneath his exterior, he was sensitive and had a knack for the finer things. He had expressed his frustration in letters about how his obsession with potion making had strained his relationships with his family. Felix had advised him to find common ground with his family, to seek shared interests between his own hobbies and theirs. Belby's choice had been opera. From what Felix later learned, Belby had invited his family to watch a highly renowned magical opera during a family gathering. They had been perplexed but had willingly attended. Later, Felix had casually mentioned that the Muggle world had its fair share of excellent operas. In the midst of their conversation, Belby pulled someone over. "This is my brother, Cleaster Belby." Felix looked at the shorter man with matching hair color. "Hello, Cleaster." "Hello, Mr. Harp," the man said enthusiastically. "I've heard Damocles mention you. He holds you in high regard, he's bought 100 copies of your books." Cough, cough. His brother interjected awkwardly. "Felix." Soon enough, other wizards in the vicinity noticed Felix and approached him, striking up conversations. "Harp, long time no see. Heard you've taken up a position at Hogwarts." "That's right. I'm in charge of ancient magical scripts." "Ogden, has things been busy with the Wizangamot recently?" "Not much going on, I hardly bother with those things," the wizard grumbled. Midway through, Fudge also came over to greet everyone. He hinted at an upcoming private gathering, but Felix Harp feigned not understanding, wishing him the best in his endeavors. During this time, more people arrived in the room. Most of them were experts in the field of potions and members of the Wizangamot. There were also a few Ministry of Magic employees and a couple of reporters. A commotion at the entrance drew Felix's attention. He looked up to see a short, plump witch dressed entirely in pink. As she walked by, a strong scent of perfume wafted in the air. The witch headed straight to Fudge and engaged in conversation with him in a high-pitched voice. Belby frowned. "She's the host for today, and it's the one thing I'm not pleased about." "That's Dolores Umbridge, head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office and, of course, a member of the Wizangamot. Her reputation at the Ministry isn't great, she's a rather stringent person." The witch suddenly burst into giggles, causing Belby to tightly close his mouth. Soon, the ceremony officially began. Umbridge stood on a raised platform, facing the 30-odd guests below, her sweet smile on display. "As a member of the Wizangamot, I'm honored to stand here and preside over this award ceremony. I'd like to express special thanks to Minister Cornelius Fudge for his trust in me. Without his sagacious leadership..." At first, Felix Harp listened attentively, but after 10 minutes had passed, he began to drift off. While he was accustomed to exchanging pleasantries with strangers, he had never experienced such a lengthy discourse. When she reached the 20-minute mark, the murmuring from below grew louder. Umbridge had to retrieve her wand from her pocket, tapping the wooden platform before her to hush the crowd. Felix's gaze wandered from the pink bow on her hair to the wand in her hand, a birch wand about 8 inches long. After 3 or 4 more minutes, when the commotion resumed, Umbridge finally got to the point. "Let us welcome today's protagonist Damocles Belby, for his outstanding contribution in inventing the Wolfsbane potion. He is awarded the Order of Merlin, 2nd class." Belby ascended the platform with an expressionless face. "And the guests of honor, Augusta Longbottom and Minister Cornelius Fudge." The head of the Wizangamot Affairs Office, an elderly wizard, handed Belby a gilded certificate, then was promptly ushered away. Umbridge then handed a box to Fudge, who eagerly opened it, revealing a golden medal with a purple ribbon inside. Fudge hung the Order of Merlin around Belby's neck, shaking his hand warmly. Felix noticed that Belby's smile appeared rather forced. Flashes of white light and the sound of clicks filled the room as photographs were taken. Next, Fudge delivered an enthusiastic speech, praising Belby's exceptional contribution, which eradicated the centuries-old threat of werewolves, marking a historic milestone. Felix invoked his earplugs charm around him and turned to Snape, speaking in a low voice. "Why haven't I seen Dumbledore?" Snape squeezed out a sentence between his teeth. "He rarely participates in such events unless he deems them truly necessary." "He's the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, isn't he?" Felix asked. "That's an honor, Felix. The Wizengamot, aside from presiding over the trials of dark wizards at the end of the war, spends most of its time on trivial matters. Do you think Dumbledore would engage in that?" With Snape's explanation, Felix Harp gained a new understanding of the organization. The Wizengamot had a grand reputation as the wizarding world's highest court, functioning as a combination of a court and a parliament. However, in practice, their jurisdiction often overlapped significantly with other departments of the ministry. Wizengamot members could be divided into two categories: those renowned in various fields who were invited to join, and those who formed the Wizengamot Affairs Office, responsible for routine management and paperwork. Yet, they fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic. Ordinary law-breaking cases were tried by this department. Only in cases of significant controversy were all members of the Wizengamot invited to serve as a jury and cast votes. Even so, the ministry often appointed judges directly. As they exited the reception room, Felix inquired of Belby, "Do you have any plans lately?" Belby let out a long breath. "I plan to take a break and explore new things. Wasn't that your suggestion?" A thought suddenly struck Felix Harp. He sized up Belby and, just as the potion master appeared somewhat flustered, he finally spoke. "Damocles, are you interested in experiencing some campus life?" Chapter 116, Invitation. Belper stared at him, puzzled. "Are you planning to send me back to the furnace for reconstruction? Let's find a place to sit and talk. How about the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade?" suggested Felix Harp. "No problem." Belper exchanged a few words with his younger brother and quickly walked over. With Snape gone, the two of them used apparition to arrive directly at the entrance of the 3 broomsticks inn. "What an amazing experience, Felix." "I didn't even feel uncomfortable," marveled Belper. "I usually prefer traveling on my own, unless absolutely necessary." Felix and Belper entered the inn. It was a weekend, and scattered throughout were young wizards from Hogwarts, many of them couples. They looked surprised as they watched Professor Harp and a stranger walk in. "Is that Professor Harp's friend?" thought Clemmy Weasley, her curiosity piqued. The girl next to her stared at the two newcomers with interest. Felix chose a spot in a corner, and Madame Rosmerta came over to take their orders. In less than a minute, their drinks arrived. A glass of low-alcohol honey mead. A glass of pear and lemon cider. She swayed away. Felix tapped the table, and the surrounding noise immediately subsided. "Felix, who is this?" "It's best not to let the young wizards overhear our conversation," Felix pointed discreetly to a few young wizards who were craning their necks to listen. He even recognized a few familiar faces among them. Next, Felix recounted the challenges of taking over the defense against the dark arts position. "So, that's how it is." "I hadn't paid much attention to this matter," Belper said. "There's something I must remind you of about the rumors of a curse on this course from the outside world." Felix omitted Voldemort's existence and used a powerful wizard to represent the source of the curse. Belper hesitated. "According to what you're saying, I only need to teach for about half a year, and the curse won't affect me. Based on the experiences of the past few decades, that seems to be the case. Most wizards who have taught defense against the dark arts have lived well, with only a few exceptions. But they all had their reasons, Damocles. You're an exceptional wizard, and your substitute teaching period is even shorter. This danger is almost negligible." Felix earnestly said, "Hogwarts has the largest collection of books in the world. I believe it could be quite useful for you at this stage." Because they were friends, he offered this suggestion. He knew how passionate Damocles was about potions, and how rich the library of Hogwarts was. In a way, they were of the same kind, both climbing the peaks of magic. Belper's eyes brightened. "Indeed. I've spent over a decade researching Wolfsbane potion, and the lack of similar research materials has been the most frustrating part. Potion masters tended to be rather reclusive wizards, they had less time for socializing, which was influenced by the nature of potion making. Each potion required 1 or 2 months of brewing, and if improvements were desired, it would require hundreds of trials. His mind became active, perhaps he could recharge himself in this half a year a term he picked up from the Muggle world. Moreover, Hogwarts had a potion master he could exchange ideas with, coupled with the temptation of the Forbidden Forest and Professor Sprout's greenhouse. If I agree to teach, do you have any suggestions, Felix? Belper asked, his interest clearly piqued. Felix pondered for a moment. I suggest you prepare a few defensive magical items. I can provide you with them. No need to be nervous, I'm just accustomed to proactively addressing problems. He looked at Belper's expression and added. Secondly, when you communicate with Dumbledore, try to learn more about the course, especially from those who have previously taught defense against the dark arts. How are they doing now? You might even visit some of them. Lastly, prepare your lessons in advance. The proficiency of Hogwarts young wizards might surprise you. Belper smiled. I graduated from Hogwarts as well, Felix. I know what my level was back then. On that day, Felix Harp informed Dumbledore about the matter. So, does this mean we will soon be welcoming an exceptional professor? Dumbledore's face lit up with delight. To be honest, I was about to send out recruitment advertisements. Headmaster Dumbledore, Belper is just considering it for now. He still needs to have a detailed conversation with you. I won't be involved in that aspect. But he's one of the few friends I can get along with, and I hope you can ensure his safety. Dumbledore's azure eyes gazed at Felix, and he smiled gently. Of course. In the following days, Felix didn't pay much attention to this matter. He taught his classes, answered questions, and immersed himself in magical research. This rhythmic life made him lose track of time. A week quickly passed. On a sunny afternoon, the castle's accumulated snow began to melt, and snow water dripped from the eaves. The Weasley twins cornered him after class. Playfully, they produced 2 coins. Felix took them, half suspecting that they had somehow tampered with the fevered nut. However, to his surprise, the coins were intact, and there was something extra. Felix fingered the copper nuts in his hand, looking at the twins, who returned his gaze with mischievous smiles. Are you testing me? He sensed the magic within and, after about 15 seconds, he gripped one of the coins, infusing it with magic. The other copper nut quickly became scorching hot, its surface becoming uneven. Felix studied it closely. Several abbreviated letters appeared on the coin, and he tried to puzzle it out. The most fitting sentence he could come up with was, Fercules is here, make a run for it. Felix. Is this your nighttime prank prop? Well, Professor Harp, Fred said, don't you think this could be a great emergency item useful for a surprise attack on the magical black market, like plugging gaps in defenses and such? Or for passing secret messages between couples, the words on it are just random, George added. Heh. Felix wasn't about to believe that they initially invented this thing for nighttime escapades. And what magical black market? I feel like you're implying something about me. However, their thinking was quite broad. Just as they mentioned, both scenarios had some feasibility. So, what's your purpose in coming to me? He asked. Professor Harp, we've encountered a few problems, like the words on the coin are fixed, and we can't change them. The coin itself is too small to write much. Yet, we're hoping to develop a two-way communication gadget, something like a two-way mirror, but, of course, lower cost. Easier to make. They looked at Professor Harp with eagerness, hoping he could help resolve their confusion. Over the past few years, the twins had independently developed some prank items, but many ideas remained unrealized and were relegated to the back shelf. Fortunately, Professor Harp had promised them that they could always seek his help. After the twins finished speaking, Felix fell into deep thought, standing motionless in place. After a few minutes passed, they exchanged a glance, and Fred said somewhat hesitantly, "You just need to give us a little hint." Chapter 117, The House Elves. Felix Harp snapped back to reality. "Oh, I've been contemplating quite deeply," he mused. He had just connected the twins' thoughts to the future concept of mobile phones, causing his mind to delve into the intricacies within his thought chamber. The short message function, akin to text messaging, was something he could easily replicate. After all, the countless alchemical books in the library weren't just for show. However, beyond this, accomplishing more complex functions wouldn't be so straightforward. After all, wizards from centuries and millennia past didn't possess such vast imaginations. There were numerous things that required his independent research and experimentation. But then again, why bother? Why undertake everything on his own? He stared at the twins. While previously he'd considered them as potentially talented young wizards, his current perspective shifted towards how to nurture them without squandering their innate gifts. Perhaps in the future, he could witness the rise of magical smartphones? Felix had always been a highly goal-oriented individual, yet he didn't shy away from contributing to the improvement of the magical world. Especially when it didn't require too much effort. He addressed the twins, "Of course, I could simply give you the answers or even execute your ideas directly. However, I'd much prefer to foster your abilities." Felix pulled out a piece of parchment, swiftly scribbling down a list of book titles and marking the pages. "This is a reference book list, containing everything you desire. 2 of them are stored in the restricted section, and I'll provide you with a special permission slip." "Thank you so much, Professor Harp," the twins exclaimed dramatically. From their excited expressions, it seemed they were on the verge of rushing forward for an embrace. Felix quickly waved them off. "Also, regarding materials, consider the substances used for the wand cores. Professor, do you have any recommendations? From a personal sensory perspective, I quite fancy ebony, similar to jet. However, reason tells me that choosing chestnut is a wiser option. Its nature is very gentle, without specific biases," Felix said, showing them his own wand, which rested in his hand. The twins left in high spirits. After finishing his second afternoon class, Felix made his way straight to the Great Hall. On the way, he noticed a group of young wizards gathered together, and in the midst stood Professor McGonagall. Her lips were pursed tightly, her expression exceedingly serious. Which young wizard had caused trouble this time? As Felix approached, he realized there were 3 creatures in front of Professor McGonagall. They were so short that they were largely obscured by the young wizards surrounding them. House elves, Felix realized with great curiosity. These creatures had deep green skin and typically stood no taller than a meter. They possessed rough, fierce faces, even when expressionless, an underlying sense of darkness emanating from them. Seeing the house elves, Felix was reminded of someone: Phineas Sparrow, the former Minister for Magic. He had achieved 2 remarkable records: first, becoming Minister for Magic at the age of 109, second, holding the office for an unprecedented 38 years. After him, nearly a century had passed, and yet no one had broken these records. One of his peculiar actions was delivering a tasteless joke during the Wizards and Various Magical Beings Friendly Convention. The joke was about a centaur, a ghost, and a house elf walking into a bar, which offended centaurs and led to an attempted assassination. Felix Harp stood on the outskirts of the circle, engaged in an argument with Professor McGonagall. The most somber-faced of the house elves seemed to be their leader, carrying a tattered bundle on his back and gesturing animatedly. "Madam, we received an invitation, and you can't cancel it." Impatiently, Professor McGonagall responded, "I've said it 3 times already. It was Lockhart who invited you, but he's about to face the Wizengamot for trial." But, we have many talents, let me show you." The elf opened the ragged bundle behind him, taking out a pair of golden wings and affixing them to his back. He also retrieved a petite harp. The other 2 house elves maintained a dark expression, tapping out a rhythm and performing stiff dance movements. And so, the young wizards watched in astonishment as the sullen-faced Cupid with golden wings and a harp burst into song. "Ali la la! We are messengers of love. Kicking little legs all the way, without hesitating. Delivering confessions of love." Felix suddenly froze. He rarely felt nervous around others, but this particular house elf managed to evoke that feeling without a doubt. He stepped forward, wand in hand, and silently cast a spell, Muffliato. The elf opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. He frantically touched his throat, unable to utter a single word. "Professor McGonagall, what's happening?" With an exasperated expression, McGonagall explained, "Gidley Lockhart prepared a special act for Valentine's Day, an ensemble of house elves dressed as cupids to deliver student confessions of love." Felix remarked, "He certainly thinks ahead. It's been nearly half a month since his arrest." McGonagall added, "In fact, he booked this event a month ago." According to them, she snorted at the house elves, "They've been quite popular." Clearing her throat, she turned to the elf, "Since you haven't entered into a contract with Hogwarts, I regretfully," she trailed off. The house elves were now in tears, creating a peculiar scene. Their stern, somber faces were now silently weeping, leaving the observing young wizards with mixed emotions. Neither laughter nor sympathy could accurately capture the sentiment. "We're willing to offer a discount," the lead elf said. "It's just too tough, our team won't have enough to eat." Finally, Professor McGonagall escorted them away, leaving the problem for Dumbledore to worry about. Not long after, the latest news arrived. Dumbledore agreed to allow the House Elf group to perform during the Valentine's Day feast, but declined their offer to help students deliver love letters and proclamations free of charge. In the common room, an older student provided more accurate information. Rumor has it, Dumbledore's decision is a way to welcome the newly appointed Dark Arts Defense Professor on that very day. Chapter 118, Discussions. On the day before Valentine's Day, a restless youthful energy pervaded Hogwarts, bringing the entire school to life. Among the young wizarding community, various techniques for confession were being passed around. From the preferred methods of confession, like beneath the mistletoe, to what attire to wear during confessions, a comprehensive set of advice was compiled. There was even a sudden influx of low-quality love potions, prompting several professors to firmly shut down a few students and thus put an end to this trend. As a result, the focus of the young wizards shifted to the star students of each house. They began discussing which wizard was the most dashing and which witch was the most beautiful. Some particularly popular individuals even gained devoted admirers, like Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff. He was already quite popular, and his talents displayed in several dueling classes quickly spread his fame to other years and houses. Harry had been feeling a bit troubled recently. With the combined aura of a savior and the recognition of his special contributions to the school, his fame remained consistently high. Especially after displaying the corpse of the serpent during school, the fear of the serpent transformed into a deep respect for Harry, Ron, and Hermione. However, this reverence was even more noticeable with Harry. He was the only one who exhibited such remarkable combat talent, his disarming charm even surpassing that of many older students. This earned him a group of admirers. "Harry, a few girls over there are looking at you again. Can't you do something about it?" Hermione said irritably. Harry looked at a bunch of younger witch students in a corner of the library, feeling quite helpless. Their behavior was quite audacious as they stared at him directly. Whenever he glanced their way, they hid their faces behind books and giggled. Ginny, not far away, was working on her homework, occasionally stealing glances at Harry while flipping through her book. It didn't take long for Harry's problem to be resolved on its own. Madame Pants, the librarian, waved her wand and chased away these disruptive young witches. He heaved a sigh of relief. Ron, on the other hand, was somewhat envious. The ones who loved hearing his stories were all boys, and the enthusiasm for his tales was gradually waning. As the three exited the library, they began discussing the new professor. "I wonder what the new professor is like. Hopefully not someone like Lockhart or Quirrell," Ron said with a shudder, clearly haunted by the memories those two left him. "I've learned a lot from the dueling classes," Harry said nonchalantly. His favorite class this year was undoubtedly Defense Against the Dark Arts, though it was a pity that it only happened twice a month. "Harry, dueling class is different from Defense Against the Dark Arts. The latter teaches you to resist danger, while dueling is just one way of doing so," Hermione said. "Actually, Snape's theories align quite well with the requirements of Defense Against the Dark Arts." Ron stared at her in shock, as if she had just uttered something astonishingly unconventional. "Oh, come on, I'm just giving an objective assessment," Hermione said. Harry remained silent. His objection wasn't to Snape's view on dueling, but to Snape himself. On this point, the two of them understood each other quite well. He didn't like Snape, and Snape didn't like him either. So, he changed the subject, saying, "Any rumors about the new professor? Let's avoid the topic of the dwarves." As they spoke, a disgruntled dwarf passed by them with a scowl on his face. Ever since Dumbledore approved the dwarves' Valentine's Day performance, they had brought the entire team to Hogwarts, 12 in total. These green-skinned dwarves moved around the school, becoming the unique sight of February this year. Harry was quite relieved that they didn't have the habit of wearing golden wings and playing harps in their everyday attire. The trio watched as the dwarves disappeared from view. Hermione responded to Harry's previous question, "The new professor's name is Damocles Belby. He's a potions master and has just been awarded the Order of Merlin, 2nd class, for inventing the Wolfsbane potion." "Potions master? Wolfsbane potion?" Harry asked, perplexed. "Order of Merlin? That thing Lockhart bragged about," Ron added with disgust. The young witch first addressed Harry. "The Wolfsbane potion is a newly invented potion this year. It allows werewolves to maintain their sanity during a full moon transformation." Then she turned to Ron. "Professor Belby received a 2nd class order, which is quite different from Lockhart's." Harry nodded in understanding. How do you know all this? Ron asked curiously. I heard from Professor Harp. He's good friends with the new professor and even recommended him to Dumbledore, the young witch explained. Ron muttered, why would he recommend his own friend? I mean, the curse. Hermione shook her head, even she couldn't fathom Professor Harp's actions. Privately, she thought Professor Harp's judgment might have been flawed. But she countered Ron, saying, the new professor is only covering half the term's classes. I suppose he may not see it as too dangerous. She wasn't entirely confident in her response. Ron grumbled, still sounds dangerous. It wasn't until the evening, during a break in the common room, that they received some semblance of an answer to their questions. Ginny spoke somewhat awkwardly. Luna's mother died in a magical accident. She told me that if you want to research something new, you're bound to encounter all sorts of dangers. Unless you do nothing at all. Ancient Runes Classroom. Felix Harp was sorting through his findings. Over the weekend, he had shared the serpent creature's materials with Snape. The other professors were not particularly interested, except for Professor Burbage and Hagrid, who had come to see a few times. Professor Burbage's reaction was the most genuine. She looked regretful and said, if only we could have kept it alive. I mean, prepared better. Given this professor's exaggerated history, Felix was quite skeptical. Hagrid's attitude was more complex. His large hand touched the scales of the serpent creature, and he said with a hint of sadness, I was expelled because of it, not long after my dad passed away. He loved me so much, those were dark days. He wiped his tears with a dirty handkerchief, sharing his sorrow with Felix. However, before Felix could find comforting words, Hagrid adjusted his tone on his own. He looked at the serpent creature's venomous fangs and its empty eyes and said, charming creatures, aren't they? Laid out before Felix were shimmering green serpent skin and the scales separated from it, along with a dozen venomous fangs. These were the results of his processing. Originally, the scales on the serpent skin couldn't be peeled off, just like with most snakes. What was referred to as scales were actually the snake's superficial skin and accumulated keratin. Yet, under the influence of magic, nothing was impossible. Felix easily separated the scales from the skin. Serpent creatures had extremely high magical resistance, comparable to that of a Hungarian horntail dragon. Even if a spell hit their thick scales, it might only leave a shallow dent. He was considering using the serpent skin to craft a close-fitting armor. That way, ordinary spells wouldn't affect him at all. As for the scales, Felix hadn't decided how to handle them yet. Magical inertness posed a challenge. He could only hope that Professor Snape would discover a use for serpent creature scales, preferably transforming them into rare potion ingredients. Chapter 119, Valentine's Day. Felix Harp gazed at the gleaming green snakeskin before him, pondering the methods of its creation. Firstly, impurities need to be dealt with. This step could take inspiration from the process of handling the bindweed, but the characteristics of the serpent and the striking willow's branches are entirely different. February 14th, Valentine's Day. When the young wizards and witches rose early to the Great Hall for breakfast, they discovered that the walls were covered with large, dazzling pink flowers. Heart-shaped multicolored paper confetti continuously floated down from the pale blue ceiling. Even the usually mundane corridors were adorned with holly and mistletoe garlands. Many young wizards and witches chuckled foolishly as they dined. On this day, the professors would turn a blind eye to minor misdeeds, though don't expect them to greet you with smiles either. I bet Percy would have been sour at the sight of this, Ron remarked, pointing towards a couple of pairs holding hands in the distance he and Percy had reconciled, but he couldn't resist his habitual sarcasm. But all of this was none of their concern. After Harry, Ron, and Hermione finished breakfast, they hurried off to their classes. Evening arrived. They entered the Great Hall with weary bodies, and the long tables were already filled with numerous young wizards. As expected, they spotted little dwarves dressed as cupids, but these dwarves stood solemnly on a makeshift platform, playing harps with a sullen expression. Not too bad, at least not enough to make people flee. Two of the smallest dwarves seemed to have yet to master this art. They stood about 2 or 3 meters from the entrance, reaching into their pockets to retrieve handfuls of colorful confetti. Any group of 2 or more young wizards passing by them would be met with a light shower of confetti. Harry and his friends saw Dean and Lavender leading the way, showered in the rain of colored confetti. Lavender stood awkwardly in place, while Dean muttered something incomprehensible and quickly moved away. Laughter erupted from the long tables. Lavender scratched her head and joined in the laughter, her round face turning slightly rosy. Harry, Ron, and Hermione promptly maneuvered along the walls to avoid the mischievous dwarves. Soon enough, one unsuspecting pair after another fell prey to the confetti showers. If they were a young couple, they would smile generously, not feeling embarrassed. However, if they were just friends, the expressions on their faces were enough to make the nearby young wizards laugh for quite a while. At the teacher's table, Professor Binns looked at the lively scene and said, somewhat surprised, I never thought Hogwarts would celebrate Valentine's Day now. You see, back in my time, we were quite secretive about such matters. Felix Harp chimed in, perhaps it's to welcome you. Don't be absurd, Felix, the middle-aged wizard replied, glancing around, why haven't I seen Professor Snape? He probably doesn't appreciate this scene. He might arrive a bit later. True, he does have quite the serious demeanor. Belby, Professor Binns said, our last encounter was rather brief, and we didn't get a chance to talk much. He has some insightful thoughts. About the Wolfsbane potion, perhaps. Indeed, he seems to have ideas for improving the Wolfsbane potion. I hope we can collaborate. I am willing to provide the initial research materials. Did you not consider inviting others before? Felix Harp curiously asked. I did, but there wasn't much interest, Belby regretfully replied. Professor Slughorn did offer some suggestions, but he declined to participate. Slughorn. Felix Harp wasn't hearing this name for the first time. Yes, he used to be my potions professor. But he's retired now, and his whereabouts are uncertain. It's hard to reach him. After about 15 minutes, the other professors arrived one by one. Professor Flitwick took the empty seat next to Felix Harp, and Professor McGonagall sat right next to Flitwick. Snape chose a spot from afar. Just as Harry was getting quite bored listening to the dwarves play the same tune for the 7th time, the banquet finally commenced. Dumbledore tapped his glass to quiet the young wizards. With a smile on his face, he introduced their new professor to everyone. It is with great pleasure that I introduce to you Damocles Belby. He has kindly agreed to fill the vacancy for Defense Against the Dark Arts in the latter half of this school year. The applause from the young wizards was sparse. The previous professors had already exhausted their enthusiasm. Belby stood up, bowed to the crowd, and spoke, I am honored to return to Hogwarts after many years. Although I will only be here for the first half of the year, I will do my best to fulfill my duties. Belby's words were sincere. His appearance and attire weren't as dazzling as Lockhart's, who seemed to want to catch everyone's eye. This directly earned him some limited goodwill from the young wizards. The most evident sign of this was that as he sat down, the young wizard's applause was orderly and quite loud. Seated next to Felix Harp, Professor Flitwick engaged in a hushed conversation with him. Felix, I heard you are using a new kind of teaching tool in your classes. Yes, Phileas, I call it the answering parchment. Professor McGonagall, a seat away, subtly slowed her chewing. I don't mean to say this to offend you, I've seen it from the students. I found it quite useful even for spell theory. Are you thinking of using the answering parchment in your spell classes? Flitwick stumbled over his words. With the wizarding level exams only a few months away, the theoretical scores of some young wizards are worrisome. He looked at Felix Harp, if there's anything you need help with. Felix Harp chuckled lightly, Phileas, I have no objections to that. However, I've come across some challenges. If we were to add more subjects, we'd have to make improvements upon the existing setup. It's not something I can tackle alone. I'm thinking of inviting you to join me in this research. I would be delighted, Flitwick readily agreed. McGonagall found her moment to interject, I can also lend a hand. Phileas, I've envisioned including all Hogwarts subjects. But it would require a respected professor to facilitate this. McGonagall pondered for a moment, I will look into others' thoughts on this. It's a good idea. But how would you consolidate so many subjects onto a single piece of parchment? By utilizing synchronous magic, Felix Harp explained. The parchment in the young wizard's hands merely acts as a simple magical receptacle for information, with relatively basic magical inscriptions and alchemical means. I also have a scroll made of dragon hide, storing the past few years' wizarding level exam questions. But this would mean the young wizards can only use the answering parchment at Hogwarts. Well, teaching one-to-many, Flitwick mused, I believe I've heard someone mention this approach before. Chapter 120, Verdict. Is it a two-faced mirror? Felix Harp inquired with interest. No, Felix, I don't think so, Flitwick pondered. Professor McGonagall offered her own speculation, perhaps it's a magical newspaper. A newspaper? Felix looked at her, the idea hadn't crossed his mind before. Exactly, I remember the Daily Prophet had a similar technique. If news changed, the content of the newspaper changed as well, Professor McGonagall added, although this situation is quite rare now, they prefer to move such things to the evening edition of the day. She reminisced, during the times of war, the Ministry of Magic used the Daily Prophet for emergency notifications. Felix was somewhat surprised. In his impression, the Daily Prophet wasn't particularly known for journalistic integrity, they were probably more concerned with their circulation. Hence the separation between the daily and evening editions, as well as the Sunday edition, the Sunday Prophet. The overall viewpoint of the Daily Prophet leaned towards the Ministry of Magic, so, was this cooperation established a long time ago? Did they use synchronous magic as well? He wanted to know more. I believe so. There might be various charms used on the newspaper. It's their exclusive technology not seen in other publications, Professor McGonagall replied. Felix contemplated, so, they were somewhat similar to his answering parchment, perhaps even more sophisticated. Their newspapers covered the entirety of Britain. Except for the lack of interactivity. Not exactly, Flitwick said, somewhat puzzled. Odd, I shouldn't have forgotten. Professor McGonagall widened her eyes, stuttering as she interrupted him. See, could it possibly be that person's mark, Felix? Oh, heavens, no, of course not. Flitwick's voice turned sharp. Felix listened quietly. Were they talking about the dark mark? He hadn't studied it, but from what he remembered, it was a kind of patterned magical contract, with abilities for tracking and summoning. Maybe Voldemort added his personal touch? Belby, who had been silent on the side, suddenly spoke up. Speaking of which, I've seen something similar in the Muggle world. Exactly, that's it. Belby's words sparked an idea in Flitwick. He exclaimed with surprise, I remember now, I heard about it from Professor Cuthbert Binns. Cuthbert Binns? The History of Muggle Studies professor? Felix recalled, he hadn't met this professor many times, she seemed to reside mostly off campus. Cuthbert showed me pictures of it, all square and neat. I can't recall its name. Flitwick looked at Belby, hoping for a response. Oh, I remember, it's called a mobile phone, Belby said, I saw someone using it at a Muggle theatre. I asked them about it, I said I'm from the countryside. He grinned at Felix. This was a passage Felix had mentioned in his work, Interacting with Muggles, a guide. Flitwick gave Belby an affirmative look. That's the thing, mobile phone? They say Muggles can have conversations across vast distances. Cuthbert complained to me that her paper on it got outright ignored, they thought it was some sort of fantasy, just a bunch of old-fashioned notions. Professor McGonagall wasn't well versed in Muggle artifacts. She asked in puzzlement, has the Muggle world really advanced this much? What do they rely on for long-distance communication? Now, Flitwick and Belby couldn't come up with an answer, their knowledge in this area was quite limited. Felix let out a gentle sigh. Felix Harp knew what kind of book he should write this year, a guide to Muggle world technology. However, Professor Binns' experience provided him a good counterexample. If he presented something beyond Wizard's imagination right from the start, it might not make much of a splash. His previous 2 books had covered the development history and thought processes of ordinary people, which Wizards could understand. Moreover, he intentionally included numerous examples of social interactions, making them quite practical, useful for public officials who needed guidance in dealing with Muggles. This was why his books received professional recognition. It also allowed him to sneak in some of his genuine personal viewpoints. How should he structure the new book? Felix contemplated. It has to be simple, clear, and straightforward. Not too much, just enough, he thought. Some basic mechanical components, prototypes of energy utilization, even simple and repeatable physical experiments. He suddenly recalled his conversation with Miss Granger about Lockhart, where he mentioned that he admired how Lockhart incorporated knowledge into his stories. Maybe I'll imitate that in the future, he had told his assistant. Now, it seemed like he could write a fairy tale version of Adventures of a Young Wizard. Felix. Flitwick looked at him. Just thinking about some interesting things, Felix said. He added visiting Professor Binns to his schedule. As for improving the answering parchment, he had many brainstormed ideas from young wizards that he hadn't yet tapped into. Along with the two-faced mirror, magical newspapers, dark marks, and mobile phones, these things were sparking his inspiration and direction. Midway through, several professors finalized their collaboration plans. Belby felt somewhat regretful, as he wasn't skilled in this area at all. After the dinner, the young wizards left in pairs, their understanding unspoken. Some male and female wizards quietly vanished from the main group, seeking secluded spots for their rendezvous. I wonder how many couples Fleur Delacour will catch tonight. Felix's mind entertained random thoughts. Back in his office, he perused the evening edition of the Daily Prophet. The front page headline caught his attention. Gilderoy Lockhart faces 7-year imprisonment, fans criticize the ministry. This intrigued Felix. According to the newspaper, Lockhart deeply regretted his actions and was willing to heal and compensate those he had harmed, hoping to avoid severe punishment. He had also donated a substantial 20,000 galleons to various reputable magical organizations. Yet, Wisengamot still sentenced him to 7 years. The way Felix saw it, this punishment was noticeably lenient. Moreover, the dementors that ordinary wizards dreaded weren't as fearsome for a memory charmer like Lockhart. But for Lockhart, losing his brilliant reputation and future seemed to be the most dreadful punishment, right? However, that wasn't the most surprising news of the day. In a corner, he found a seemingly insignificant piece. Former chief editor of the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter, faces long-term charges of concealing animagus status and illegally gaining others' secrets for personal gain. However, recently, the ministry abruptly revoked all charges, instead sentencing her to a fine of 2,000 galleons. It's been reported that more than one high-ranking ministry official stated there was no direct evidence of Rita Skeeter's guilt. Felix suddenly chuckled, Rita, oh Rita. He truly felt enlightened. Gilderoy Lockhart and Rita Skeeter were, in a way, remarkably similar. They both achieved fame through illicit means as prominent male and female wizards. Lockhart even obtained a prestigious Order of Merlin, third-class badge as a symbol of honor. Nevertheless, when their wrongdoings came to light, their fates were entirely different. Lockhart received leniency but still went to prison, while Skeeter's punishment was virtually inconsequential. Felix's light blue eyes reflected the Hogwarts night scene as he wondered, just how many secrets of the high and mighty do you know, Rita Skeeter? A string of controversial names of high-ranking ministry officials flickered through his mind. Cornelius Fudge, Barty Crouch, Ludovic Bagman, Dolores Umbridge, Pius Thickness. Chapter 121, Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. A new day dawned, and Damocles Belby had his breakfast, heading to his first class with a cheerful disposition. Following Felix Harp's advice and after a discussion with Dumbledore, he had visited 12 wizards who had previously taught the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. This gave him first-hand information about the rumored curse. According to these predecessors, the curse's effects were exceedingly subtle, almost imperceptible. However, after about 6 months, hidden things started to influence them, often encountering seemingly coincidental accidents. As time went on, these accidents would multiply. Their advice to Belby was, when one day, while brewing a potion, you encounter a failure that shouldn't happen, it's time to start preparing to leave. Belby held onto these words dearly in his heart. In the remaining days, he began earnestly preparing his lesson. Today's lesson is for the second-year students. They should already possess the skills to handle red caps. Nevertheless, I better be cautious, he thought. It was his first class, and Belby's heart raced with excitement and anxiety. As he arrived at the classroom door, the chattering young wizards focused their gaze upon him. The professor appeared rather ordinary, tall and lean, seeming somewhat delicate. Yet, he used magic to levitate 2 large cages draped in cloth, sparking a hint of anticipation among the students. Under the circumstances, their expectations were already quite low. The professor stood at the door and beckoned, "Follow me, young wizards. Today is a practical lesson, and I need to assess your combat proficiency." He commanded the floating cages to vanish into the doorway. "Oh, and don't forget your wands." The young wizards hurriedly gathered their belongings, exchanging amazed glances. It had been quite a while since they had a practical class on defense against the dark arts, unless one counted that memorable lesson from this year. During that class, Gilderoy Lockhart had brought a cage of Cornish pixies, throwing the classroom into chaos. "Do you know what this reminds me of?" Ron asked suggestively. "Those little blue-faced creatures certainly won't be this quiet," Harry Riley responded. In fact, that practical lesson was the aftermath they, along with Hermione, had dealt with recapturing the Cornish pixies. Hermione's freezing charm had been a tremendous help. They walked through the corridors and entered a quiet, empty classroom. Belby placed the metallic cage in a corner, emitting a faint, squeak, squeak sound from within. Neville, who was walking in front, involuntarily shrunk back a little, fearing that something inside might grab his ear and take off to the ceiling. What do you think it might be? Harry wondered aloud. From the sound, it's somewhat like an easel, Ron speculated. But Neasels should appear in care of magical creatures classes. They're not dangerous, Hermione pointed out. I just hope it's not an acromantula, Ron said hopefully, thinking of Hagrid's collection of giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest. He often wondered about Hagrid's thought process. This piece of information about Hagrid's collection of creatures came from their investigation into the Chamber of Secrets monster. When he later saw the photos and information that Hermione had found about acromantulas, Ron couldn't help but feel bothered by it. He even gave it a name, Aragog. Belby looked sentimentally at the classroom, reminiscing about his own school days, a period that wasn't particularly rosy because he didn't quite fit in back then. He reintroduced himself. Many of you might not be familiar with me. I am Damocles Belby. While I have a certain expertise in potion making, I am also fully qualified to teach you defense against the dark arts. To some extent, I have an advantage. I've looked through the second-year curriculum, and you need to learn some counter curses and how to handle low-risk magical creatures properly. Interestingly enough, my extensive knowledge of potion making coincides with them. He told a dry joke, and by its effect, the young wizards indeed seemed frozen. Ron whispered to Harry, I guess Hagrid won't be fond of him. But he suddenly had a thought. He really wanted to introduce Aragog to this new professor. Harry agreed. Anyone who dared to treat Hagrid's darlings as potion ingredients would surely drive Hagrid mad. After finishing his introduction, Belby called out names from his list, remembering each young wizard's name. Miracin bursted. Navi Longbottom. Ronald Weasley. After calling out all the names, the young wizards raised their hands curiously, having received various true and false rumors beforehand. Professor, did you receive the Order of Merlin? Yes, just this month. Are you a Master Poti-Oner? That's how others have described me. What's Wolfsbane potion? A potion that alleviates the symptoms of lycanthropy during a full moon. Who's stronger, you or Professor Snape? This was a Gryffindor asking, while the Slytherins gave him hostile stares. Well, our research focuses are different, so there's no meaningful comparison. After a few minutes, Belby realized he couldn't let these wandering young minds keep bombarding him with questions. They seemed to want him to challenge Snape to a duel, fighting for the title of Hogwarts' top potion master. Clearing his throat, Belby said, Today, we'll review what you've learned so far. Red caps. I'll ask a few questions, and if you answer correctly, you'll earn points. Professor. A young wizard interrupted him, What's a red cap? Belby was momentarily taken aback. A red cap is a magical creature similar to gnomes. They're found in the northern European region, and, He looked at the puzzled expressions below, You haven't learned about red caps. In response, there was a synchronized shaking of heads and sighs. Belby halted, sensing something amiss. He called on a student, What have you all been studying? Seamus Finnegan stood up, uttering bewildering words, Professor, we've been learning to play vampires. He unbuttoned his outer robe and draped it over himself like a cloak, baring his teeth and striking an aristocratic pose. Many of the young wizards burst into laughter. That's amusing, but it's not the answer I was looking for. Finally, Hermione raised her hand to explain their year's curriculum to this bewildered new professor. So, apart from the first class with the Cornish pixies, you've had no practical lessons. Belby was thoroughly dumbfounded. He had indeed inquired about the course and prepared himself mentally, but nobody had told him that the illustrious defense against the dark arts class had no practical component. After about half a minute, he managed to gather his thoughts. All right then, let's learn about red caps today. He waved his wand, unveiling the cage's curtain. The creature in the cage startled them. It was a small, emaciated creature with a layer of red fur on its head, the rest of its exposed skin giving off a dirty, tawny color. You can come closer to observe, Belby said. The young wizards cautiously approached, observing the intimidating creature. Curled within the cage, the red caps bared their teeth, one of them suddenly striking the magically reinforced metal cage with its claw. Boom! The bars of the cage emitted a loud noise but remained unscathed. The young wizards were still taken aback. Harry clearly saw that the creature's claws were disproportionately exaggerated compared to its body, its nails measuring at least 1.5 inches. Belby's explanatory voice reached them. Have you noticed their claws? I believe someone has. Their forelimbs are incredibly agile, allowing them to use rudimentary tools like twigs, sticks, and stones. Redcaps are attracted to blood. Apart from their normal hunting, if they encounter lone muggles or young wizards in the wild, they ambush from behind. Today, we'll learn how to deal with them. Chapter 123, The Scarlet Hat. You want us to deal with this thing? What if we get hurt? Said a young wizard with platinum blonde hair. And who might you be? Draco Malfoy, he drawled, emphasizing his last name. Belby just nodded. I've heard of the Malfoy family. Don't worry, I'll be watching from the sidelines. He added, and if you do get injured, don't fret, the injuries caused by the Scarlet Hat are quite manageable. He glanced at the small wizards below who were silent as mice. I've brewed a batch of healing potions specifically, rare gems in the market. Draco looked at the new professor with a pallid face, clearly uncomfortable with Belby's somewhat calculating expression. The Scarlet Hat is swift in its hunting, it changes direction abruptly, rolls to avoid the prey's counterattacks. We can use Expulsion Hex against it. Similarly, Petrification Curse, Freezing Charm, Leg-Locking Curse, Jelly Legs Jinx, Tickling Hex, and Disarming Charm are all effective. Apart from dark magic, I have no specific requests. Young wizards, show me your skills. Belby said passionately. Professor, can we use the Disarming Charm? A young wizard asked. Belby looked at him strangely. If you know how, certainly. But that's not a spell you should be mastering at your age. Professor, I learned it in dueling class, the wizard with light brown hair said confidently. Other wizards took a couple of steps back. Nawi Longbottom and Seema Finnegan, also known as the two great accident makers in the classroom, were renowned for accidents in potions and charms classes respectively. What bizarre mistakes his spells might produce was a mystery, even Professor Flitwick couldn't unravel. Very well, and you are Seema Finnegan, I presume? Step forward. Belby opened the cage, subtly using a softening charm to soften the Scarlet Hat's nails. Amidst the eager anticipation of the young wizards, Seema loudly pronounced the incantation of the disarming charm. Deprive of thy weapon. Hiss. Seema's wand emitted a muffled sound, like the distant rumble of winter thunder. A series of sparks shot out from the tip of his wand, accompanied by black smoke, spraying wildly. The young wizards quickly huddled in the corner, and Seema's wand came to a stop, but his sparks had ignited the red hair on the Scarlet Hat's head. Belby quickly shouted, clear waters like springs, extinguishing the flames. He turned to Seema. Not quite a successful attempt, your disarming charm isn't proficient in actual combat, you'll find using unfamiliar spells against danger is quite foolish. Can you do any other spells? The leg-locking curse? Excellent, but try it on the table first. This time, fortunately, no problems arose, and Seema successfully repelled the Scarlet Hat using the leg-locking curse. Of course, this might be because the Scarlet Hat dared not come close, with most of its red fur burned. Belby wiped his brow on the side. Next, the young wizards formed a queue and, guided by Belby, took turns challenging. As Belby didn't forbid them from using self-learned minor curses, the collective strength of the young wizards took a step forward. Those at the forefront stumbled and fumbled through the task. Dean Thomas's jelly legs jinx caused the Scarlet Hat to stumble and collapse, rendering it completely limp. Draco Malfoy's tickling hex made the Scarlet Hat burst into uncontrollable laughter. Pansy Parkinson's expulsion hex forced the Scarlet Hat to retreat repeatedly, unable to approach. Hermione Granger's freezing charm froze the Scarlet Hat in place, only its small eyes darting around. Ron's petrification curse immobilized the Scarlet Hat's legs, turning it into a stone-like form on the ground. Harry's disarming charm sent the Scarlet Hat flying far away, unable to recover for a while. Midway through, the two Scarlet Hats seemed unwilling to attack anymore. However, when Belby produced a vial of deep red, blood-like potion and pointed at the young wizards, they became excited. Subsequently, the young wizards were hit hard. The Scarlet Hats displayed remarkable aggression and adept hunting techniques in the subsequent tests. They agilely changed directions with their forelimbs, emitting threatening noises with their mouths, causing hesitation in the young wizards facing them. For the young wizards, once they hesitated or became timid, their performance faltered. For instance, Neville Longbottom, after several failed attempts at spellcasting, began to run around the classroom, earning laughter from Slytherin students. Soon, he was cornered, and the Scarlet Hat used its softened nails to continuously scratch his thighs. Counterattack. Neville Longbottom, you need to counterattack, in whatever way you can, Professor Belby shouted loudly from the side. Summoning courage, Neville grabbed the Scarlet Hat's claw and flung it away. The young wizards watched as the small Scarlet Hat flew through the air, traversing half the classroom, only to be caught by Belby using a levitation charm. Neville seemed to have opened up new possibilities for them. Very good. Do you see? The Scarlet Hat isn't that formidable. When you're cornered, instead of fearing and retreating, it's better to fight back with all your might. Crabbe, who was big and burly, wanted to replicate this process. He attempted a direct punch, hoping to knock down the Scarlet Hat decisively. However, the Scarlet Hat skillfully evaded and ended up tripping him from behind. The Scarlet Hat leaped onto Crabbe's chest, attempting to claw at his face and eyes. What did I say? Don't cower, summon your courage. Scarlet Hats aren't superior in physical endurance, their strength lies in surprise attacks and agility, Professor Belby encouraged. But Crabbe let out an exaggerated scream until Belby used a spell to pull the Scarlet Hat away, at which point Crabbe continued to shout. Draco couldn't help but pat him and said, "Don't talk nonsense, you don't have any injuries on your face." When the lesson came to an end, Belby breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had foreseen the situation and preemptively cast a spell to soften the Scarlet Hat's nails. Otherwise, half of the young wizards might have been knocked down. Although he could indeed heal them, it wouldn't sound good if he knocked down a bunch of students in the first lesson. Addressing the young wizards, he summed up the class. How many of you noticed that the Scarlet Hat's nails were softened with a spell? A few hands were raised. That shouldn't be, really shouldn't be. Belby shook his head. All the young wizards after Longbottom should have realized it, he doesn't have a single scratch on him. The young wizards began to feel embarrassed, but at the time, they genuinely hadn't noticed. Observation of details, assessment of the situation, these are things you need to think seriously about. Well, for your assignment, write a paper of at least 8 inches discussing your gains and losses from this class. Chapter 124, Professors. This lesson also made the new professor, Burby, realize a part of reality that times have truly changed. The average level he had in mind and the average level displayed by young wizards differed drastically, making him doubt life itself. Perhaps it's just this particular year that's below par. Burby thought with unrealistic hope. The young wizards streaming out of the classroom seemed particularly pleased with the new professor. Today's class was absolutely fantastic. Did you see me use the leg locker curse? I totally exceeded my own abilities. Crabbe looked utterly foolish. After all the classes for the day concluded, Burby finally gained a clear understanding of the magical accomplishments of the young wizards. He no longer held on to any shred of luck, he was even leaning towards the opposite extreme. They seemed to lack a sense of danger and only know how to stand still and chant spells, Burby complained to Felix Harp during dinner. Felix chuckled heartily. I told you, Damocles, to get to know their level in advance. But this is completely different from when I was in school, Burby remarked. In truth, the older years have a decent level, they've at least mastered quite a few useful spells, but they lack the skill to apply them flexibly. However, in recent years, the professors for this course haven't been very reliable, leading to a complete lack of awareness in the younger students about guarding against danger, Felix explained. He suggested. Dark arts defense and dueling are closely related, we can have them interact. Interact. You also know that many dueling spells are equally applicable in dark arts defense. Spells like the Ironclad Curse or the Entrapment Hex. Burby looked pensive. Dark arts defense, a class teaching students how to use magic to protect themselves from dark creatures and dark magic, involved learning offensive and defensive spells to fend off danger. But the content of the course extended far beyond danger, had multiple sources: dark wizards, dark magic, dangerous magical creatures, magical plants, handling minor curses, and responding to common dangerous situations. Rather than just defense against dark magic, it was more like defense against potential danger. Identifying danger, perceiving danger, responding to danger, as well as assessing the strength of opponents, finding weaknesses. These were the core principles behind the Dark Arts Defense course. Therefore, Burby shouldn't and couldn't invest a lot of time in having young wizards focus solely on one or two sources of danger. From this perspective, Dueling could naturally be considered a supplement and practical part of the dark arts defense course. This was also one of the reasons why Lockhart easily gained approval for the dueling club. In the following period, Felix Harp put all his energy into upgrading the answering parchment. Professor McGonagall exercised her authority as deputy headmistress and gathered almost all the corresponding subject professors for a professorial meeting. The professors raised their hands to express their willingness to participate in this plan. Aside from a few courses like the practical flying class and divination, known as requiring rarefied vision to learn, along with some elective classes, like illusion shape-shifting and career counseling, the professors of other subjects eagerly agreed to join in. Professor Kettleben had a complex expression as he spoke. I've always hoped to do something meaningful before formal retirement. I had plans to organize an opera and invite my giant friends. Felix Harp was quite relieved he abandoned that idea. As for the history of magic professor the ghost Cuthbert Binns, his translucent silver-white form took on a peculiarly luminescent and pale state, raising concerns that he might feel his existence was being replaced, thus vanishing forever. But fortunately, he was just somewhat excited. This is good, I believe the young wizard's grades in the history of magic will improve. From an observer's standpoint, a room full of professors coming together would reveal many interesting things. For instance, Professors Flitwick and Sprout rarely made direct eye contact, yet they didn't exhibit any bodily language of resistance toward each other. Or, Snape's demeanor toward Burby was cold, but he didn't refuse to discuss potion knowledge with him. Felix also met the divination professor for the first time since joining, Sybil Trelawney. 3 years hadn't changed her appearance. Trelawney appeared very thin, high cheekbones, her large glasses reflected firelight, making her expression difficult to discern, like a large beetle coming forward. Only when you got closer could you make out her eyes, magnified several times. She draped a thin, transparent, shimmering shawl over herself, heavy necklaces and beads hung from her slender neck, bracelets and rings adorned her arms and hands. Perhaps she's the professor at Hogwarts who understands self-presentation the most, cloaked in an air of mystery, Felix thought. He didn't have good feelings about this divination professor because she had repeatedly hinted during Felix's time as a student that he would meet with misfortune. And when Felix realized he had no aptitude for divination, he promptly dropped the class. This left his divination grades perpetually in a dismal state. Oh, Felix, I remember you. In the eyes of ordinary folk, you were a wizard with remarkable potential, but in my sight, Trelawney pointed to her own eyes, staring straight at him, I saw vast murkiness and darkness. Felix, I believe it's because you haven't yet emerged from a state of inebriation, Professor McGonagall interjected without mincing words, also not holding any fondness for this vague and mystical professor. Trelawney blushed and said, inner eye does not change due to external influences, whether I've been drinking or not. She huffily took a seat in an empty chair. During this meeting, Felix also took the opportunity to have a tentative conversation with the Muggle Studies professor, Karidi Babaji, which left him somewhat disappointed. This professor wasn't entirely unfamiliar with Muggle society. According to her, she resided in a Muggle neighborhood. However, Babaji approached problems from a wizard's perspective, at least, she had never considered understanding the principles of technology, not even at the level of elementary school crafts. Felix, I believe this is enough. I visit bookstores twice a year to select the most popular books, Babaji politely stated. Felix inquired, what book have you been studying recently? Mendel's Legacy, Father of Genetics, Babaji said with great interest. It has provided me with much inspiration. Chapter 125, Students. The weather at Hogwarts had turned mild, with the snow melting into the earth and tender shoots poking their heads out. Young wizards and witches were particularly fond of lounging on the grass by the Black Lake, lazily soaking up the sun. On Saturday, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Luna, and others sat by the lake, watching as Harry and Neville engaged in back-and-forth dueling. After 2 more defense against the dark arts lessons, Harry and his friends had learned 2 new spells. One was a defensive spell, the Iron Armor Charm, the other was a small hex invented by Snape himself, aimed at looking after younger wizards, the Tongue Lock Hex. Harry's behavior had sparked some controversy, but Snape had dismissed all such comments. Even dark wizards typically utter spells during duels, using language to channel emotions and thereby enhance the power of their spells, Snape said mockingly. Hence, silencing an opponent's speech is quite necessary. In fact, Felix Harp had once privately suggested to Snape to switch to nonverbal spells, but his proposal was rejected. The tongue lock hex attaches the tongue to the roof of the mouth, it's not as gentle as nonverbal spells, and that's precisely what I intended, Snape said. He had developed this spell independently during his school days, and judging by its practical results, he was quite satisfied with it. On the other hand, the iron armor charm, taught by Professor Lupin, was much more advanced, beyond the grasp of many younger students. Even Harry and Hermione hadn't succeeded once. But it was a spell capable of deflecting various curses and, more uniquely, Professor Lupin had said, the iron armor charm can ward off both magical and physical attacks. Perhaps this is the most practical defensive spell you'll encounter during your schooling. The new dark arts defense professor, Damocles Belby, also taught a highly useful spell in class, the sensory enhancement charm. This spell heightened students' senses, something Flitwick had mentioned during the dueling lessons. You can use it to sense danger approaching, especially in perilous environments. He conjured a patch of black mist with magic. Let's assume it's late at night, that's when redcaps and other magical creatures prefer to launch attacks. If you were out in the wilderness, do you remember what to do? The young wizards began discussing animatedly. Belby nodded and added, maintain vigilance, all-around protection, thief's perception, it's best to add a muggle repelling charm as well. Of course, you might not be able to do all of this now, but it doesn't hurt to remember this knowledge. He then had the young wizards step into the mist one by one, attempting to evade the redcaps' attacks. I've scattered some leaves and branches on the ground. Stay focused, and you'll sense danger beforehand. However, the reality was that only a few could sense the redcaps and counterattack in advance. Most young wizards were pushed out of the mist by rubber wands. Thankfully, though somewhat disheveled, none of the young wizards were harmed. Harry had always been curious about why these two redcaps worked so well together. Later, Professor Belby explained that he had fed them numerous nutrient potions. They enjoy the taste of blood, especially that of magical creatures, and I happen to have plenty of it. Now, these two redcaps could barely be considered his assistants. Unbeknownst to them, dueling and the new dark arts defense class had seamlessly integrated into the lives of young wizards, subtly reshaping the entire school. The most visible manifestation of this was the fact that many students enjoyed playing dueling games in the corridors after class. However, the fate of these students wasn't very pleasant. Filch caught a large number of them. For a few days, the gemstones of the Gryffindor House Cup fell clattering to the ground, and Professor McGonagall's expression nearly scared the Gryffindors to death. It wasn't just Gryffindor, students from the other three houses were also caught. During this period, there was an abundance of students engaged in detention tasks. Snape took a group to handle potion ingredients, Professor Sprout took some to tend to plants, Hagrid even approached Professor McGonagall and enlisted a few young witchlings to care for the soon-to-be-born unicorns. Even Professor McGonagall couldn't escape the trend. She had the remaining students participate in testing an improved version of the answering parchment. After the painful lessons, the young wizards of Hogwarts finally realized that casting spells in the corridors was incredibly foolish. They chose to use abandoned classrooms, the edge of the Black Lake, the courtyards, and hidden corners. Just like now, Harry was coaching Neville on the disarming charm. Neville's face turned red as he struggled to cast the spell. Eventually, after countless attempts, a very delicate red light shot out of his wand. Brilliant! You did it, Neville! Harry exclaimed. Hermione and the others sitting on the grass applauded, and in the distance, a few Gryffindor whistles could be heard. Neville's face flushed with red, and he wanted to say something, but all he managed was scratching his head and smiling happily. Back on the open ground, the group started chatting. Ron mentioned news he had gotten from the twins. The new version of the answering parchment is almost complete, and many of the features we discussed are in it. Among the 6 present, 4 had participated in the initial testing except for Harry and Neville. They were all very interested in the topic, as it was rumored that the new educational tool would be applied to 7th-year students. What new features does it have? Harry asked with curiosity. The most significant is probably the leaderboard, Ron replied without hesitation. I hope to see Gryffindor above Slytherin, ideally in first place, but that's not very realistic. The Ravenclaw bookworms will definitely have the upper hand. Ron! Ginny scolded him, glaring. She herself was a Ravenclaw. Ron muttered, sorry. Luna, with an expressionless face, pulled out a very exquisite wand from her pocket. She pointed it at Ron's face dramatically. Oh, Luna, Harry intervened, thinking Luna was about to cast a hex on Ron. But in the next moment, Luna's wand emitted a piercing screech and transformed into a large rubber mouse. Ron's expression became quite comical, one eyebrow furrowed deeply while the other seemed like it was about to fly off his forehead. Luna burst into exaggerated laughter, pointing at his face, and even Ginny and Hermione burst into giggles, collapsing onto the grass. Neville struggled to suppress his laughter, but he couldn't hold it in, emitting a series of muffled chuckles. "Well, that's quite amusing," Ron grumbled, watching Luna pound the ground with her fist. Hermione held the tail of the rubber mouse, looking at it in amazement as it transformed back into a wand. "What is this?" Ginny got up from the ground, wiping away tears of laughter. "It's a prank item Fred and George created, they call it the false wand. But, they must have developed it recently. How did you get hold of this?" She looked at her friend. Haha. Bought it from them, 10 silver sickles," Luna gasped for breath as she spoke. "How do you use this thing?" Harry asked with interest. Infuse it with magic." Harry took the false wand and attempted to infuse it with magic. Amidst the screech, it transformed back into a rubber mouse. Ron poked it with his finger, saying with some distaste, "It's nowhere near as good as Scabbers." Harry gazed at the black lake where a large dark tentacle of an unknown creature occasionally emerged. A gentle breeze ruffled his hair, and he felt remarkably at ease. The events of the Chamber of Secrets and the battle with the serpent seemed like a distant memory. Chapter 126, The Enchanting Quill. In the afternoon, Harry followed the team to the Quidditch pitch for training. During the short Christmas break, Wood had devised 3 targeted tactics to counter the new characteristics and strategies exhibited by other houses this year. The others returned to the castle to do their homework. As evening approached, the Ancient Runes office. Felix Harp was inspecting Hermione's progress in her studies. Lately, she had been dedicating herself to refining and upgrading the spell work for the bead pouch. "You've mastered all the enchantments needed to upgrade the bead pouch. The next step is crucial: learning how to construct magical circuits," Felix explained. "Professor, where does the difference lie?" Hermione inquired. "Individually inscribing enchantments is relatively simple, but when connecting them into a circuit, you must consider the overall stability and balance of the runes. This truly tests your command over magic," Felix said, his fingers flicking through the air to form a string of letters. These letters were arranged in 3 rows, with subtle differences in brightness and size for each row. If these were enchantments you completed at different times, the brightness represents the amount of magic you infused, he continued. Hermione observed the letters. Then, under Professor Harp's control, they rearranged themselves into a line. The realigned letters appeared disorderly, with bright and dim, large and small runes mixed together, creating a chaotic and awkward appearance. In an instant, she understood what Professor Harp meant by stability and balance. Each rune within the circuit required consistent magical energy. Even slight discrepancies in magical energy can render the circuit ineffective, Felix explained. "Professor, what should I do then?" "There are 2 approaches. The first is to write the enchantments all at once, in one go. Your magical energy will tend to be more consistent, but of course, it still requires a lot of practice. But with this method, you need to adjust the structure of the runes actively, performing subtle deformations, which isn't something you're capable of doing at this point." "But wouldn't doing that make the enchantments themselves malfunction?" Hermione asked in surprise. All the information she had encountered emphasized writing enchantments in a strict and unchanging manner. "That's the intriguing part of it," Felix provided an example. "This process is somewhat like transitioning from individual letters to forming words. When we learn letters, we strive for standards and norms, but when it's time to combine letters into words, we make subtle adjustments to ensure the writing is fluid and aesthetically pleasing. This method challenges your understanding of runes," Felix added subtly. "To put it plainly, if you don't deeply understand runes, it's best not to dabble in these tricks." Hermione nodded with a mixture of understanding and uncertainty. "There are some techniques involved here as well, but we'll discuss those later. The second method involves completing individual runes and then extracting magical lines from them, connecting them one by one to form a closed and stable circuit." This method was something Hermione had seen a few times before, so it wasn't unfamiliar to her. "Let's give it a try." Felix and Hermione approached the workbench, taking out several pieces of chestnut wood. He opened a delicate tool box, inside of which were arranged 7 different-sized engraving knives made of various materials, metal, wood, and some whose material couldn't be discerned. "Are these professional magical tools? Where can one buy them?" the young witch couldn't help but ask. In her mind, these engraving knives had already become as synonymous with magic as wands, essential tools for her to study ancient runes. As a result, Professor Harp, with a slightly amused expression, said, "These are ones I crafted myself, well, except for the metal one." He didn't rush to continue the previous topic, instead placing each knife in front of her one by one. "First, I must remind you that engraving runes doesn't have specific tool requirements. Engraving knives, wands, or even fingers can be used. What's important is magic and your understanding of runes. But if there are more convenient tools available, why refuse them?" Hermione nodded, understanding. Just like some wizards skilled in wandless magic, they never refused to use wands. Tools could assist them in achieving finer operations. Laid out before her were a total of 7 engraving knives. The first was a metal engraving knife. Its silver-white blade had a streamlined shape with a noticeable curve at the grip, and the tip of the knife seemed to be made of a different metal. Felix said, "I purchased this one from a microcarver merchant. After comparing various options, I found this metal material to be the least resistant to magic." Hermione took the engraving knife. It seemed somewhat heavy, but surprisingly light. "As I've told you, there's no single form for engraving runes. You can use writing to leave runes on the surface of objects, or you can use carving to leave marks on materials." He picked up a piece of chestnut wood, infused magic into the metal engraving knife, and the tip of the metal engraving knife emitted a small but hot red light, leaving a rune on the chestnut wood. "Look, its surface isn't flat." Hermione touched the surface of the rune with her fingertip and could distinctly feel the indentation on the chestnut wood. This was the mark left by the metal engraving knife. This method is especially suitable for inert magical materials, like Muggle items, ordinary stones, or even the scales of some magical creatures. Hermione began to understand. For inert magical materials, maintaining magical energy wasn't easy, thus, leaving marks through carving could strengthen the form of the runes. In fact, Felix added, this process is separate, carving and infusing magic. I've just become very skilled at combining these two steps, but when you practice, you should do them separately. One of his hidden cards, the Felix's wisdom tooth, was accomplished in this way. Hermione nodded. Felix then produced 5 wooden engraving knives in succession. They looked somewhat like alternative wands. Hermione had seen twin imitation wands during the day and was quite impressed. These knives are made from the same materials as wands, and their inherent qualities are similar to when they were crafted into wands. Felix pointed to each one in turn. "You wood engraving knife, not easy for beginners to handle. It's extremely sensitive to magic, maybe overly so. But once you master it, it will quickly adapt to the owner's magic, becoming extremely personalized, and no one else will be able to use it. Blackthorn wood engraving knife, excels in engraving offensive runes. Of course, mastering it isn't easy, it will harmonize well with an owner who has the courage to be themselves and not follow the crowd. Red oak wood engraving knife, personally, I believe it has a certain level of memory. Once you're skilled, it will guide you proactively in completing runes. Chestnut wood engraving knife, a favorite of beginners, no particular preference, of course, no additional attributes either. Laurel wood engraving knife, well, I'm not very fond of this type. You have to use it regularly, or else, after a long time, it might unleash a lightning attack at you when you infuse it with magic." After Felix finished explaining, Hermione curiously picked up these knives, looking at them repeatedly. The more she looked, the more she liked them. She cheerfully said, "Professor, when can I have a knife like this? I mean, I'm willing to pay, of course. You don't need to worry about these for now. The chestnut wood engraving knife is here for you to practice with." Felix said, "Wait a few years, you'll need to think about getting a dedicated engraving knife then. Oh, by the way, what material is your wand made of?" Felix asked. "It's vine wood," Hermione said, "with a dragon heartstring core, 12 3/4 inches. Chapter 127, Wands and Wizards. "Fir vine wood." Felix Harp repeated, and the young witch noticed that Professor Harp's expression seemed to momentarily freeze. "Not bad," he offered in a brief assessment. Felix explained, "From my personal experience, a wand carving knife is similar to a wand itself. So, aside from using chestnut wood for the knife, it's best to select a knife that matches the material of your own wand. Like me, I find ebony wood carving knife most comfortable." Hermione's face lit up with realization. She quietly thought to herself, "Vine wood, the top choice for her personal carving knife. However, this also piqued her curiosity. When purchasing a wand, Ollivander had said that the wand chooses the wizard, not the other way around. And now, Professor Harp was giving similar advice. Was there a secret behind all this? She voiced her question to Professor Harp. Felix pondered and replied, "There's truth in that statement. Ollivanders never makes custom wands, which means young wizards must adapt to the traits of their wands. So, the wands we have are only roughly matched to us." Hermione grasped the essence of his message. "You could interpret it that way, but don't worry. For the vast majority of wizards, there's no need to consider such subtle differences," Felix said. "It's an interesting question though. You can go to the library, research, and see what your friends' wands are like and what traits they represent." Hermione was genuinely intrigued. This blend of satisfying her thirst for knowledge and indulging in a bit of gossip was utterly irresistible. "Professor, do you have any book recommendations?" the young witch inquired. She had grown accustomed to asking Professor Harp for reading lists. Each time, she received precise suggestions. As expected. I remember the library has a book called Wands and Wizards. It covers over 100 renowned wizards and their wands," Felix said. Hermione murmured to herself and jotted down the title. "All right, moving on to the 7th carving knife," Felix redirected the conversation back on track. The young witch gazed at the final carving knife. It was thin, almost dagger-like, a chilling pale color that resembled the teeth of some creature. Astonished, she said, "This is a snake creature's fang." "Correct, I stumbled upon the idea of using parts of magical creatures to craft wand carving knives under unusual circumstances," Felix chuckled. "It was just an experiment." Hermione felt that the material was rather sinister. Could the runic carvings carry snake venom or curses by themselves? So, she asked Felix, "What are its effects?" Felix made a thoughtful sound and offered vague remarks like opening up new avenues and "I might try a unicorn horn next time." Wisely, Hermione didn't press for more details. After spending some time explaining the concept of wand carving knives, a concept Professor Harp had developed, the two of them finally returned to the initial topic, the distinction between individual runes and runic circuits. Felix gathered the other knives and left only the ebony and chestnut wood carving knives. He handed the chestnut wood knife to Hermione. Hermione carefully examined the knife in her hand, realizing that this carving knife would accompany her for a long time. Its color resembled a light coffee shade, with an even and tight texture, adorned by straight, slender lines that looked much like the patterns on rainstone. Then she turned her gaze to the knife in Felix's hand. Professor Harp's ebony wood carving knife was meticulously selected, much like his wand, free from any impurities. It was a pure, profound black, its surface gleaming with a subdued sheen, conveying an extremely weighty and unyielding texture. Felix Harp picked up a thin slice of chestnut wood and said to Hermione, "Whether it's a wand material carving knife or a piece of chestnut wood, they are both quite friendly to magic. So, engraving runes is more like writing an essay." He delicately held the knife and smoothly inscribed a string of runes. A red glow radiated from the black blade's tip, and when Felix lifted the knife, the fiery runes had quietly extinguished, leaving behind black marks. "There are 2 ways to write runic circuits, in one go, or step by step," he explained. "This is the first way." He then took another piece of chestnut wood, writing down individual runes one by one and showed it to Hermione. Carefully, he drew lines, connecting the runes together. Hermione held both pieces of chestnut wood, comparing them. To her, the former resembled cursive writing, elegant and flowing, though it sacrificed the distinctiveness of individual letters. The latter appeared more like orderly printed text, except mischievous children had connected the letters with crayons. Compared to the pleasing aesthetics of the former, it resembled subpar scribbles, causing her to furrow her brow involuntarily. But Felix told her, "You need to master this one." He pointed to the combination he referred to as printed text and scribbles. "Your beaded bag requires 3 sets of runic circuits. I will explain how they are connected." Felix snapped his fingers lightly, and their consciousness entered a mental space. Since the beginning of term, he had grown increasingly adept at this magic. This seemed to align with Snape's theory that self-invented magic naturally becomes more powerful. On Sunday morning, Harry yawned as he left the dormitory. He saw Ginny and Ron sitting next to Hermione, engrossed in something. "Morning," he greeted. He had practiced Quidditch until late the previous night, so he was a bit sleep-deprived. Harry pulled out his potions homework from his bag, but his thoughts were scattered. A few minutes later, he finally noticed the oddity of the three across from him. "What are you all up to?" Hermione was intently writing on a thin wooden board. Harry had initially mistaken it for parchment and double-checked. The tool in her hand was peculiar too, somewhat like a quill but resembled a miniature wand. But Hermione clearly didn't have time to answer him. Harry looked to Ron. Ron whispered to him, "It's magical looping." Ginny contradicted him, "No, it's runic circuits." Ron shrugged, "Close enough," he explained to Harry, "you know, for fixing her beaded bag." He looked over to the other side of the table. Hermione was sketching an oddly shaped pattern on the thin board. From his angle, it vaguely resembled a giant squid in the Black Lake. A red light flowed continuously from the quill tip. She was writing slowly, and the initial strokes had already cooled into black. "Phew," Hermione exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat off her face. "How's it going? Did you succeed?" Harry asked, very interested, although he still wasn't quite sure what she was working on. But Harry figured he might end up taking ancient runes next year. Hermione visibly relaxed, lazily saying, "I can never consistently infuse magic. The differences between individual runes are just too substantial." "I remember you saying your success rate was around 90%. Harry inquired. "That's for individual runes. Runic circuits are much more challenging." She sighed. Chapter 128, The Empty Castle. A new week had begun, and young wizards found themselves surprised by the changes in their classrooms. Charms class. Professor Flitwick took out a stack of parchment and stood upon a pile of thick books. "Young wizards, today you will be introduced to a new instructional tool, and I believe many of you have heard of it." Potions class. In the fifth-year classroom, Snape calmly gazed at the young wizards below. "For the sake of your owl's scores, I need you to pay more attention to theory. I've said this many times." The young wizards resembled quails, not daring to utter a word. He suddenly raised his wand, and dozens of parchment sheets flew out like swift swords, landing before the young wizards one by one. Magical sparks danced upon the parchment, creating a spectacle. The well-informed young wizards couldn't wait and pressed their wands against the parchment, exclaiming, "Secrets of magical scripture!" Yet, the parchment remained still. Snape said in a deliberate tone, "Very well, Miss Campbell has given us an incorrect demonstration." Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall's sharp gaze swept the room. "Several professors have put in significant effort. I hope you take this seriously. Now, take out your wands and repeat after me, 'Magic's mysteries, forever in my heart.'" The young wizards began chanting. Ancient Runes class, 6th year. Felix Harp had a smile on his face. "You will find that the new version of the answer parchment has more functions, including the leaderboard you've all been eagerly anticipating." The young wizards couldn't wait to try it out. Apart from the activation phrase departing from the realm of ancient runes, the scene also changed. Across rolling mountain tops, a castle emerged and quickly advanced, the Great Hall, spiraling staircases, courtyards, towers, the library, the Forbidden Forest. It seemed to be the perspective of a newcomer entering Hogwarts, with simple lines outlining the most familiar scenes. This tableau froze upon Hogwarts Castle, with the banners of the four houses fluttering at the main gate, the serpent, the badger, the lion, and the eagle vividly depicted. When their gaze rested upon them, they'd notice the corresponding creatures moving, slithering, standing tall, roaring, or soaring. The young wizards who had chosen Ancient Runes class had long completed their bindings, and now they looked at the latest interface. It was a top-down view of Hogwarts, with symbols twinkling amidst the clouds, each representing a different subject. For Ancient Runes, the symbol was a line of runic script, embodying the original incantation Secrets of Magical Scripture. Representing Transfiguration was a fiery lion, its form in constant flux. For potions, a boiling cauldron emitted hot steam ceaselessly churning. Apart from these symbols, the young wizards were most interested in the leaderboard feature. They carefully scanned, and to the right of their names on the parchment, a new symbol appeared, a simple sketch of a magical scroll. With practiced motions, the young wizards tapped their wands on the scroll. A jackdaw with scythe-like wings swooped down, carrying the magical scroll to the center. It began to enlarge and slowly unfurl. At the top, a row of words appeared: house, year, name, code name, subject, challenge level, points, in a total of 6 categories. Besides that, it remained empty above. Felix Harp looked at the group and explained, there are a few points that you need to pay attention to. The rankings on the leaderboard do not reflect your grades, they measure your accumulation in this course. Several professors, including myself, believe this will help you find your interests early and benefit your future employment prospects. In the leaderboard's challenge section, corresponding subcategories can be found for each subject. Inside, you'll find questions set by professors based on their expertise, with new content added at regular intervals. I believe some of you have noticed that the leaderboard can be used with codenames and the option to hide your rank. This is designed for those who prefer not to stand out. The young wizards listened attentively. Besides the leaderboard, there are two more areas you need to pay attention to. The section for incorrect answers is split into different subject categories, and you can preview or review subjects from other years, highlighting content marked by professors. Now, as an example, let's explore the specific functions with ancient runes. As the weather grew warmer, Hogwarts enjoyed increasingly sunny days. Even after a day's classes, the sun stubbornly held on to the horizon. In the castle corridors, Ron kept muttering under his breath, "Crazy, everyone's gone crazy, not a single person." Harry cast a sympathetic glance at him. Ron seemed just as out of sorts. With a parchment in his hand, he had been fixated on the rankings all the way. On the second-year leaderboard, Hermione Granger held the first place in all subjects. The highest level achieved in charms was at level 37. Apart from this, he saw many familiar names: Cedric Diggory, Cho Chang, Percy Weasley, Penelope Clearwater. The castle was sparsely populated, a mere smattering of people. Everyone was holed up in the library or common rooms, engrossed in challenge games. Even they couldn't stand the atmosphere of the common room, they came out to stroll around. Ron grumbled, "I can't wrap my head around how challenge and game are connected." Harry said, "Give it a few days, people will come to their senses." Ron said something Harry fully agreed with, "Hermione definitely won't. She's completely absorbed." Harry and Ron had no intention of returning to the common room. They wandered the castle and soon bumped into familiar figures. "Fred, George." "Oh, it's you two," said one of the twins. "Why are you out here? Shouldn't you be in the common room playing the challenge game?" "That's not for us," the twins grinned, "today is a rare sight, so of course we want to remember it." "So, you're night roaming? It's way too early for this time." Ron questioned curiously. "No, Percy's confident he'll take the top spot in 6th year, so we're preparing some butterbeer and Honeydukes candies," Fred said. "Exactly, whether it's a success or failure, it's worth celebrating," George said, grinning mischievously. "So do you plan on sneaking out, using the secret passage to Hogsmeade? Can you take us along?" Ron asked, somewhat excitedly. Harry couldn't help holding his breath. "George, we might have spilled the beans," Fred said. "It was you who spilled the beans," George retorted. "I agree, but we still need to do something about it," Fred winked. "Like obliviate?" George suggested knowingly. Instantly, the twins' gaze landed on Ron. Ron swallowed hard and took 2 steps back. But the twins dashed away quickly. As they disappeared from their view, Harry and Ron could still hear their laughter. On the other end, Felix Harp also strolled through the castle. He entered the courtyard and saw a ghost floating quietly in the air, gazing at the verdant plants, lost in thought. Lady Grey. Chapter 129, Memories. The ghost also caught sight of Felix Harp. She immediately seemed inclined to depart, but then, as if reconsidering something, she abruptly stayed put, though her expression took on a haughty demeanor. Felix stood by her side, saying, "Rarely does the castle offer such quietude." She arched an eyebrow in surprise, but quickly regained her composure. Following Felix's gaze, she lifted her head, and her eyes reflected the reddish hues of the sunset glow. Neither of them spoke, silently gazing at the radiant orange hues that painted the horizon as the sun descended. Its radiance grew fainter and paler, fading gradually until the last gleam vanished, and dusk settled in. The ghost's silver-white transparent form also dimmed, and Miss Grey looked over, her expression softening. "I apologize for my rudeness last time," Felix said. She strove to maintain a calm tone, saying, "No, I was overly sensitive. I often lose my temper over trivial matters." The two conversed for several minutes, with Felix avoiding any discussions about Hogwarts history, Helena, Rowena Ravenclaw, or the Bloody Baron. They simply chatted about the weather, culture, and world events. The Magical Congress of the United States, similar to the Ministry of Magic here, has relocated at least 5 times for the sole purpose of evading Muggle scrutiny, Felix said. Is that so? That organization didn't exist in my time. Because the Magical Congress of the United States was founded just 3 centuries ago. Their wizards operate in utmost secrecy, and their laws are stringent, making them quite unfriendly to outsiders, Felix explained. I believe it's due to their history of nearly exposing the entire magical world on several occasions. The most controversial among these instances was the enactment of the Rappaport's Law in the late 18th century. This law mandated complete segregation between wizards and muggles, sternly prohibiting any social interactions or marriages between them. Ms. Grey was intrigued and inquired for more details. The cliched story of a witch falling for a handsome muggle, however, sadly, he was a descendant of a witch hunter, and the love was a conspiracy from the start. Hogwarts gradually darkened, shrouding Felix Harp and Ms. Grey's figures in darkness. Until the end, the Magical Congress of the United States couldn't ensure the obliteration of all related memories. To prevent such occurrences, this law came into being. Felix's tale came to an end. Ms. Grey drifted away, seemingly captivated, leaving the scene. Felix returned to his office, reorganizing recent pressing matters. Conversations with Dobby once again. Discarding the diary, restoring Hagrid's honor. Remaining tasks were less important or lacked time constraints, like composing a new book, researching ancient magic, investigating the Room of Requirement, crafting snakeskin armor, learning memory charms, and more. And memory charms. Felix Harp suddenly became intrigued, ready to attempt once more the operation he had once completed. He pointed his wand at the cup with intricate silver patterns before him, and in a twist of distortion, it swiftly transformed into a small squirrel. Subsequently, he constructed a memory fragment in his own mind, the tip of his wand touching his forehead, extracting delicate silver threads. Silver threads floated above his palm, emitting silver light akin to starlight. Carefully, Felix integrated the memory fragment into the small squirrel. Its expression became animated, the squirrel lifted its head, its tiny black eyes fixated on him. Do you have anything to say? Felix asked in a hushed tone. He knew it wouldn't speak, as the memory contained nonverbal information. Yet, it was a sort of signal, and the squirrel began to act. It scampered around on the table, swiftly returning with a feathered quill in its mouth. Felix rapped the table again, it dashed to the other side of the table, this time bringing back a piece of parchment. Very well. He nodded, then quietly observed. Apart from infusing this memory with 2 commands, he also incorporated some of what he understood about the squirrel's behavior. For instance, at this moment, the squirrel concealed itself within its fluffy tail, cautiously peeking out with its black eyes fixed on him. After about 7 or 8 minutes, its expression lost its vivacity. Felix waved his wand, returning it to a cup adorned with silver patterns. He plunged into contemplation, the office becoming profoundly quiet. After a while, a new inspiration struck him. Felix softly uttered, "Herald's Guard." A small, silver swiftlet emerged from his wand, circling around the office. Its speed was remarkable, leaving faint traces of silver in its wake visible only to its master. The dim silver glow made the room exquisite, and finally, it landed lightly before Felix. What if I infuse a portion of memory into the Guardian? What effect might that produce? Felix thought this way, and he acted accordingly, blending a memory of the same hue into the swiftlet's form. In his anticipatory gaze, the Guardian quietly shattered. This was entirely unexpected. Why did it happen? He soon remembered the description of the Guardian, a reflection of one's most positive emotions. Spellcasters must concentrate on the happiest memories they could recall. And practically, the stronger the joy memory brought, the more potent the spell's effect. The key word here was memory. The Guardian was composed of pure, joyful memories, and Felix had just injected a new memory akin to impurities. Consequently, the magic dispersed instantly. Felix shook his head. I thought I could utilize the Guardian, along with the newly injected memory, to achieve a more stable transformation structure. According to his notion, the Guardian could serve as a means of communication, capable of distance from the wizard. If it was given sufficiently flexible memories, could it function as an alternate self roaming the outside world? This bore resemblance to what he had seen in Rowena Ravenclaw's manuscript. Whether the Guardian magic itself or the infused memory fragments, both depended entirely on the wizard. There was no need to worry about it spiraling out of control. In fact, According to his idea, the ultimate form of this magic could directly carry his consciousness, allowing him to remain at the school while his guardian moved in the wizarding world, accomplishing simple tasks such as gathering information, querying messages. Felix already had certain plans for this aspect, involving magical contracts, utilizing the room of requirement, although there was currently no trace of success. Nonetheless, he could strive in that direction. Yet, everything was halted at the first step. One was pure and joyous memories, the other, emotionless memory fragments. These two were inherently conflicting. How to solve this problem, after all? Chapter 130, The Chamber of Ravenclaw. Felix Harp continued pondering over the question well into the next day. He had just returned from the Room of Requirement, that place where wishes came true. In this hidden chamber, he had attempted various methods to reconcile these two unrelated memories, but all his efforts had met with failure. And so, Felix turned his attention to studying the Room of Requirement itself. He paced back and forth across from the tapestry of the giant club Bash's Simpleton Babenba on the 8th floor, silently invoking various needs in his mind. He had previously researched this enigmatic room, but always with his own needs in mind. Besides truly outlandish requests, most conventional and magically plausible demands were met. Thus, he decided to approach the Room of Requirement from someone else's perspective. Starting with a simple notion of hiding things, he explored various possibilities, even bringing the professors into the mix. For instance, "I want to enter the place where Severus Snape hides things." Naturally, there was no response. It seemed that Professor Snape during his student days did not have a habit of carrying contraband around, Felix thought with a hint of amusement. Felix found delight in this game. It gave him a sense of temporal dislocation, like conversing with a younger acquaintance. He tirelessly experimented, this time anchoring his thoughts on the headmaster of Hogwarts. The room where Albus Dumbledore hides things. The room where Albus Dumbledore practices magic. The luxurious bedroom Albus Dumbledore slept in. The lavatory Albus Dumbledore used. Felix was about to move on to the next topic when, quite abruptly, a door materialized on the wall. This double door, ornately decorated with various golden reliefs and designs, appeared quite grand. What did I just say? Felix momentarily puzzled, then promptly pushed the doors open and walked in. Inside was an exceedingly opulent lavatory, adorned with a variety of exquisite and luxurious chamber pots. Felix silently retreated. He hesitated whether to continue, but at that moment, a commotion sounded nearby. In his line of sight, Terry Boot appeared around the corner, dragging a box. The box emitted a tinkling sound of clinking glass, quite distinct in the corridor. Terry wasn't adorned with those mysterious trinkets this time. Instead, she wore a crumpled nightgown and her hair was haphazardly tied up, giving her a disheveled look. She spotted Felix too. Terry's expression shifted from confusion to sudden alarm, yet she struggled to maintain a calm tone. "It's good to see you here, Felix. Destiny has brought us together on this morning. So, you made no preparations and disapprove of fate's arrangement?" Felix gestured towards her attire. Defiantly, Terry retorted, "Don't talk nonsense about destiny. All right, aside from destiny bringing us together, do you plan on doing something else?" His gaze settled on the box, which held 7 or 8 bottles of sherry. "Oh. I thought I could, perhaps store some unused items on the side." A silence descended upon them. Felix felt she was quite eager to escape, and he had no desire to linger either, but there was still one question to address. "Do you know about the Room of Requirement?" "What? Oh, right," she casually remarked, "I use it to store things. Honestly, my office is a bit cramped, and my salary hasn't seen an increase these past years." Felix Harp promptly took his leave. After leaving the 8th floor, Felix hurried to the Great Hall for breakfast, then managed his time to reach the Ancient Runes classroom. Along the way, his thoughts swirled, sometimes pondering memory magic, other times the Room of Requirement. "Hey, watch out, Miss Lovegood." From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a figure approaching. He sidestepped to make way. It was Luna Lovegood, holding a piece of parchment, intently focused on it. But Felix noticed that the parchment was upside down in her hands. "It's you, Professor Harp." She looked up, her eyes wide as she gazed at him. "I'm pleased to see you." "Likewise, Miss Lovegood," Felix answered helplessly. This was the second time today he'd heard this phrase from someone familiar. She waved the parchment in her hand. "I'm looking at the leaderboard, and I won't run into anyone, don't worry, she said. Felix was taken aback. He had been about to remind this young girl, and now he had to shift topics. Anything interesting? Indeed, quite interesting. Luna displayed the parchment to him still upside down and chirped, from this angle, here, her finger traced an arc on the paper, connecting the letters of Ravenclaw's name, doesn't it look like an eagle? Felix carefully examined it, taking a good half-minute before he said, it certainly does. Luna's face lit up with a smile. A girl with an unusual way of thinking, truly fitting of Ravenclaw. Felix watched her as she walked away, lost in thought. As he stood at the podium, looking at the fourth-year young wizards, getting ready to begin the lesson, a spark of insight suddenly flashed. He had harbored a question all along, who created the Room of Requirement? Even he couldn't fathom the entire room's construction, could an ordinary wizard achieve that? But Hogwarts had existed for a millennium, fostering numerous exceptional wizards, he couldn't say for sure if such an individual existed. So, this doubt had once been set aside. But now, he suddenly zeroed in on someone Rowena Ravenclaw. Could it have been her who established the Room of Requirement? Looking from this perspective, many things fell into place. The magical supply of the Room of Requirement was directly linked to Hogwarts, and Rowena Ravenclaw was one of the founders, naturally having that authority. The Room of Requirement had no fixed form, constantly changing to suit the needs of the seeker, surely involving powerful memory and transfiguration magic. And from the manuscripts Felix had seen, Rowena Ravenclaw indeed fit this criterion. Moreover, for a millennium, the legends of the hidden chambers were most famous among Slytherin and Ravenclaw. The Slytherin's chamber had already been found, but what about Ravenclaw's? The young wizards in the audience saw Professor Harp, smiling as if he were about to start class, but he suddenly fell silent. Professor Harp? A brave young wizard dared to ask. Oh! Felix snapped back to reality, suppressing his doubts. He addressed the young wizards, saying, now, let's begin today's lesson. Please turn to page 147 of your textbooks. Chapter 131, Helena Ravenclaw. After finishing today's lesson, Felix Harp set aside ample time for questions. Professor, how do we pass the 7th challenge of ancient runes? A Slytherin wizard raised his hand to ask. Monty, I remember I marked hints on the level. Felix blinked. But Professor, you just wrote down a book title, he said somewhat aggrieved, and it's a book we haven't read. Other young wizards chimed in with their discussions. Ahem. Felix cleared his throat and, as they looked his way, conjured a piece of parchment like a magician. In fact, you were supposed to have read it. This book, Simplified Ancient Runes, appeared 3 times in your last year's paper reference lists. Should I remind you which ones? The young wizards stared at him like statues, their discussion silenced. PR Professor, you weren't here last year. Felix casually replied, Professor Babbling and I corresponded through letters. She told me about the archive of past materials. He looked somewhat nostalgic, gazing at the students below. She truly is a dedicated professor, isn't she? That night, Felix stood in front of the Room of Requirement. During the day, he had suddenly come up with a conjecture, that the Room of Requirement was the chamber of Rowena Ravenclaw. But whether this idea was correct needed to be verified. Behind him hung a massive tapestry of abandoned banshee attempting to teach a troll ballet. One troll had halted its brutal ballet instructor and was now turning its head to observe Felix. A bug crawled up the troll's foot and into its nostril, prompting a soundless roar. The troll's club soared high into the air and crashed onto the head of another troll. But all this had nothing to do with Felix. In his mind, he silently repeated, I must enter the chamber of Rowena Ravenclaw. I must enter the chamber of Rowena Ravenclaw. He walked past this spot 3 times, his heartbeat uncontrollably quickening. Then, he looked up the ordinary white wall still stretched ahead. Felix fell silent. Right, I don't actually know what's inside, do I? Though the password for the Room of Requirement was simple, it wasn't something you could easily finesse. He pondered for a moment, then repeated silently, I must enter the Room of Requirement in its original form. I must enter the Room of Requirement in its original form. Still, there was no change. Next, Felix thought about how Slytherin's chamber was originally used for teaching. So, he tried, I must enter the place where Rowena Ravenclaw secretly educated students, or perhaps, I must enter Rowena Ravenclaw's laboratory. Yet, no doorway appeared. With a sigh, Felix had no choice but to leave. But over the next few days, he kept trying to link the Room of Requirement with Rowena Ravenclaw. He exhausted almost every possibility, but gained nothing. Just as he was about to give up, on a Friday evening in the courtyard, he bumped into Lady Grey for the third time this week. They chatted casually, watching the sunset together. In his heart, Lady Grey was a somewhat proud, dignified woman with a kind heart. Setting aside some minor scheming, chatting with her was very enjoyable. "So beautiful," Lady Grey said. "You rarely look up at the sunset, do you?" Felix Harp interjected. "Rarely," she hesitated for a moment, but they were already quite familiar with each other. She continued, "It reminds me of some sad things." Felix didn't inquire further, he simply sealed his lips shut. Both of them gazed at the dazzling red sky, where several rays of light pierced through the clouds, lining the edges with a golden hue. "Can you keep a secret for me?" she suddenly said. "Yes, I can." He didn't make a promise, but calmly replied. Lady Grey believed him, and as she opened up, she said with a touch of melancholy, "I died amidst a scene like this." With her first words said with difficulty, it seemed like a dam had broken, and she continued, "It was around this time, but in a desolate place in the Albanian forest. I thought, my mother couldn't reach me there." Felix listened silently. He knew what would come next. It was a tragedy that shaped the Hogwarts Lady Grey and the Blood Baron. "I was exceptionally gifted from a young age, part of the top tier. I grew up amidst people's praise, year after year, I lost my head completely, but when I grew older, I realized no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't surpass my mother. So I stole my mother's diadem because it bestowed wisdom. I fantasized that with the diadem, I could surpass her." Her transparent form started to tremble. "They said," she choked up, "my mother never acknowledged the diadem was missing. She always pretended it was still there. She even hid her loss from the other Hogwarts founders, concealed my shameful betrayal. Later, my mother fell ill, very ill. Even though I had done something ungrateful and unjust, she still desperately wanted to see me one more time. She sent a man to find me. But I refused him, I thought he was deceiving me, conspiring with my mother to deceive me. She had already taken that step, how could she fall ill?" Felix calmly stated, "It was the Blood Baron." "Yes, him. I wouldn't go back with him," and he became furious just like he always did. Dark magic had consumed him entirely. Felix listened quietly. "We had a fierce confrontation, and no one could have foreseen the consequences. He stabbed me with a sword. I fell to the ground, and all I saw was this twilight scene." She lifted her head, watching the last rays of light descend. After a long silence, Felix asked, "Do you hate him, the Blood Baron?" "Do I hate him? He ruined me, my magic, my life, everything!" she angrily exclaimed. Helena Ravenclaw took a deep breath, raised her head, her expression unreadable. "And," she said softly, "just before I died, I asked him if what he said was true. About my mother. He told me everything was true, that my mother was truly gravely ill. He deprived me of the chance to see my mother one last time, the only chance I had for redemption. You ask if I hate him? My answer is, of course, I do." She suddenly lost control and shouted. She was about to float away, but her hand was caught. Helena Ravenclaw turned around in astonishment, her furious expression softening a bit. Felix's hand was enveloped in a faint bluish cold light, gripping hers tightly. Chapter 132, Choices. "Hermione! What kind of magic is this?" Helena's expression was truly remarkable. "It's a form of memory magic," explained Felix Harp, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Can it stay for a while? Honestly, I'm not yet adept at this magic." She paused. Felix's head was spinning a bit. He had just conjured a vast amount of memories in an instant, then brought them forth all at once, leaving his mind quite heavy. Helena looked at him with concern. Felix took a few deep breaths, feeling much better. He said to Helena, "We're friends, aren't we?" "Of course. Forgive my audacity, madam. From your story, it seems that more than hating others, you hate yourself." Her expression turned suddenly solemn, and she slightly turned, half her face cast in shadow. Felix carefully continued, "Why did you become a ghost? Was it out of fear of death? From what I've gathered in our interactions, I don't believe that's the case. What truly troubles you is the guilt you can't release, the guilt you carry toward your mother. With a deeply serious expression, he added, the Bloody Baron has carried his chains for 1,000 years. In a way, aren't you shackled too? I hope you can try to forgive yourself. Night draped the castle, following a long silence. Those who could forgive me have long disappeared. By the 3rd day of my transformation into a ghost, Helena said icily and turned, drifting away. This time, Felix didn't intervene. The birth of a ghost is rooted in obsessions, and the thoughts at the moment of death are the most brilliant and intense. Therefore, the obsessions of most ghosts stem from a fear of death and a desire to escape it. Cases like Helena, the Bloody Baron, and Professor Binns are rare. For Helena, her obsession is filled with regret and remorse, regret for her ignorance leading to a grave mistake, regret for not believing the Bloody Baron's words, the guilt of not seeing her mother one last time, not apologizing in person. That evening, he stood before the white walls of the Room of Requirement. Through his conversation with Helena Ravenclaw, he suddenly considered an angle he had never thought of before. He silently repeated to himself, I need to find the room Rowena Ravenclaw left for her daughter, Helena Ravenclaw. I need to find the room Rowena Ravenclaw left for her daughter, Helena Ravenclaw. I need to find the room Rowena Ravenclaw left for her daughter, Helena Ravenclaw. Would it work? In theory, there shouldn't be such a loophole. Felix slowly opened his eyes. A plain blue door materialized before him, its outline drawn on the white wall. On the door, a silvery white handle jutted out. Felix placed his hand on the doorknob, but at that moment, he hesitated. After a pause, he firmly pushed the door open. Inside was a quite simple room, not large, with a few basic tables and chairs, several potted plants, books, a place untouched by dust, exuding a sense of tranquility and warmth. Is someone here? He inquired. A long while passed without any response. He tapped his forehead with his finger, shifting his perspective. Colors rapidly faded, ripples extending from him like a center, spreading continuously. Felix saw the tangible source of magic and something like silken strands nestled deepest within, a dozen magical channels resembling chains extending into the air. This is the true heart of the Room of Requirement, a thought arose in his mind. In the following days, Felix Harp remained indecisive, struggling to make a decision. He had come to realize that the core of the Room of Requirement was that very room. And the substance deep within the magic, something resembling silk, he had a hunch, was likely memories left behind by Lady Rowena Ravenclaw. He wasn't sure why he could enter, perhaps mentioning the name Helena Ravenclaw had something to do with it. And it was only the slumbering memories left by Lady Ravenclaw that had allowed him this discovery. By all accounts, he should inform Helena of this matter right away. It would benefit both parties. Helena could find reconciliation with her mother, and he could take the chance to inquire about the mysteries of magic, even potentially accessing Ravenclaw's legacy. However, he found himself not particularly hopeful about this matter. For ghosts, moving on meant release, but for someone who had formed a friendship with a ghost in the real world, what did it signify? Felix felt puzzled. His past experiences weren't providing much guidance, so he decided to seek advice from someone wiser. Dumbledore, how do you view death? Felix, why this question out of the blue? Dumbledore looked at him somewhat puzzled. Because of some recent events that got me thinking. Realizing that Felix didn't want to explain, Dumbledore didn't press further. He thought for a moment, then pursed his lips and said, everyone has a different view of death: fear, evasion, distaste. But for some, like myself, it's approached with a sense of welcome. Welcome? Felix doubted if he had misheard. Felix, for an elderly individual, there isn't much left to fear in the world. Death becomes an unknown, a novel, an interesting concept, almost like a ticket to a grand adventure. Felix shook his head, as this perspective differed from his own. He might not fear death, but he certainly didn't anticipate its arrival. He asked the question that concerned him most: what do you think the existence of ghosts signifies? Ghosts? They linger in the material realm due to strong attachments. No, Professor Dumbledore, he interjected, please pardon me if I didn't explain clearly. Understandingly, Dumbledore looked at him, allowing Felix time to rephrase. This time, he carefully asked, ghosts exist due to their attachments, and they can be freed by those same attachments. Isn't that right? Correct. Dumbledore blinked in agreement. So, what does this liberation really mean? Is it another form of death? Especially for someone like her, who has friends in the real world. I mean, it's a perpetual separation, no different from death. Her? Dumbledore inquired. Felix fell silent, not answering. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before saying, different people might have varying interpretations. I can only share my own thoughts for your consideration. That's precisely why I've come, to use your wisdom to help me see things more clearly, Felix said. For ghosts, moving on undoubtedly represents liberation. Staying tethered to the material world doesn't bring them happiness. In fact, while they can still talk and move around, they can't truly experience anything, and they remain bound by their attachments. Very few choose to continue existing in this most meager manner. And what about the living? The friends of the ghosts? Only blessings. Dumbledore said calmly, perhaps having experienced much, I tend to see things quite clearly. To some extent. He said gently, perhaps even a bit unemotionally. For those who received the limited time free access and still have the capacity to support this book, you can consider making a small donation to the characters, to help promote it, or subscribing on the web version. Thank you for the reader's support. Chapter 133, Helena's Decision. Felix Harp bid his polite farewell and left. During the afternoon class, he found himself unusually distracted. Please turn to page 147 of your books. Let's take a look at how ancient wizards perceived the concept of existence, the professor announced. Professor? We covered this part in the previous lesson. A young wizard raised his hand. Felix Harp displayed a surprised expression as he glanced at his textbook. Indeed, that was my mistake, and I must apologize. This also goes to show that professors are human and can make errors. All right, let's turn to page 152. Today, we'll be discussing ancient runic inscriptions related to hope, he continued. Down in the audience, the Weasley twins exchanged a glance, and Fred winked at George. Professor Harp making a mistake in class, that's quite rare. George mouthed silently, we're witnessing history. Fred pinched George's thigh to stifle his laughter. After the class ended, the twins gathered around Felix Harp. After answering a few questions, Fred curiously asked, Professor, is there anything we could help with? What? Oh, Professor, George said playfully, we thought you might be facing a slight predicament, something you can surely handle, but maybe we could lend a hand. Felix Harp smiled and responded, Mr. Weasley, I don't really, well, he looked at the two of them, then asked thoughtfully, could you get a hold of a magical camera? He knew that young wizards had a kind of underground network similar to a flea market, where various intriguing little items could be found. Professor, would a Muggle camera and developing potion do the trick? The effect is the same, Fred suggested. Exactly, George explained, a first year named Creevy bought developing potion from us last year. Though he had his own camera. Felix Harp pondered for a moment and then said, that will do. In less than 2 days, he received the camera, film, and developing potion. He readily paid the remaining balance. Over the next week, as Felix Harp chatted with Helena, they deliberately avoided mentioning the conflict from that night. Felix Harp shared interesting stories from the outside world, even including his secret travels during that year. You really got caught by Dementors in the American magical black market? She asked in astonishment. I wouldn't put it that way. It was more of a fortunate coincidence that I crossed paths with them. I had planned to slip away with the crowd since we were all wearing disguises, disapparating once outside was easy. And then? She inquired, intrigued. 7 Dementors fixated on me, pursuing me. Felix Harp said with a regretful expression, I had no choice but to take them down. It was his first real combat situation using his lightning-fast strategy. To enhance his cognitive speed, he had taken a dose of a particular potion, which had given him a week-long headache as a side effect. Such a pity. What's a pity? Felix Harp asked. It's a pity I can't use magic, and I've lost most of my memories related to performing magic. I only have particularly vivid memories concerning my death. She said with sorrow, being a ghost isn't complete, I have either vague or no resonance with other memories. It's like experiencing a stranger's life. At that moment, he finally made up his mind. Felix Harp said, Helena, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Felix Harp hesitated for a moment, then took out the camera. May I take a photo of you? Helena looked at him in surprise, hesitated for a moment with modesty, then agreed with delight. Felix Harp took several solo shots of Helena and, finally, a picture of the two of them together. It might take a day or two for the developing potion to take effect, he explained. Felix Harp gazed at the smile on Helena's face, his heart churned. She noticed his expression and gradually calmed herself. You're not talking about this, are you? This thing that's troubling you, Felix. Do you know about the room of requirement? Well. She nervously smoothed her hair, I know. It's an experimental chamber my mother created. I used to go there often as a child, though my mother preferred not to be disturbed. But I always defied her. Have you been there after, let's say? He paused, becoming a ghost. No, never, she said tersely. Felix Harp understood, perhaps out of guilt or self-punishment, she intentionally avoided that place. He spoke softly, inside, I found something left by Lady Ravenclaw. It might be about you. What are you saying? She flew over quickly, her eyes locked onto his, as if discerning whether this was some cruel joke. Felix Harp looked into her eyes calmly, his demeanor completely serious. Helena believed him. She asked urgently, what is it? What did she leave behind? Her translucent, pearl-white form hovered in midair, her hands reaching for Felix Harp's shoulders, only to pass right through. An icy chill that seemed to pierce his bones caused Felix Harp to shiver involuntarily. It's a memory, he said softly. In the following days, Helena avoided him. Felix Harp understood her feelings well, the uncertainty was uncomfortable. Who could guarantee that Lady Ravenclaw's memories were specifically meant for Helena? Could memories be awakened in a ghost? Once awakened, would the ghost remain rational? And if rational, would the desired outcome be achieved? Despite the high probability of these questions being answered with a yes, no one could be sure until the truth was revealed. During this time, Felix Harp developed 7 photographs. Through the influence of the developing potion and his magical adjustments, Helena appeared lifelike in the pictures, beautiful, elegant, with a faint smile. Finally, on a weekend morning, she sought out Felix Harp. Take me there, she said calmly. You've decided? She nodded solemnly, ready to accept whatever the outcome might be. In front of the room of requirement on the 8th floor, Felix Harp and Helena stood in silence. A large blue door materialized slowly. Helena looked at him, and Felix Harp, holding the handle, pushed the door open. Felix Harp entered the room once more, this time with Helena by his side, or rather, he was the guest now. As Helena stepped into the room of requirement, the entire space became vibrant. Tiny voices emerged from all directions. Even without changing perspective, Felix Harp could sense an immense magic awakening. The furnishings in the room disappeared one by one, the space expanded, until it turned into a boundless, pristine world. Sky and earth seemed to lose their boundaries, leaving only Felix Harp and Helena in existence. Not far from Helena, magic surged and formed the silhouette of a woman. From illusion to reality, she emerged from nothingness. After 1,000 years, Rowena Ravenclaw opened her eyes. Chapter 134, Rowena Ravenclaw. Here we meet Rowena Ravenclaw, a beautiful yet stern-faced witch who appears more like a living being than a memory. If Felix hadn't witnessed her solidify from an ethereal presence, he might have thought that Ravenclaw had lived to the present day. The witch's gaze seems unfocused, but when she lays eyes on Helena, her expression becomes delicate, her eyes gradually sharpening. She is Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts from 1,000 years past, a legendary sorceress. Helena, welcome home, she says. Mother, Helena chokes up, silvery transparent tears falling softly. Ravenclaw's sharp gaze scans her form, then turns to look at Felix standing quietly nearby. Can you tell me how much time has passed, sir? You can call me Felix, Felix Harp. Felix slightly bows, it has been 1,000 years, ma'am. 1,000 years. Ravenclaw contemplates the word, walks over to Helena, and gently wipes away the tears from her face. To see you again after 1,000 years, what more could I desire? Ravenclaw says tenderly. Mother, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have stolen your diadem, shouldn't have run away, and shouldn't have ignored Barrow. I didn't even get to see you one last time. Helena weeps sorrowfully. You're my child, how could that be considered theft? Ravenclaw says affectionately. She lifts Helena's cloak slightly and looks at the black wound on her chest, asking, does it hurt? It hurts, Helena is in pain. Day and night, Helena holds her mother's arm, speaking with a slightly playful tone. Ravenclaw lifts her daughter's hand, doesn't appear to do anything, but Helena's transparent fingers quickly turn fair and full, then extend upwards. In less than a minute, Helena transforms from a ghostly state to a solid one. Her clothes change into a deep blue gown. It's only then that Felix notices, Helena's hair is a vibrant wine red. Mother! Helena looks at Ravenclaw in surprise, suddenly falls from about 2 inches above the ground, staggers 2 steps, nearly falls, and is caught by Ravenclaw. Time has passed too long, she has forgotten how a normal person walks. She takes a tentative step, then another, and topples over directly onto the ground. Lady Ravenclaw steps forward and helps her up. Helena leans most of her body against her. Try again, you haven't even put on your shoes yet, and you're falling like this. But I haven't walked in a long time. Felix observes all of this without any intention of intervening. All of this is like a fleeting reflection in a mirror, and at least he doesn't believe that Lady Rowena Ravenclaw has the power to resurrect the dead. Besides, she's just a memory. Apart from this, he can see clearly that Helena's smile is becoming brighter and her eyes are crescent-shaped, a sign that her emotional knots are unraveling. Isn't everything going just as you expected, Felix? You should have been mentally prepared for this. Helena and Lady Ravenclaw are joyfully engaged in the game of helping each other walk, both completely ignoring Felix on the side. After about half an hour, the 2 ladies stop and tidy their slightly disheveled hair. A soft, gentle white light radiates from Helena, making her look like a princess. Mother, have you forgiven me? She nervously asks. I've never blamed you, Lady Ravenclaw smiles and says. Helena laughs through her tears, a sacred and pure light blossoming on her face. After a moment, Helena leaned in to whisper something in her mother's ear, and their gazes turned towards Felix Harp not far away. The 2 approached, arms linked together. Mr. Harp. Lady Rowena Ravenclaw said. Lady Ravenclaw, Helena, congratulations, Felix said. Thanks to you, Felix. Otherwise, I might have remained lonely forever, Helena said with a smile, gently tugging her mother's sleeve. Lady Rowena Ravenclaw looked at him with a gentle gaze. Thank you very much, Mr. Harp. You saved my daughter. Helena and I are friends, and Barrow too. I hope they can all find peace. Barrow? He's not dead. Lady Rowena Ravenclaw's expression froze, her gaze sharper than ever before, awe-inspiring. Helena said with a touch of glee, that annoying ghost has also become a spirit, but he's not having a good time either. He's been carrying the burden of blood-stained chains. You don't need to trouble yourself with him. Is that so? Lady Rowena Ravenclaw's gaze turned distant. Felix sensed the magic surging within Lady Rowena Ravenclaw, as if she were doing something he couldn't quite grasp. Outside the room of requirement, extremely secretive magical patterns illuminated one by one. Starting from the 8th floor, they extended outward, floor by floor, down to the 1st floor. Tower, 7th floor, 6th floor, continuing downward and outward. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore set down his quill, his expression filled with confusion. He seemed to have been deprived of some of his authority as the headmaster? No, not deprived, but temporarily borrowed. It was just that the borrower was quite overbearing and hadn't consulted him, the master of the place. Who had this kind of authority? Dumbledore stood up with a serious expression. The rotating stairs within the castle began to twist violently, and some suits of armor emitted creaking sounds. In the underground spaces of Hogwarts, in a secluded and abandoned classroom, the bloody Baron floated expressionlessly in mid-air. A gust of wind blew, awakening the desiccated Baron. His expression vacant, he scanned the surroundings, finding nothing. Inside the room of requirement, Lady Rowena Ravenclaw let out a sigh. It's my fault, I shouldn't have let him come find you. Everything's in the past now, Helena whispered softly. Felix let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing had happened. He was worried that Rowena Ravenclaw might want to avenge her daughter and make Baron disappear directly. Although both would result in a disappearance, the concept of self-liberation and being turned into a mist were entirely different. But I seem to have found something familiar, Lady Rowena Ravenclaw said. Amid the somewhat puzzled looks of Felix and Helena, a worn-out crown abruptly materialized from the air, dropping onto the white floor. Is this your crown? Helena exclaimed in surprise. How did it end up here? Lady Rowena Ravenclaw stared at the crown. You're clueless, and how would I know? I found it in a pile of rubbish. What do these young wizards think my laboratory is? Felix's gaze remained fixed on the crown. He shifted his perspective just as he did with the diary. Profoundly dark magic, eerily silent. This was a Horcrux. It's containing a fragment of a soul, the despicable magic left behind by Salazar Slytherin. Lady Rowena Ravenclaw's brows furrowed. I believe it's called a Horcrux. You know about this? Felix asked. Of course, Salazar was famous in my time as well. Many of his spells, which could be considered wicked, have been widely circulated. But a Horcrux is indeed quite rare. Lady Rowena Ravenclaw turned her gaze towards Helena. Who did you give the crown to? There will be one more chapter. I'll try to finish this part today. Chapter 135, Crowns and Questions. Helena averted her gaze with a hint of guilt. About 50 years ago, I was deceived by a student into revealing the location where the crown was hidden. Felix Harp chimed in from the side. From what I know, Voldemort, oh, that's the name he later changed, Voldemort indeed excelled in toying with people's hearts, and more importantly, his ambition was immense. He created more than one Horcrux. As for how evil Voldemort was and what he did in the wizarding world, it didn't matter at all to Rowena Ravenclaw. She retrieved a tattered diary from her ring and handed it to Ms. Ravenclaw. She caressed the neat scorch marks on the diary. The Fiend Fire Curse, a very skilled Fiend Fire Curse. She didn't mention anything about dark magic. In her time, the Fiend Fire Curse wasn't uncommon due to its powerful and counter-curse nature. I've also seen traces of magic that belong to me. Ms. Ravenclaw looked up at him. A thought sparked in Felix's mind, and he provided a crucial piece of information. Voldemort is a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, he inherited Slytherin's magical legacy. Is that so? I did indeed exchange memories magic with Salazar. Ms. Ravenclaw mumbled softly. Just then, a flash of insight struck Felix. He retrieved Lockhart's magical manuscript and tentatively spoke. These manuscripts come from a professor who graduated from Ravenclaw. He claimed to have obtained a hidden legacy. Ravenclaw took them and casually flipped through them. These are my belongings, although they've been copied. Who is this person? How did he become a professor at the school? His annotations are full of various shoddy errors and fantasies. He has paid the price, Felix said briefly, not wanting to waste time explaining Lockhart's actions. The radiance emanating from Helena grew stronger and stronger. Do you remember where you put these materials? Felix inquired. Ravenclaw glanced at him. They should be in the lounge bookcase. I set up some hidden magic, waiting for future generations to discover. At this point, she waved the manuscript with some confusion. Is that really a Ravenclaw student? My magic shouldn't last too long, has it expired? But I designed it to automatically draw on the residual magic from Hogwarts. When discussing magic, this lady didn't seem as formidable as she appeared, Felix thought. His gaze shifted to the crown. Lady Ravenclaw, if you don't mind, I must take it and find a chance to destroy it. With your Fiend Fire Curse? Lady Ravenclaw asked. It's quite effective. But the crown will be utterly destroyed. Lady Ravenclaw cast a disdainful look at the gaping hole in the diary and thought for a moment. Or perhaps I should do it. She reached out, letting the crown float in front of her, examined it carefully for a moment, and then tossed it away. In the pure white space, magic surged continuously, forming twinkling multicolored lights that converged behind Lady Ravenclaw, resembling a galaxy draped over her. Go, Lady Ravenclaw said. The starlight rushed past like a tide, forming an exaggerated vortex of magic in mid-air, engulfing the crown. Within the vortex, icy blue and bronze magic started to coil and tear at the crown incessantly. Wisps of black mist seeped from the crown and were subsequently shattered by the surrounding magic. A mournful sound echoed, but Lady Ravenclaw pointed her finger, and the sound immediately vanished. What is this? Felix asked in astonishment. If he wasn't mistaken, this rough approach was. I tapped into the castle's magic, creating a vortex to draw out the souls inside and grind them away bit by bit, Rowena Ravenclaw said casually. Felix Harp responded with a bemused expression, magic is truly remarkable. He phrased his concern gently, wouldn't this damage your crown? The crown that could grant wisdom intrigued him. Although he intended to study it, his initial plan was to resolve the Horcrux without causing harm to the artifact. It has already been destroyed. The evil souls tainted all the wisdom within the crown. I merely wanted to preserve its material, Lady Ravenclaw said. Felix looked at the crown constantly emitting black smoke in mid-air, lost for words. Helena, who had been holding Lady Ravenclaw, interjected, "Felix, you have many questions without answers, don't you? Here stands a master of magic." She winked at Felix, silently mouthing, "You're welcome." Ravenclaw smiled as she observed the interaction between Helena and Felix. "Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Time might be short." She looked at Helena, whose radiance was becoming more difficult to conceal. Once Helena was released, her mission would be complete. After all, she was merely a fragment of memory. Lady Ravenclaw held Helena's hand in her own, striving to delay this process. Helena offered her a beautiful smile. With limited time, Felix didn't hesitate and hurriedly inquired about what concerned him the most. "Lady Ravenclaw, my first question is, what are memories?" Ravenclaw regarded him. "You are your memories. Except for the thin layer of now, everything in our lives is a memory." Felix spoke solemnly, "So, whether it's a person, a soul, or an animal, the most important thing is memories." Ravenclaw didn't confirm or deny. "How do you view the now? Is it the result of the past or the beginning of the future?" This question left Felix scratching his head. He wanted to ask about magic, not engage in philosophical discourse. He shared his viewpoint. "In my opinion, the now is something I can absolutely grasp. It's my power, a manifestation of my will. To put it simply, the now is choice. The past can't be undone, the future is yet to come, and the key to it all is seizing the now." Ravenclaw nodded and smiled, neither endorsing nor challenging his stance. Felix waited for a moment. Seeing that she didn't speak, he straightforwardly asked his most pressing question, "Madam, I wish to implant a fictional memory into a patroness, but the two conflict intensely. Furthermore, I want to transfer a portion of my consciousness into the patroness." He waved his wand, summoning his patroness. Lady Ravenclaw smiled and beckoned, allowing the silvery swallow to alight on her hand. Felix, taking the hint, relinquished control over the patroness. He knew Lady Ravenclaw was about to demonstrate. Her fingers brushed against its feathers, and the swallow began to chirp. "You need to extract memories correctly," she said gently, explaining, "Imagine it like reaching into a bird-filled aviary and grabbing a specific one. It might seem challenging, but if each bird's leg has a string tied to it, and you pull the string outside the aviary, accomplishing everything becomes easy." Chapter 136, Conclusion. "Birdhouses, ropes, threads," Felix Harp repeated. He suddenly noticed a trait of Ravenclaw. She was very, very fond of inspiring others regardless of whether the person wanted to be inspired or not. "Mother, can't you be more straightforward?" Helena said on the side. Lady Ravenclaw glanced at her, reluctantly revealing the solution to the riddle: "Don't forcefully cram memories into anything. You need to shape the memories." Felix seemed to grasp something, but it was like looking through a frosted window, hazy and unclear. Shaping memories, or rather, solidifying the structure of memories. The rain swallow in Ravenclaw's hand turned into a silver mist, then reformed into a proud and towering eagle, covered with countless tiny dots of light. The eagle landed on the ground, exuding a commanding presence. "These are..." Felix's breath seemed to stall. He activated his mind's acceleration, desperately memorizing the structure of these light points. Ravenclaw stated calmly, "Soul nodes? Memory nodes? Call them what you will. I simply discovered structures that stabilize memories." "So, you also are constructed like this?" "Yes, I am just a segment of memory of Rowena Ravenclaw. Not a real person, not a ghost, nor even a living being. Only emotions remain true and unfeigned. As for transferring consciousness, you can refer to contract magic," she said quickly. Felix could only take note, and he timely brought up the final question, "Madam, I wish to know, what heights did the four founders truly push magic to?" Ravenclaw looked at him approvingly, saying too much would only disturb you. "What I can tell you is that we ourselves can be considered magical creatures." She glanced at the crown, constantly eroded by vast magic, shattered into pieces by the surging darkness. "It's almost time," Lady Ravenclaw said softly. Her form slowly faded, but she still gazed tenderly at Helena. The radiance on Helena grew brighter and holier, a profound joy emanating from within. The temporarily constructed body formed by magic had disappeared, and she transformed back into her ghostly form. "May I embrace you once more?" she asked. Lady Ravenclaw opened her arms, and two somewhat ethereal figures pressed together, remaining embraced for a long time. From the vortex of magic, a blurry face burst out of the crown, but immediately and silently shattered. Lady Ravenclaw seized the crown. A cleansing had left it spotless, as if brand new, shimmering brightly. "I will reconstruct the crown as your reward," she said to Felix. "Lady Ravenclaw, you need not." He hesitated. "It's not as brilliant as you imagine." "What can be bestowed is not true wisdom," Lady Ravenclaw said, her figure fading further, while the crown grew increasingly luminous. She turned her head and looked at Helena. "It's a bit regrettable that I can't accompany you further," Lady Ravenclaw said. She was merely a memory, and today she had fulfilled her mission and was about to dissipate. Helena smiled and replied, "I've already found the courage to continue." Lady Ravenclaw gazed at her. After 3 minutes, maybe 5, or perhaps 10, she finally vanished. Clang! The crown fell to the ground, rolling a couple of times. "Take it, it's yours," Helena said. The radiance on Helena intensified. The restrictions left on her by Lady Ravenclaw had disappeared. Felix didn't even glance at the crown. He kept his eyes on Helena and said with a hint of bitterness, "Today, I'm losing another friend." She floated in front of him, her palm reaching for his cheek, but her fingers passed through. "It seems you've also experienced sorrow," she said. Felix remained silent for a moment. "Let's go outside." He extended his hand, allowing the crown, along with the diary, to fly over and be tucked into the ring. The two walked out of the room of requirement. Helena's radiance quickly spread, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the entire 8th floor corridor. "We might be running out of time." "There's someone I need to talk to," Helena said. "Do you need assistance?" Felix asked. He knew who she meant by someone. "Of course," she replied with a smile. "We're friends, aren't we?" Felix's wand emitted a loud crack, and a window suddenly disappeared. Holding Helena, he leaped out of the 8th floor window and landed gracefully in the courtyard. In the next moment, Felix's voice resonated throughout the castle. "Baron, come to the courtyard. Helena has something to tell you." The young wizards and witches in the castle looked up in surprise, startled by the booming voice. "What's happening?" "Let's go see," Harry said to Ron and Hermione, and the three of them started running. Others, brimming with curiosity, also followed suit. It was a weekend, after all, and everyone had plenty of free time. They all unconsciously ran towards the courtyard. However, Dumbledore arrived first, appearing suddenly in front of Felix and Helena. He seemed puzzled, but his azure eyes widened dramatically when he saw the pure white light enveloping Helena. He turned to Felix, who nodded subtly. After another 10 seconds or so, a silver figure passed through walls one after another, appearing in the courtyard. It was the Bloody Baron. He was as menacing as ever, covered in silver bloodstains, and carrying a massive chain around his shoulders. However, his expression at this moment was one of unprecedented nervousness and anxiety. The Bloody Baron stared at Helena, bathed in light. His mouth opened and closed, and he stammered, "Congratulations, Helena." Shortly after, young wizards, professors, and even other ghosts arrived from a distance. Observing the scene in the courtyard, they stopped in their tracks. The young wizards were puzzled, but the professors and ghosts, having seen more, recognized Helena's state. Nearly headless Nick, almost decapitated in shock, covered his mouth. "Oh, heavens!" Other ghosts also anxiously watched the central courtyard. "Sir Baron, I am about to depart," Helena said. "Someone once told me to learn to forgive oneself. I offer you these words." "And what about you?" the Baron asked, his body trembling. "Will you forgive me? I've hated you, but I'll try to forgive you." "Let's start from this moment," Helena Ravenclaw said. Her radiance exploded into a long, white staircase of phantom light. Helena gazed around one last time and finally lingered briefly on Felix before resolutely stepping onto the staircase. Her figure vanished. Felix felt a profound loss. "Felix, thank you." "I know she meant you," the Baron said, his body also enveloped in a pure white light. "I haven't done much," Felix shook his head. In the distance, the ghosts erupted in a murmur. What day was it today? 2 bound ghosts breaking free, one after the other. Only those who knew the millennia-old enmity between these two ghosts couldn't help but be deeply moved. The Baron didn't resist the surging white light. Amidst a solemn atmosphere, his figure disappeared. The young wizards stared at the scene in a daze. They didn't know what had happened, but they understood that the ghosts of Ravenclaw and Slytherin houses had vanished forever on this day. Chapter 137, The Aftermath. The young wizards were dismissed by the professors. Professor McGonagall directed the heads of houses to lead their respective students away. They went wherever they pleased, and in truth, her own feelings were quite complex. Startled by Felix Harp's sudden shout, she had thought something urgent had occurred. She rushed over in haste, even using an animagus transfiguration halfway. Not just one young wizard saw a cat deftly navigate through the flower beds, a blurry silhouette darting by. They thought that Lady Rosalind, who had been petrified by the basilisk, had been restored. But even though things were different from what she had imagined, it was still considered urgent. She had witnessed the two ghosts that had existed at Hogwarts for a millennium dissipate into nothingness. This was a good thing, yet her mind was still filled with questions. What exactly had transpired? Most of the professors and ghosts remained. They gazed at Felix, seemingly intending to hear his story. Severus Snape, by the courtyard columns, had an inscrutable expression. His thoughts at this moment were, how many times this year had there been incidents that could be labeled as accidents? It seemed almost every one of them was connected to Felix Harp. Professor Flitwick stood to the side, his lips moving, wanting to say something. He knew the true identity of Lady Grey, had respected her for decades, and he was most eager for the truth. Dumbledore was deeply moved. He had been watching the spot where the two ghosts disappeared, murmuring softly. His silver beard trembled, but no one could fathom the thoughts of this centenarian. Felix, Dumbledore said softly, it seems something incredible has happened to you. Felix's expression seemed somewhat downcast. His gaze swept over the professors on the field: Snape, McGonagall, Burbage, Flitwick, Sprout, Madame Hooch. And the ghosts of Hogwarts: the nearly headless Nick, Friar Fat, Professor Binns, and a few whose names he couldn't recall. Nearly everyone who could attend was here. His tone was even. Indeed, it's a long story. But it involves the privacy of two dignified ghosts, and considering my own complex emotions right now, I don't have the mood to tell it. Dumbledore, please forgive me for temporarily leaving. When my emotions have settled, I will reveal the truth to preserve the honor of our two friends. Dumbledore's gaze discreetly swept across the others. He said with understanding, of course, Felix. I believe among everyone present, no one has endured more sorrow than you. Felix and Dumbledore left in succession. The professors looked at each other, the ghosts nearby also shared similar feelings. They were all a bit anxious, but they knew they could only wait. After a few exchanged words, they dispersed. Ancient Rune's office. Felix sat in the chair behind the desk, taking out a stack of parchment and writing swiftly. He transcribed the entire conversation with Lady Ravenclaw, intending for them to gradually take shape in the Pensieve. The manuscript before Felix turned into ashes silently. Upon completing this task, Felix leaned back in his chair. A journal and a fresh tiara lay before him as he delved into contemplation. His mood was indeed somewhat melancholic and complex. But the main reason was that he couldn't tell the story flawlessly while concealing certain crucial information. Such as Lady Ravenclaw's millennium-long memories, the tiara, the Horcrux. These were things he didn't want too many people to know. Many secrets, once revealed to a second person, could no longer be called secrets. But as for the matter of the Horcrux, he didn't want to keep it from Dumbledore either. After all, he held two complete pieces, though he found it strange how things had developed to this point. The troubles of Voldemort could be left for the headmaster to worry about. Moreover, the most critical thing was that he seemed to be able to seamlessly incorporate the journal into the story. This includes Ginny, includes Draco Malfoy, includes the house elf Dobby. These clues he had sporadically gathered could also be passed on to Dumbledore in one go. Putting an end to the Chamber of Secrets incident, once Dobby's troubles were resolved, would allow Hagrid to regain his honor. Speaking of which, why hadn't Dobby been in touch with him all this time? Had something unexpected happened, or had the natural instincts of a house elf taken precedence? In the office, there wasn't a sound to be heard. Elsewhere in Hogwarts, numerous young wizards were sharing their opinions on the shocking events of the day. But what Harry cared about the most was, what had truly transpired with the two ghosts. At this moment, the trio followed the rest back to Gryffindor Common Room under the guidance of their head of house. The usually quiet Gryffindors erupted with enthusiasm, nearly overturning the ceiling. Hermione gave Harry and Ron a glance, and they picked a couch with partitions and red curtains, then sat down. On the other side of the partition were several Gryffindor prefects. They too were discussing the events that had just unfolded. "It's the redemption of the ghosts," Percy said with great certainty. "I've read descriptions like this in books, it's an extremely rare occurrence." A fifth-year female prefect looked puzzled. "I think I've heard about it at home, but isn't that just a fairy tale?" "Haha, have you heard the story of the disappearance of Sir Barnabas the Ghost?" A male student's voice rang out. On the other side of the partition, Hermione mouthed, "Have you heard this story?" Ron shook his head. The discussion continued. The female prefect said, "I've always thought it was fake, but I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes today." "What do you all think happened? What's the relationship between Lady Grey and the Bloody Baron? Could they be a couple?" "Oh, impossible," Lady Grey used the word forgiveness. "Did you hear that?" "We were too far away, I couldn't hear clearly, Professor McGonagall didn't let us get closer. I saw her mouth moving." "In that case, they're enemies. Honestly, I think that possibility is higher. Like, maybe he murdered Lady Grey." A new, excited female voice chimed in, "Could it be, the Bloody Baron was an assassin, he killed many people and was sentenced, but even at the brink of death, he wanted to strike back, so he turned into a ghost." She built up a whole inner monologue and dramatically concluded. The trio shifted to a more secluded corner. "What do you guys think?" Harry asked. "Other than the information about ghosts redeeming themselves, nothing else seems reliable," Ron remarked. "Especially that sharp-voiced girl, she's trying to turn everything into a tale of love and hatred. They're overlooking Professor Harp. He's the one who summoned the Bloody Baron," Harry speculated. "Hermione, what are your thoughts?" "I also think it's related to Professor Harp. He seemed somewhat sad, and I know he was friends with Lady Grey." Hermione shared what she knew. Among the discussions, the Gryffindors wasn't the most fervent. Of the four houses, the response from Ravenclaw was the strongest. Though Lady Grey had always given an impression of aloofness, she had never hesitated to offer guidance to young wizards, especially those from her own house. Her departure left the Ravenclaws quite saddened. In the evening, Felix Harp left the school and arrived in London's Old City district. He walked down a pitch-black road and entered a cemetery. The gatekeeper paid him no attention. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Felix stood before a tombstone. Chapter 138, The Tale. Upon the black marble, the white inscriptions were easier to discern in the dim light, shimmering in the darkness. Loch Averin. Born December 12, 1966, departed May 3, 1980. Caring for 12 companions during the flu outbreak, he tragically fell ill and passed away. "Loch Averin," murmured Felix Harp. He recalled that year when he was 9, lying in a sickbed, the scene of someone tending to him during his weakest moments. 3 days before recovery, Averin's presence vanished. He had beseeched the headmaster to tell him, only receiving a heavy sigh in return. That was the first time he deeply comprehended death. Felix stood quietly before the tombstone, resembling a silent statue. After nearly an hour, his figure faded away. At 8 in the evening, Felix returned to his office. Earlier, he had used patroness communication to inform his assistant, cancelling this weekend's magical text revisions. With slight preparations, he knocked on the headmaster's office door. Inside, it was rather dim. Dumbledore lifted his head from the desk, gazing at him through his half-moon glasses. "Felix, please have a seat." "One moment, the lighting in the office is rather dim." He raised something resembling a silver lighter, pressed it a few times, and tiny spheres of light flew out, instantly brightening the office. "What's this?" Felix asked with interest. "A little contraption of my own making. I call it the lumosiphon. It absorbs and releases light sources," Dumbledore explained. Felix sat across from him, bringing out his notebook and a brand new coronet. Dumbledore's gaze immediately fell upon the coronet. He stood up abruptly, bending over to examine it carefully. "This is, if I'm not mistaken." "Correct, Lady Ravenclaw's coronet." Dumbledore looked at Felix, keenly noting his use of lady, a phrasing not often used. He quickly thought of the brief borrowing of his own headmaster privileges, and the speculation that sprouted made him somewhat taken aback, but he swiftly dismissed the possibility. His attention shifted to the notebook. It didn't possess the same allure, appearing tattered with a hole in the middle. Dumbledore stared at it for a longer time, his fingers exploring the tier. A powerful fiend fire curse, he frowned, refraining from immediate commentary. Then, for a brief moment, his vibrant blue eyes widened. I see, indeed, that's how it is. After a while, his gaze finally moved away. Dumbledore softly exclaimed, truly astonishing. I thought nothing would surprise this old man anymore, but it seems your story is about to broaden my horizons. Felix began to recount his adventure, starting from a very early time. On the night the chamber ordeal concluded, Draco Malfoy found me. He appeared anxious yet clever, bringing along a malevolent dark magical item. He nodded towards the notebook on the table. He spoke of how he suspected a connection between the notebook and the chamber's opening, attempting to communicate with it, yet receiving no response. This doesn't quite align with Mr. Malfoy's experience. I've decided to observe it for a while and have cast intricate protective spells around it, Felix shared. Dumbledore interlaced his fingers, resting them under his chin, silently listening. It wasn't until dueling class that I realized the enchantments I'd cast were broken. I hurried back and discovered an unconscious house elf named Dobby. Administering a potion to it, I unexpectedly gained insight into the truth of the chamber incident, Felix continued. So, the diary was a relic of Voldemort's. For uncertain reasons, he entrusted his diary to Lucius Malfoy, who, taking advantage of the incident outside Flourish and Blots, concealed the diary within the book of Ginny Weasley, the youngest daughter of the Weasleys. Dumbledore sighed, this aligns with some of my conjectures. From what I know, during that time, the Ministry of Magic conducted searches on several pureblood families under the pretense of investigating dark magical items. Lucius might have grown anxious and wanted to rid himself of this trouble. Dobby felt immense gratitude towards Potter. Despite defying his master's orders, he protected Potter in his own way, even though Felix Harp displayed a slight smile, it might have caused some disturbance to Potter himself. Ah, these pure emotions often exceed our imagination, Dumbledore mused. In any case, I realized the danger and intended to vanquish the diary. Conventional magic was futile, so I resorted to the fiend fire, Felix straightforwardly mentioned, not shying away from the fact of using dark magic. Dumbledore didn't say much, perhaps, it indeed is a good approach. Next, Felix explained that during his investigation of the chamber, he had unintentionally stumbled upon a mysterious room. I find its magic quite intriguing and plan to study it during my spare time. On the 8th floor of the castle, on the tapestry of the club-wielding giant and the tiny babbling Bandon Banshee. Dumbledore repeated, a thoughtful expression on his face. He smiled, saying, your words have solved a long-standing mystery for me. You know about it too? Felix asked knowingly, unable to say he'd used various odd probes with Dumbledore's name. Oh, it's a delightful experience indeed. However, I might have underestimated its purpose at the time. Felix didn't press further, he nodded and then continued about the matter of the two ghosts. He and Barrow had known each other since their school days, and he had inadvertently overheard their conversation. Somewhat sheepishly, he said, initially, I had utilitarian motives. I came across Lady Ravenclaw's manuscript in the library and became curious about the era 1,000 years ago. I deliberately befriended Helena. Dumbledore reassured him, in my youth, I too held utilitarian motives, deliberately befriended many famous wizards. There's no need to feel ashamed. You're always so understanding, Dumbledore. Felix said, at the time, I had another intention. As a friend of Barrow's, I hoped to alleviate the resentment Helena held towards him. But upon deeper interaction, I found Helena to be an exceptional lady. Conversations with her were quite delightful, I relished the process. Felix's voice grew quieter. Moving on, Felix minimized his description of Helena. He didn't want to mention her name amid a pile of lies. I realized that the room of requirement might be Ravenclaw's hidden chamber. With her, I entered and witnessed the memories left behind by Rowena Ravenclaw herself 1,000 years ago. Dumbledore's hand, which was stroking his silver beard, paused. He listened intently, not wanting to miss a word. Lady Ravenclaw discovered the coronet. She mentioned that within it lay a piece of evil soul, supposedly a magic originating from a renowned dark wizard of ancient Greece, ignoble Herpo. Dumbledore's expression turned solemn. He uttered a word, Horcrux. Exactly, that magic. I thought of the diary and showed it to Lady Ravenclaw. After her confirmation, it was revealed that the diary was one of the Horcruxes as well. Very perceptive, Felix, Dumbledore remarked. Afterward, Lady Ravenclaw used the immense magic of Hogwarts to destroy it, and before her mission was complete, she recreated the coronet. Felix finished his story. Chapter 139, Two Memories. The office was filled with silence. Exquisite silverware on the corner of the desk spun around, emitting wisps of smoke and making a tick-tock sound. "Your testimony has been incredibly helpful, Felix," Dumbledore said, his eyes beneath his thick silver eyebrows fixed thoughtfully on a journal. "He's even more insane than I imagined." "You mean Voldemort?" "I prefer to call him Tom Riddle, his original name. He never shied away from it during his school days. Professors wouldn't refer to his last name Riddle, instead, they would kindly call him Tom," Dumbledore explained. Felix contemplated. It seemed Voldemort had a more indulgent time at school than he thought. "Is it because he created more than one Horcrux?" Felix asked. "Exactly, Felix. This magic is even more sinister than you can imagine, attaining immortality by splitting one's soul." "Headmaster Dumbledore, I'm not interested in that," Felix interrupted. "Do you have any other questions?" Dumbledore blinked and smiled contentedly. "Felix, you understand the art of restraint better than a younger me. I do have one more question." His hands interlocked on the table. "I'd like to know more about the information regarding the destruction of Horcruxes." Felix had anticipated this and coincidentally had two things he wanted Dumbledore to know. So he turned to look at the black cabinet behind him. "Why don't you take a look for yourself, Dumbledore?" Turning back, he caught Dumbledore's surprised gaze. "You mean, the Pensieve?" Many wizards shy away from that. This was a reaction he hadn't expected at all. "Yes, I saw it the last time I was here. The cabinet was open then," Felix explained. "As for shying away, I do, but personally, I believe that since Voldemort hasn't died, one day he'll return, and you are the one he fears the most." Dumbledore shook his head, his aged face already lined with wrinkles. "Felix, I have grown old." He waved his hand, and the black cabinet door swung open, revealing a shallow stone basin that floated steadily out and landed on the table in front of the two. Felix carefully examined the Pensieve. This magical creation was ancient and rare. The rim was carved with peculiar and mysterious letters and symbols. He could recognize some, but most were within the realm of his ignorance. Inside the Pensieve was a pool of silvery substance, somewhat like bright silver but constantly shifting. Felix pulled out his wand and lightly tapped the surface, causing the silver light to swirl gently. Then he pressed his wand against his forehead. Dumbledore spoke softly, "Felix, I must thank you for your trust." Felix gave a mischievous smile. "Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore, I'll only show you the most crucial memories. I'll keep private matters well hidden. Even if you put your nose against someone's face, you won't gain anything." Tonight, for the first time, Dumbledore broke into hearty laughter. A shimmering strand of silver thread was drawn out and joined into the Pensieve. Felix stirred it with his wand, blending the thread into the silver light. Both of them extended their hands, and as their fingertips touched the silver light in the basin, a powerful attraction pulled them in. They didn't resist, and they fell into the depths of the Pensieve. The first memory was exceedingly brief. A house elf lay on the ground as Felix summoned the sword of Gryffindor, pointing it directly at the diary. The Horcrux let out a dying cry. "No, I can tell you the secret to conquering death." But Felix hesitated not for a moment. He controlled the sword and thrust it through the Horcrux, silencing the voice abruptly. This memory came to an end. The two figures reappeared in the office once again. Dumbledore's expression was complex, carrying an inexplicable sense of relief. He looked at Felix. "I am proud of your choice. During the time of war, many renowned wizards were easily seduced by him, let alone the secret of defying death." Dumbledore didn't even mention how Felix managed to master the killing curse to this extent. At other times, he might have advised Felix not to get too entangled, but now, compared to resisting the lure of Horcruxes, these concerns were trivial. And that was exactly the first thing Felix wanted to tell Dumbledore. Next came the second memory. In a realm of pure white, magic of ice blue and bronze intertwined into a massive whirlpool. They continuously tore at a crown. Threads of black mist emanated from the crown. Dumbledore stared at something not far away with a strange expression. Opposite Felix was a beautiful and solemn witch, Helena, who stood beside him. They were saying something, but Dumbledore couldn't hear a thing, not even their faces were clear. "So, this is what you call privacy?" "We're discussing my magical path," Felix said succinctly. Dumbledore tightly shut his mouth. Matters like these were the secrets of powerful wizards. He turned to look at the vortex suspended in midair and let out an amazed sigh. After a while, a blurred face burst out of the crown, only to be completely shattered by the whirlpool right away. Dumbledore sighed with a tinge of melancholy. But he realized that they hadn't left the memory. After a moment, he heard the sole sentence from the entire memory. It was Lady Rowena Ravenclaw speaking to Felix, "I shall remake the crown as your reward." This sentence echoed endlessly in the empty white space. Dumbledore looked at Felix wordlessly. Felix nodded in agreement. The next second, the memory ended. The atmosphere in the office was calm and quiet, neither of them spoke first. After a while, Dumbledore said helplessly, "I understand your intentions. The crown is yours, and no one can take it away. If anyone objects, I will testify on your behalf." Felix beamed a radiant smile, "Thank you so much, Headmaster Dumbledore. I've always worried that some narrow-minded board of governors or ministry official might give me trouble." As he spoke, Felix deftly used his wand to extract his memories, causing them to dissipate entirely. Dumbledore suddenly felt a pang of heartache. He waved his hand, "You can keep the crown." Felix courteously bid farewell and turned to leave. Walking out of the office, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. His anticipated goals had all been achieved. His three main goals were as follows: first, how to incorporate the diary into his version of the story; second, how to dispel any doubts Dumbledore might have what if Felix became interested in Horcruxes; and third, the ownership of the crown. He wasn't willing to compromise on that. So, after telling the story, he cleverly presented two memories, corresponding to the second and third goals. Among them, the second goal was the most crucial. He was so cautious because he knew that Dumbledore had once held concerns about him, fearing he might tread the path of darkness and become the next Dark Lord. What's even more frightening was that Dumbledore was over 100 years old. He couldn't bear the cost of a misjudgment. But Felix? He was only 22, far from his prime. Based on his past actions, Felix fully understood this concern. So, he had no choice but to put in more effort, engaging in a battle of wits with the old headmaster to dispel his doubts. "I truly am a considerate person." Chapter 140, The Wind. Felix Harp returned to his office. The night had grown deep, and the windows rattled with the sound of the wind. Sitting in his chair, Felix's gaze slid across a corner of the desk, where a stack of photographs rested. Felix casually picked up a photograph, leaning back in his chair as he gazed quietly. Among the 7 images, most were solo shots of Helena. She always smiled quietly, though from different angles. Only in the photo of them together did she show a humorous expression in response to something he had said. She covered her mouth with her hand in the picture. Felix's fingers brushed over the photo, causing her hair to turn a deep wine red. He then slipped the photo into a ring. "May your journey be smooth, Helena." The next morning, a strong wind swept through Hogwarts. Felix was awoken early, dressed in his pajamas as he stepped out of his bedroom. The office was dimly lit, and outside was pitch black. The windows groaned under the assault of the fierce wind. Felix snapped his fingers, and the windows seemed to transform into a solid structure, reducing the noise considerably. However, he couldn't do much about the sound of the raging wind hitting the castle walls. Through the window, he could vaguely see the branches of distant trees swaying ceaselessly. "I have no desire to think in weather like this," he muttered, slumping lazily on the couch. Felix beckoned with a finger, causing the suitcase in the corner to pop open. Boxes of film negatives floated through the air before him. "Tisk. Seems like I've seen them all. I remember there's a very famous film series. I wonder if it's released yet. What's it called?" "The Legend of Nagini." Felix shook his head and conjured forth from a cabinet beside the wall a children's fairy tale book titled Campa's Adventure, one of the gifts he had received at Christmas. The protagonist of the story was named Ronin Campa, a 10-year-old aspiring young wizard. His parents were both Ministry of Magic employees, often too busy to look after him, leaving him in the care of neighbors. But he didn't like the cats owned by his neighbors, so he secretly sneaked out. Campa had intended to visit Diagon Alley, but instead stumbled into Nocturne Alley, where he was abducted by a dark witch using an illusion. However, clever Campa employed a cunning plan to deceive the witch, successfully escaping. From there, the story continued with his evasion of the witch's pursuit and his befriending of various companions as he made his way back home. Felix realized that if one didn't think too deeply about the logic such as why the witch's minions were 3 cats named Night, Marsh, and Mori, and why they always found Campa before the witch, only to be driven away by Campa's newly acquired magical animal friends, it was actually quite entertaining. He read with relish, finishing the book in less than an hour. I wonder if books like these are popular among young wizards. I should investigate. If the response is positive, I could use it as inspiration for my new book. As for the plot, he glanced at the nearby Campa's adventure. A 10-year-old aspiring wizard, sent by his busy wizard parents to a Muggle school, and the story of his life, studies, and friendships in an unfamiliar environment. Yeah, this young wizard grew up in a magical household, unfamiliar with the world outside. Through his eyes, readers could discover many fascinating things. It might be even better with some animated photos. Felix absent-mindedly wove the plot together as the dawn finally broke. Harry awoke to the sound of wind whistling and howling. He fumbled for his glasses and looked carefully out of the window. It's windy. Well, it is March after all, he murmured softly. Ron was still asleep. Today was Sunday, and Harry didn't wake him. He got dressed, picked up his bag, and headed to the common room. There was a pile of Quidditch training to do in the afternoon, so he had to make good progress on his homework. When he arrived at the common room, it was empty, with only a few people around. But he wasn't surprised to see Hermione there. She was holding a carving knife, etching magical runes. From Harry's angle, it looked quite impressive. The tip of the light brown carving knife exuded a fiery magic, leaving burning symbols on the chestnut wood. How's it coming along? Harry asked when she paused. Hermione gave him a somewhat ambiguous answer. Not too bad, though I haven't succeeded yet. Really? Harry didn't quite grasp her words. Looks quite intimidating, actually. Has that mysterious wizard vibe from fairy tales. Harry, you are a wizard, you know. I meant wizards from the Muggle world, Harry clarified. As for Hogwarts, he thought of himself working feverishly on assignments and found it hard to muster interest in the matter of whether things were mysterious or not. While working on his herbology essay, the howling outside the tower hadn't ceased, disrupting his thoughts several times. This left him rather irritated. He suddenly looked up with anticipation. Hermione, do you think if the weather's like this on Monday, our herbology class might get cancelled? Hermione responded, I think you might be better off hoping for today's training to be cancelled. And I'm curious how the mandrakes ended up in someone else's flower pot. Professor Sprout said it would be around these days. I wouldn't want to miss it. During the final herbology class of the previous week, a few mandrakes had thrown a lively and noisy party in the third greenhouse. Professor Sprout had been quite pleased about it. When they want to move into someone else's flower pot, we'll know they're fully mature, Professor Sprout had said emotionally. Then we can bring back that poor young wizard in the hospital wing and bring Filch's cat back to life. Harry grumbled, Wood won't cancel training for sure. I'm confident about that. When Ron woke up, the 3 of them packed up and went to the Great Hall for breakfast. Ron pointed to the Ravenclaw table and said, They don't seem too thrilled. Harry said uncertainly, Maybe their house ghost disappeared. He thought for a moment. Despite not having enjoyed himself at Nick's 500th death day party, he would be sad if nearly headless Nick suddenly vanished. Just then, a silver figure dashed into the Great Hall, holding a stack of chalk and throwing them at Slytherin students. He laughed heartily and disappeared suddenly before anyone could react. The 3 of them stared, dumbfounded. After a long while, Ron said, Merlin, Peeves has no one to control him now. Everyone knew that only Bloody Baron and Dumbledore could control Peeves. Even when faced with professors, he only maintained a limited level of respect. But, I actually think it's not too bad, Ron said, looking at the disheveled Slytherin students, especially when there was Malfoy among them. He happily picked up a piece of bacon. Hermione said worriedly, but now Peeves is targeting Slytherin. Who knows who'll be next? That's just Slytherin's bad luck, Ron optimistically remarked. Chapter 141, Peeves the Poltergeist. Felix Harp remained in his office until noon before heading to the Great Hall with a rumbling stomach to have his meal. Instead of taking a seat at the teacher's table, he casually chose a student's long table where a few young wizards were discussing the events of the morning not far away. In just one morning, Peeves the Poltergeist attacked Slytherin students in the Great Hall, knocked down statues in the corridors, smeared mud on suits of armor, and scribbled all over the ceiling. A student recounted Peeves' misdeeds, counting them on his fingers. I think he must have spent all of yesterday planning his mischief, which is why he's so efficient today. Felix listened nearby. Just then, a group of irate Slytherin students stormed in, their angry voices echoing clearly through the room even from 7 or 8 seats away. Absolutely outrageous. He actually ran into the common room and caused a ruckus. We must inform Professor Snape. Their voices gradually faded as they moved away. Exiting the Great Hall, Felix intended to pay a visit to Belby, but he found his office door tightly locked. Just as he was about to leave, he came face to face with Belby, the tall and slender figure looking rather cheerful. Dermocles. Oh, Felix, are you here to see me? I went to Professor Snape's office, and the progress on the Wolfsbane potion is quite promising. Belby exclaimed enthusiastically. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Belby suggested, how about a drink? Felix readily agreed. Please wait a moment, I need to tidy up a bit. Belby said vaguely. The two entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, which had a distinctly different style from when Lockhart was there. It was more akin to Snape's office. Several large cabinets lined the walls, each filled with various bottles and jars. On a long table sat a row of glass cups and cauldrons. One of the cauldrons was simmering a potion, beneath it, an orange flame flickered, and heat emanated from the pot's mouth. Felix glanced around. Inside the cauldron was a creamy substance, except its color was a discomforting shade of emerald green. Is this some kind of salve? Yes, indeed. It's highly effective for large boils caused by pimple jinx. I discussed it with Madame Pomfrey. Oh, she's a veritable treasure trove when it comes to remedies for minor injuries and illnesses, Belby said, beaming. Felix agreed, I wholeheartedly concur, Dermocles. He had noticed this during his school years. Belby pulled back a corner of a curtain in the corner, revealing 2 metal cages with 2 red-capped creatures peacefully napping inside. But as he brought out 2 thumb-sized glass bottles, they immediately opened their eyes and began to chirp incessantly, their tiny claws gripping the bars of their cages. Felix could almost sense their yearning from their thin faces. Belby made a sound, and the red-capped creatures immediately quieted down, pressing their heads against the cage bars, mouths wide open. He poured the bright red liquid from the glass bottles into their mouths. The red-capped creatures seemed to revel in it, swaying and staggering as if they were intoxicated. Then, Belby covered the curtain, joining Felix once more. He placed 2 green leaves into the cauldron and tapped the edge of the cauldron twice with his wand. The inky green substance inside began to swirl. All done. Shall we go? Belby said. As they descended the stairs to the ground, they saw a group of younger Slytherin students running clumsily not far away, hiding their heads under their cloak hoods to shield themselves from the ubiquitous chalk projectiles. Oh, splendid, absolutely splendid. 100 points. A dwarf-like figure, who looked remarkably like a gnome, flipped and tumbled through the air, chasing after them. His 2 stubby hands waved incessantly. Peeves. Peeves halted, observing the 2 professors nearby. Oh, I didn't see you there. These poor little souls caught all of my attention. He stared with his malevolent eyes, awkwardly tugging on his pointed hat. Felix Harp waved his hand, causing Peeves' pointed hat to fly into his grasp. I presume this isn't yours, Peeves. A Slytherin student stepped forward and whispered, It's mine, Professor. Peeves shot him a fierce glare. Peeves the poltergeist shall remember you, my dear sir. The Slytherin wizard was taken aback, his hand that was reaching out to take the hat hesitated, his expression filled with uncertainty. Felix brandished his wand, a silvery light struck Peeves, and his gaze became unfocused. He became weightless, his mouth incessantly muttering, No, I hate classes. Don't pull my hair. I despise history of magic. Why does he get the top marks? The nearby Slytherin students gazed at Felix in awe, even Belby's expression was somewhat stunned. Dealing with Peeves was one thing, but achieving this effect was a bit hair-raising. Peeves seemed to have suddenly split into numerous thoughts, each one from a different person. Don't look at me like that. It's just a simple confuse charm, making it think it's just been born, Felix said. Any explanation for this? Belby inquired, although he didn't believe it was just a simple confuse charm. Peeves is a unique kind of ghost, or rather, a poltergeist would be a more fitting term. He was born with the founding of Hogwarts, but it wasn't until the school began admitting a large number of students, harnessing their playful emotions and dispersing magical energy, that he took on a tangible form. The students who had just been chased were listening quietly, exchanging excited glances. He won't be like this forever, right? Belby asked. No, he'll recover in about a week, but the process isn't particularly pleasant. I thought he'd remember this feeling though, Felix said regretfully. Professor, is there any way to? The student who had his hat stolen began, but it seemed Felix didn't hear, his face showing evident puzzlement as he turned to Belby. What do you think? Should we tell the young wizards that the tongue-tying curse can also work on ghosts? That might not be a good idea. It could cause distress to some ghosts, Belby agreed, playing along. All the ghosts in the castle are friendly. If any young wizard dares to use the curse on a ghost, they could be locked in confinement for a whole year, Felix said with a smile. Belby's eye twitched slightly. Are you serious? The Slytherin students took a startle and said cautiously, Professor, we'll be on our way. Your hat. Felix tossed the pointed hat back to the student. Thank you, Professor. The young wizard thanked him and was promptly dragged away by his companion. As they left, they couldn't help discussing the words of the two professors. Felix faintly heard phrases like tongue-tying curse and taught in the dueling class. Great progress now, thanks to all the readers for your support. If you still have tickets, I hope you can show your support, allowing this book to achieve a better ranking on the charts. Han Yuzi expresses deep gratitude. Chapter 142, A Small Gathering. 3 broomsticks. Madame Rosmerta brought 2 cups of mead. The finest oak-aged mead, low in alcohol content, you'll surely enjoy. Thank you, madam. She smiled, nodding, then turned to attend to other guests. Brulby surveyed the ambience of the tavern. Apart from a few young wizards and witches, there were also 7 or 8 adult wizards engaged in hushed conversations. I feel like this place is doing much better business than the Hog's Head, he remarked. The Hog's Head specializes in strong spirits, not frequented by young wizards, Felix Harp explained. Also, the appeal of the proprietor and the interior environment there is worlds apart. Brulby cast a glance at the graceful figure of Madame Rosmerta and then thought of the wrinkles on the Hog's Head owner's face and the dirty glasses, particularly the grimy and decaying aura inside the bar. Well, you're right. If I were in your place, I wouldn't have any compelling reason to go there either. Felix took a sip of the mead, its taste exquisite. The sweetness of honey and the fragrance of oak intertwined on his lips, almost masking the taste of alcohol. Yet, as the liquid slid down his throat, a gentle wave of warmth surged into his heart, leaving him pleasantly cozy all over. How does it feel to be back at school, Damocles? It's been nearly a month, hasn't it? Quite relaxing, actually. I feel younger again, Brulby said with a chuckle. But sometimes, I really do wish I could knock on some students' heads to see if they're filled with bubotuber pus. Felix looked at him wordlessly. Indeed, you're quite the potions master, to come up with such a fresh analogy. Bubotuber pus was an extremely unsightly substance from a plant, and its pus wasn't any less repugnant. It was a viscous, yellow-green liquid with a pungent odor of petroleum. But it wasn't entirely his fault. The challenges posed by students struggling in his classes surpassed Felix in all aspects. This was because Dark Arts Defense was a mandatory course, and before the 6th year, every young wizard had to take it. As everyone knew, the quality of instruction for this course had always been subpar. Felix remarked, there must be some good students, though. That's true, Brulby reflected for a moment. I might have been lecturing a bit too quickly. You see, to compensate for previous shortcomings. Take 2nd years, for instance. They've barely encountered any low-risk magical creatures, let alone handling minor curses. Is that what your potions are for? Exactly. I've compiled a list of minor curses they've learned and made a special topic out of it, teaching them how to deal with these spells. Sounds quite nice, Damocles. You've got a knack for teaching. No, Felix, your answering parchment has been a huge help to me. Felix looked at him in puzzlement. Brulby explained, I've converted the research I've gathered into test questions and put them on the answering parchment for them to complete after class. It's part of their homework. This is, online assignments. The comprehensive version of the answering parchment had been available for a while. Each professor received a dragonhide scroll that allowed them to modify and add questions related to their subjects. Felix had opened up this functionality. But most professors seemed to focus more on 5th and 7th years. They transferred the questions from recent years' OWL and Newt exams. As for the other years, they probably only provided key areas and corresponding chapters. Seemingly, nobody had yet realized this innovative use for the parchment. Felix Harp looked at him, and Brulby seemed somewhat embarrassed as he said, although I only intended to substitute teach for half a year, I still hope to make an impact. Honestly, I don't want young witches and wizards to tell the new professor next year how awful I was. Don't worry, in the past decade, there's probably been no better defense against the dark arts professor than you, Felix Harp said empathetically. He had encountered most of the defense against the dark arts professors in the last 10 years during his own schooling, and the remaining few had average reputations at best. Not to mention the past 2 years one was a dark wizard and the other, a charlatan. As this gathering came to an end, Brulby discussed his latest teaching plans. Apart from the topic on minor curses, I also want to create a topic about forbidden forest creatures. There are many dangerous magical creatures there as well. He formally extended an invitation to Felix Harp to join him in exploring the forbidden forest. Seeing his slightly hesitant tone, Felix understood that Brulby was concerned about the influence of curses and wanted a partner to look out for each other in case of danger, to avoid being isolated and helpless in case of an accident. Like encountering a blast-ended screw-it, perhaps? After a moment of thought, Felix agreed. He was also planning to thoroughly explore the forbidden forest and gather some magical ingredients. Every time he looked at his snake-toothed carving knife, he felt like it was mocking him. Felix had even considered converting the unicorn dagger Hagrid had given him into a magical carving knife. Back at the school, the two went their separate ways. On his way back to his office, Felix Harp saw a few young witches and wizards with evident awe and gratitude in their expressions, which left him puzzled. Has the story about Peeves spread? I hope it's not some outlandish rumor again. It wasn't until he encountered the third group of young witches and wizards that he saw the same kind of look. Unable to contain his curiosity, Felix called out to one of them, "Justin, what's been happening in the castle lately?" Justin Finch-Fletchley looked at him with admiration and said, "Professor Harp, it's about Peeves." Felix Harp thought to himself, just as I suspected. I hope it's not a rumor that claims I got rid of Peeves? He gently asked, "Tell me more." Justin was somewhat excited as he continued, "A few Slytherin students said you couldn't stand Peeves' pranks and used magic to teach him a lesson." So far, so good, Felix Harp thought. Go on. Everyone noticed that Peeves has become rather peculiar. He seems to be mimicking the speech of different students and acting silly and dazed. Still no issues up to this point. And then? He wanted to know where the information dissemination went awry. Then, Fred and George Weasley noticed Peeves' odd behavior. They conjured a large fan and paraded Peeves around the castle, showcasing him everywhere. Felix Harp raised an eyebrow. Quite a creative idea. Did they get into any trouble? Does attracting a bunch of ghosts count? Ghosts? Yes, they were clapping and cheering on the side, especially a short and chubby one with big glasses. She was absolutely thrilled, Justin Finch-Fletchley explained. Weeping Myrtle, perhaps? Felix Harp speculated. Where are they now? He intended to go and see. Oh, they were originally in the courtyard planning an impromptu gathering, but then Professor McGonagall took them away. She didn't seem too pleased, Justin added. Chapter 143, The Trial of the Crown. Felix Harp dismissed Justin and returned to his office. He had never imagined he would come to know individuals like the Weasley twins. They seemed to devote all their passion to pranks and mischief. No wonder Professor McGonagall's expression turned so sour whenever the twins were mentioned. I wonder how their magical mobile phones are coming along. Felix pondered. Although the wizarding world generally shunned Muggle technology, its influence could still be faintly seen. For instance, the Hogwarts Express, the night bus, magical radios, these were recognized by the Ministry of Magic, legal for use, though they required proper regulation. The ministry had a specialized department, the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, responsible for handling related matters. The word misuse really spoke volumes. Most violators tampered with Muggle items to infuse them with magic, only to have these enchanted objects find their way back into the hands of Muggles, causing various magical mishaps. As for Felix, altering existing mobile phones wasn't difficult if he wanted to. The simplest method was to inscribe magical runes on them, blocking Hogwarts interference, just as he had done with the small movie projector. But what would that achieve? He yearned to witness the wizarding world embrace more possibilities, more benign developmental changes, rather than convincing wizards to carry around mobile phones. If there was hope in his heart for the twins, that was indeed an undeniable truth. These scattered thoughts flitted through his mind before fading away. Felix waved his wand, securing the doors and windows, and cast a magical thief detection spell. When someone entered the enchanted range, the spellcaster would be alerted. He took the crown from his ring. Lady Ravenclaw had repaired it, transforming it from a worn and corroded shape into a gem-encrusted, shining diadem. The crown took the form of an eagle, with a sky-blue gemstone set on its chest. 2 outspread wings were symmetrically adorned with meticulously arranged pearls. Felix donned the crown. Nothing seems to have changed. He silently contemplated for 2 minutes, jotting down notes on a piece of parchment. No apparent change when worn. Next, Felix picked up a stack of parchment, information he had obtained from Lockhart. However, what he referred to as the hidden legacy was actually a surprise left by Lady Ravenclaw for the students of her house. Felix forced himself to momentarily forget the crown's presence and studied the magical content on it carefully. He had memorized this information long ago, and he even had a shaky grasp on the ancient magic contained within. But this time, he felt a difference. His thoughts became more agile, like countless tiny bubbles rising to the surface of simmering water. Accessing existing knowledge became much easier. Digesting new information was essentially an ongoing process of internalization, connecting unfamiliar things to one's existing cognitive framework. And this process required continually mobilizing what one already knew to understand the unknown. The crown significantly accelerated this process. As Felix Harp delved into the study of memory magic, the associated memories were unmistakably activated. They brimmed with an extreme vivacity, seemingly calling out to him, "I can connect with this, take a look at me." Felix Harp jotted down on parchment. Easier to access similar types of knowledge while wearing it. After some thought, he added, "Heavily influenced by one's own reservoir of knowledge, cannot directly provide knowledge." To verify this conclusion, Felix Harp perused his collection and retrieved a copy of The Political Attributes of Power. This book was once among the alternate Christmas presents for Professor Snape. He chose it because the text was small and dense, and its content was so mind-numbingly dry that it could nearly cause one to go bald from sheer boredom. He persevered through a dozen pages, feeling his stomach churning. He wrote a line on the parchment. Limited assistance for completely unfamiliar fields, knowledge gaps. Then, he proceeded to conduct 7 or 8 more tests, continuously recording them on parchment. Unbeknownst to him, the day had gradually turned dark. Felix Harp surveyed the entries on the parchment, comparing them in his mind to the Room of Requirement, the Thought Accelerator, and Baruffio's Brain Elixir. Of the 3, the Thought Accelerator emphasized enhancing reaction speed, effectively a dueling magic. The other 2, the Room of Requirement boosted thought processing speed, creating the illusion of extended time. In essence, it allowed you to accomplish conclusions that would take 3 hours in reality in just 1 hour. However, it didn't connect to the real world. After all, one couldn't improve practical skills through mere thought. As for Baruffio's Brain Elixir, it was less demanding. It significantly boosted intellectual capacity, and being a potion used in the real world, it was effective for both memorization and magical practice. Yet, it leaned more towards memory retention, and many young wizards hoped to cram with it before exams. Indeed, the crown is more useful. Just the ability to activate specific areas of knowledge and accelerate the absorption of new knowledge of the same type was enough to make it highly desirable. Moreover, since he began his research until now, roughly 6 or 7 hours had passed, and Felix Harp felt nothing more than a bit hungry as a residual effect. Taking precautions, Felix Harp retrieved the psychometric chart that he hadn't used in a long time. He made modifications and prepared to record data for a month. He wasn't concerned about Lady Ravenclaw's potential harm, but rather the fear of any unknown effects. Felix Harp removed the crown, gazing at it thoughtfully. Aside from having a slightly feminine design, there are no obvious drawbacks. In reality, upon closer inspection, it's simply delicate and elegant, not necessarily exclusive to women. After all, Lady Ravenclaw was quite formidable. After 10 o'clock in the evening, Felix Harp was getting ready to rest when a copper nut in his pocket suddenly grew scorching. At long last. Felix Harp tightly grasped the heated nut, a match for the one he gave to Dobby, and infused it with magic, offering a response. Then he waited quietly, for about a minute. An unmistakably incongruous house elf clad in an old pillowcase materialized in his office. The office immediately emitted a wailing sound, which Felix Harp promptly silenced. This was a defensive spell he casually cast before beginning his research. Dobby the house elf appeared slightly surprised, but he didn't inquire further, respectfully greeting, Dobby greets Mr. Harp. Dobby is so delighted to see you again. As am I, Dobby. Felix Harp replied, I've been waiting for you quite a while. Chapter 144, Practical Lesson? The small elf shook his body uneasily, and his tennis ball-sized green eyes stood out even more. Dobby thinks that since Mr. Harry Potter is already safe, Dobby has no reason to appear again, especially for himself. Felix Harp continued his words, we were just chatting. Who says house elves can't have wizard friends? Is it true? Is Dobby allowed to be friends with such a great wizard like you? The small elf made a praying gesture, and his body leaned forward involuntarily. Of course, Dobby. This is truly an honor, Dobby. Dobby is Mr. Harp's friend. The small elf bowed deeply, and his long nose touched the floor. All right, Dobby, let's get to business. Please have a seat. Dobby sat down at the edge of the couch. Is there anything you'd like to ask? Dobby, does Lucius Malfoy know about the diary being destroyed? Seeing Dobby's expression quickly deteriorate and a tendency to hit the wall again, Felix Harp quickly interjected, actually, I've known for a while. He's completely unaware of the diary being destroyed. How did you know? Dobby asked curiously. Through your reaction, but Felix answered, I have my sources. Dobby had no doubt about this and instead nodded in agreement. Felix continued, does Malfoy have any upcoming travel plans? I'd really like to have a private chat with him. He was preparing to corner someone. All he needed was a confidant's charm to make him believe Dobby wasn't performing well in his duties, leading him to punish Dobby by expelling him. Simple and direct. For other house elves, being expelled by their masters was a pitiful matter, and they would repeatedly beg for forgiveness. But Dobby was different, he yearned for freedom. As long as Lucius exhibited this behavior, Dobby would happily leave Malfoy Manor. Of course, all of this had to be kept hidden from Dobby, to avoid strong resistance triggered by the ingrained obedience instinct and prevent things from spiraling out of control. But Dobby hesitated and said, Dobby doesn't know Master's whereabouts, and Dobby shouldn't reveal. Felix felt a bit of a headache. He couldn't tail Lucius, could he? Or break into Malfoy Manor. He used a familiar technique, speaking with a confident tone, Dobby, I actually know. I don't need to go searching. Malfoy will come to us. How does Mr. Harp know that Master will come to Hogwarts? Dobby asked in astonishment. So, he will come to Hogwarts? What for? To find Dumbledore? I do know. He must come, on that day. Felix lowered his voice and said softly. Yes, the young master wrote a letter saying he would definitely win the Quidditch Cup, defeating Potter. But Dobby believes this is unlikely, the small elf said with a biased tone. So it's the day of the Quidditch Cup, Gryffindor against Slytherin? Having obtained the information he wanted, Felix smoothly changed the topic, I share the same belief. Potter possesses extraordinary talent in Quidditch. Exactly. Dobby responded excitedly, Mr. Potter is truly outstanding. If it weren't for Dobby enchanting the bludger. His mood sank. Nevertheless, I recall that Potter still caught the golden snitch, Felix Harp said calmly. For your own protection as well, I suggest you find a moment to apologize to Potter and clarify things. A new week began. Ancient Runes classroom. With a cheerful expression, Felix Harp addressed the 6th year students, congratulations to all of you for completing this year's curriculum ahead of schedule. Truly impressive achievements. The witches and wizards in the audience began to applaud. Their sentiments were genuine, the pace of learning this year had indeed quickened significantly. Professor Harp introduced various novel and engaging learning methods, magical puppets, classroom competitions, parchment quizzes, runic compositions, forged spell scrolls, and the latest addition, the leaderboard. 6th year was a special period. Having just experienced a rigorous year of study and with a wealth of knowledge, they were free from the stress of exams. This allowed Felix to experiment with various fresh approaches in the advanced class. As it turned out, his methods were well received. Even after the OWL's exams, many students continued with ancient runes. Except for a few who had no other options, most genuinely enjoyed the subject. Felix looked at them, we have about 3.5 months left until the end of this academic year. We will be introducing a new form of class, practical lessons. Practical lessons in ancient runes? That was certainly a novel concept. Before Professor Harp arrived, the course had always been treated as theoretical. It was only under his guidance that everyone realized ancient runes had practical applications beyond the theoretical realm. However, Professor Harp had also mentioned that practical ancient runes were meant to enhance student interest and wouldn't become the main focus of the curriculum. "Professor, are you suggesting we'll be working on creating magical puppets?" A witch with long curly hair raised her hand to ask. "Miss Crivet, have you completed repairing your magical puppet?" Felix arched an eyebrow. "Not yet, Professor. And that's the point. When I speak of practicality, I'm referring to the most vivid and intriguing aspects that might appear in your future careers." The 30-odd students in the classroom exchanged glances, Felix's words touching upon their gaps in knowledge. "Take your wands and satchels and follow me." Felix led them to a closed-off classroom. His fingers touched the door handle, and several runic patterns sparkled in the air, then quickly disappeared. Click! The door cracked open. Cleverly adding a few runes to a locking charm can effectively resist conventional unlocking spells, Felix shared a small tip. Of course, brute force will still overcome it. He pushed open the door, and the students who followed him peered inside. The room was pitch black, seemingly consuming all light. Just as they were about to scrutinize it, a cold wind swept out from within, causing them to shiver. Amidst the gust of wind, faint cawing of crows could be heard. "Professor, is this?" a male wizard asked with a touch of fear. "Could this place be facing a dark wizard's lair across from them?" Professor Harp's calm voice explained, "In 1842, the Ministry of Magic discovered an ancient wizard's hidden dwelling in a swamp. Due to the passage of time, the enchantments had faded, and the house revealed itself. At that time, the Ministry sent a team to explore the secret dwelling and its surroundings, ultimately recovering numerous magical manuscripts." The students listened quietly, and then they heard Professor Harp say with evident pride, "I conducted extensive research, and through descriptions and photographs, recreated the scene from that time. Our practical lessons will take place here. I hope you will enjoy it." Chapter 145, Practical Lesson. The ordinary classroom door seemed to separate two worlds. On one side, there was the warm and tranquil school, while on the other side lay an unknown world, dark and occasionally swept by chilling drafts. The students gazed hesitantly at Professor Harp's face, as if trying to read something from it, but Felix just looked at them with encouraging eyes. Penelope couldn't help swallowing nervously. Her voice was clear as she spoke. Percy, who sat 2 seats away, asked, "Professor, there won't be any danger, will there?" "What? Oh, of course not. Why would you think that?" Felix looked at him in surprise, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the others. "I understand. Don't worry. Well, I have indeed added some interesting surprises that might startle you, but our lesson is always about ancient magical texts, not dark magic defense. Off you go, I'll be the last one in." The male and female wizards entered the room one by one, with Felix following behind and closing the classroom door. Bang! In this mysterious space, the light was quite dim, making it difficult for them to determine the exact size of the space. Some faint sounds reached their ears, the sound of wind, the calls of crows, the chirping of insects, and some strange and rustling ancient syllables. Over 30 students huddled together like quails, standing in place, unsure of what to do, seemingly awaiting the professor's instructions. Only 7 or 8 of them raised their wands, casting a shimmering glow, using the magic's light to survey their surroundings. Felix shook his head, and in the next moment, his voice came from above, as if from the ceiling. "Young wizards, you are now employees of the Ministry of Magic from 150 years ago, skilled in magical texts. Your task is to inspect the surrounding area, eliminate dangers, and retrieve valuable manuscripts. You must be cautious and thorough, like professionals, not missing even the tiniest clue. Magical manuscripts won't just be lying around at the doorstep, the carriers of knowledge are not singular. Trust me, there are many things here worth exploring. Now, take out your wands, and when necessary, take out parchment to record. I'll be watching you closely." Afterwards, the voice disappeared. Following a brief silence. Cough, cough. Percy cleared his throat and raised his wand, getting the attention of the others. "I believe this is a test from the professor. We should submit satisfactory answers. As a prefect, I'm willing to lead the way." "There's more than one prefect here," a Slytherin student countered, amidst the cacophony of voices. Amidst the chaos, the students quickly divided into 4 groups based on their houses. 12 Ravenclaws, 7 Gryffindors, 5 Slytherins, and 9 Hufflepuffs. Each house had a prefect, and Hufflepuff also selected a respected male wizard. They gathered around a nearby stone, discussing how to proceed. We should explore the boundaries of this place. It's quite evident the professor cast an untraceable extension charm, this place can't be too big. With all due respect, I think we should find the safe haven the professor mentioned and obtain the manuscript as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here for even a second longer. Are you suggesting we split up? Is that not permissible? Everyone, no matter what we do, it's best to act together. Percy advocated exploring the surrounding area first, and clearly defining roles and responsibilities. The Slytherin prefect, on the other hand, opposed this approach, insisting on quickly locating the safe haven. That's the key information the professor provided. In the other 2 houses, Penelope supported Percy, while Hufflepuff suggested sticking together. 10 minutes slipped by quietly. But opinions remained divided. In the end, they decided to act as houses and leave one person behind. Every 10 breaths, they would release a burst of red sparks into the sky. After 10 bursts, they would release green sparks. Everyone would then swiftly return and share their findings. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw walked together, and Slytherin and Hufflepuff teamed up to maintain balance in numbers. Everyone, repeat after me, Lumos. Percy said. Beams of light emanated from the darkness. Not far away, stars twinkled in response. Both sides felt somewhat reassured. They picked a direction at random and advanced cautiously. Originally, they proceeded with caution, but the occasional cawing of crows overhead sent shivers down their spines. Unconsciously, their pace quickened. Percy's voice, tinged with trembling, came through, "We're still students. We're not likely to encounter dangers beyond the ordinary. At most, there might be some minor traps." Penelope's calm voice chimed in, "We're just participating in a special practical lesson. It won't last more than 2 hours." The mood of the young wizards eased slightly. "Wait. What's that over there?" Quidditch Captain Wood pointed ahead. "Is it a pile of stones?" Percy squinted into the distance. "No, it's tombstones." Wood's words stumbled. Faintly in the shadows, rows of tombstones stood, even darker than the night. After a brief moment of panic, 5 of them gathered and decided to investigate. "Don't worry, there won't be danger." Percy tried to sound convincing. The group of 5 cautiously approached the tombstones. They stepped on the soft soil, occasionally snapping twigs underfoot. In the silence, Percy suddenly spoke, "Penelope, you should stay behind." "I'm a prefect." Penelope retorted. "But..." "Oh, come on, you two," the burly Wood turned around. "Can you at least pick a better time for your lovers' quarrel? We're kind of busy here." Who said we're lovers?" Both of them stared at him dumbfoundedly. "I'm not that daft," Wood muttered to himself. Percy and Penelope instantly fell silent. Even the sudden croaking of a frog didn't sound as eerie anymore. In the slightly awkward atmosphere, they entered the area with tombstones. "Look here." Wood pointed at a tombstone. "There are runic inscriptions on it, seems to be." "What?" Percy raised his wand to take a look. It's a skeleton." Wood's voice trembled. "What?" Percy raised his wand to take a closer look. We're waiting for you here." Wood swallowed nervously. Gulp. At that moment, they heard a strange noise. Something emerged from the soil in front of Wood's tombstone. Percy's eyes widened. It was a hand. "Run, Wood!" He raised his wand and cast a disintegration hex. Wood agilely jumped back. With a crisp sound, he saw that the bony arm had shattered. Ah! Penelope let out a scream. Something had grabbed her ankle. She struggled to free herself and found a pale hand hanging from her ankle. "Penelope!" Percy shouted. Then he stood in disbelief as he watched Penelope take a few steps back, and with gritted teeth, she released a barrage of spells in one direction, reducing charm. Inferno flames. Intense flames illuminated a corner of the tombstone area. Under the magic's influence, a sizable pit was created in the ground. About 30 seconds later, a group of people arrived, panting. They looked around in confusion. Percy and Penelope were embracing each other, while 2 other wizards looked awkwardly into the distance. Wood kicked a skeletal frame with one arm missing disdainfully away from him. The skeletal frame was quite odd-looking, about half the height of a person, with short limbs and an unusually large head that almost occupied half of its body. The big-headed skeleton's mouth exaggeratedly opened and emitted a quasi-human woo-lu sound, clumsily trying to get up from the ground. There should be more updates, but let the author have a meal. By the way, seeking votes, use your votes to hit me. Chapter 146, Practical Lesson 2. A faint flush spread across Penelope's face, while Percy stood beside her, grinning foolishly. The Gryffindors cheered enthusiastically, while a few Ravenclaws shot unfriendly glances at Percy, as if he had snatched some precious treasure. A couple of girls whispered among themselves. "Wood, what is this?" A Gryffindor student pointed at the wobbling, struggling little skeleton on the ground. It was anything but menacing. "The surprise Professor Harp mentioned," Wood replied, somewhat frustrated. He had been thoroughly frightened just now. The freckled wizard next to him added, "They don't have any attacking power. They're just a bit unsettling in the way they appear." As they spoke, a Ravenclaw girl looked down and saw a pallid hand bone brushing against her shoe. "Ah!" She let out an exaggerated scream. Wood stepped forward and crushed the bone with his foot, then shrugged, addressing the others, "See, it's just this sort of thing." He then looked at the girl, "You're standing a bit close to the edge there, seems that spot hasn't been cleared." Blushing, the girl thanked him. "Besides these amusing little skeletons, have you discovered anything else?" someone asked. "Tombstones," Percy stated, feigning calmness. "The tombstones have magical inscriptions. I believe they're important clues. Shall we decipher the magical inscriptions here?" A suggestion was made. "Good idea." Several young wizards spread out, each responsible for 2 or 3 tombstones. They took parchment from their bags and copied down the inscriptions. During this time, the buried skeletons sensed the presence of the living and reached out from the earth, attempting to intimidate them. However, this time the students were mentally prepared and easily evaded their attacks. A few bold ones even let the skeletons crawl out, letting them use their delicate bone fingers to scratch at their legs, while they focused on transcribing the tombstone inscriptions. Throughout this process, every minute or so, a spark of bright red light would rise in the distance. Percy, Penelope, and the others finished their task early, examining each other's transcribed texts and comparing them to the patterns on the tombstones. "Look here," Penelope pointed to the numbers on 2 adjacent black stone tombstones, one in front of the other. "These 2 have consecutive numbers. The first one says, 'Visitors discover a safe house protected by 4 powerful magical barriers.' And this one says, 'To the south lies a multitude of shadowy corpses.'" Excitedly, she continued, "Shadowy corpses correspond to the tombstones in our group. All we have to do is head north, and we'll find the safe house." "Penelope, you're always so clever," Percy praised. Penelope hummed, "It seems Professor Harp has taken a complete story and split it among each tombstone. Our task is to piece them together. Hey, folks! Don't forget to copy down the tombstone numbers, they'll be useful." Percy turned around and shouted. Finally, after a while, a green spark appeared in the distance. "We're retracing our steps now. Have you all finished transcribing?" Getting affirmative responses, they hurried back. This time, they returned to their starting point in about 2 minutes. The wizard who had stayed behind looked somewhat pale. "You finally came back. I've felt like someone's been breathing down my neck the whole time. Thank you for holding down the fort, Dillies." Half a minute later, students from Slytherin and Hufflepuff returned. The Slytherin prefect stood tall. "We've found the safe house. If not for the time limit, we would have unraveled the magic on top." "We've made important discoveries too," Percy argued. "But those are inconsequential, aren't they?" Percy's face turned red, about to retort, but Penelope quickly held him back. Percy said angrily, "Look at what he's saying." Wood motioned a Hufflepuff student over. "Glover, what happened?" Glover lowered his voice. "We found the safe house in about 3 minutes, but it's blocked by a magical puzzle on the wall." "What kind of puzzle?" "A jigsaw puzzle." Glover said. The Slytherin students were staring at it, completely clueless about how to play. So the group relocated to a new location, arriving at the safe house. It was a somewhat peculiar square hut, painted in a dark brownish-black color. From afar, it resembled a large stone, easily overlooked. However, the most crucial aspect was that the hut had no door. Wizards and witches from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw approached, drawing a 9-square grid on each of the hut's 4 walls. The final position was left empty. As long as you point your wands at it, like this, the square will move, Glover explained to the others. Each square contains a runic inscription. It seems we have to arrange them in the correct order to form a sentence. Isn't that quite simple, just 8 runes in total? Percy commented. No, Percy, take a look for yourself. The Hufflepuff student responded. Percy scrutinized them, only to realize that he didn't recognize any of them. For a moment, he felt dazed. Who am I? Where am I? And these runes I don't recognize? One could be understandable, but not a single one of them? Wood muttered under his breath, isn't it just guessing? Look at this one, I bet it has something to do with radiance. The bright students present reconsidered, right, this difficulty is beyond our capability in the first place. The professor must want us to identify and deduce the meanings of the words. Having grasped the true purpose of the puzzle, the students exchanged glances. Each house is responsible for 1 wall. Percy glanced at the Slytherin prefect, sounds good. 20 minutes passed. The young wizards huddled together, looking frustrated. This isn't working. It's too hard. Let's cooperate, Geoffrey, Penelope said calmly, looking at the Slytherin prefect. This is what the professor intended. The Slytherin prefect grumbled something, too indistinct for others to hear, and everyone took it as agreement. Students from all 4 houses sat beneath the 9-square puzzle, staring at the runic inscriptions and engaging in fervent discussions. Doesn't the first word look a bit like Peorth? A wizard suggested. I actually think the shape is more like Win, see the angles at its edges. Wait, I feel like I've seen similar runes somewhere before, very much like. An excited Hufflepuff witch exclaimed, yes, in our 4th year textbook, there's a mention of this rune in a reference book, and I just happened to have notes. Found it. She quickly flipped through her notes, then raised her head, dramatically declaring in front of everyone's gaze, this word is quite ancient, it's a representation of wisdom. Even though they had only decoded 1/8 of the first 9-square grid, they couldn't help but feel excited. Following similar lines of thought, they successively deciphered all 8 runes. Penelope counted on her fingers, wisdom, excellence unmatched, equivalent or similar, extreme and ultimate, exaggeration, richness or abundance, possession or restraint, gathering or assembly. She looked up, what do you all think? Chapter 147, Practical Lesson 3. Laughter filled the air as all the students of Ravenclaw gathered together. Without hesitation, one of the girls spoke, the wisdom that surpasses others is humanity's greatest treasure. Swiftly, they arranged themselves in the correct sequence. Amidst a radiant glow, the magical inscription on the wall vanished, replaced by a dazzling and elegant line of English words that shimmered, wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Yes. That's it. This wall clearly represents Ravenclaw. And the other 3 walls? Percy exclaimed with excitement. Represent the other 3 houses. Everyone had already reached this conclusion. Guided by this line of thought, they proceeded to decipher the magical inscriptions on the other 3 walls one by one. Courage and daring are my best friends. These were the words of Godric Gryffindor. Hard work, honesty, fairness, loyalty. This was how people described Hufflepuff. Surrounded by honor, and companions of strength. These were the words of a famous Slytherin wizard from history. On all 4 walls, the 4 lines of text gleamed brightly, causing everyone to unconsciously hold their breath. And as expected, the writing on the walls disappeared. In the darkness, the light emitted by their wands served as their only source of illumination. These subdued lights illuminated their excited faces. An ordinary-looking door appeared as if it had always been there, and the students entered. Inside, there was only a table with a manuscript on it, titled, An Important Manuscript. Geoffrey opened the first page, where it read, Collect 4 keys to exit this place. Other than that, the page was blank. He scoffed, do we really need keys? Can't we just open the door and leave? He abruptly stopped, seemingly choked by his own words. A layer of cold sweat quickly formed on his face. See, can we still find the door to the classroom? In a state of mutual bewilderment, Percy addressed the air, Professor Harp, are you there, Professor Harp? No response came. It seems we must indeed collect the keys, Wood scratched his head, but where are they? Of course, they are in the 4 cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north. Do you remember the magical inscriptions we saw in the graveyard? Percy explained to Penelope. You mean, that story? Exactly. Percy said loudly, a hint of excitement making his nose slightly red. The inscriptions on the gravestones held information about this place, but there was also something else, namely one of the keys. So, the students of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw took out the parchment they had previously recorded and rearranged them as needed. I have 3 to 1 here, who has 3-2? I'm right ahead of you. I have 1-7. They stuck the parchments to the wall in order and examined them carefully. It's clear that there are 10 in each set, and there are 4 sets in total. The first set introduces the background of the operation in 1842, much like what Professor Harp mentioned. That's not important, Geoffrey interjected. Rolling his eyes, Percy continued, the second set describes the topography of this place, basic directions, north, south, east, west plus the central safe house. The third and fourth sets talk about the troubles the ministry employees faced at the time. Oh, even though the concealment charms failed, other protective measures were still active. Look here, one of the defenses involved a horde of dark creatures, the same little skeletons we encountered. That's truly wicked. Why didn't the ministry capture him? Well, I suppose it might be because they hadn't yet established the ministry at that point. What are the other defensive measures? Boggats, magical stone statues, and Devil's Snare, Percy pointed at the text above. Very well, it seems we'll be dealing with similar creatures, Wood said. The boggats correspond to the little skeletons. It appears that there are substitutes elsewhere as well. But my question is, what's a boggart? A rather rare magical creature. It resembles a black cloak, gliding close to the ground, hunting during the night. Some say they're distant relatives of Dementors. Besides their visual similarities, both are susceptible to patronus spells, Percy explained. Is there anyone here who can cast a patronus? No one raised their hand. Percy revealed a partial truth, that's not part of the exam, Wood. Nobody would go to such lengths, spending a lot of time learning a powerful spell that's not often used. Penelope recalled, Headmaster Flitwick mentioned that spell in class. I tried a few times, only got a bit of mist. With some guidance. But boggats are quite dangerous creatures. The professors wouldn't have us deal with them. I guess we'll end up at the Nest of Crows. Percy speculated, fairly certain. Enough chatter, where do we start? Geoffrey said. The graveyard. We're most familiar with that place, which will save us time. Sounds good. They exited the safe house. Percy held his wand level in his palm and softly whispered to it, show me the way. The wand spun around, indicating his right side, which was north. So, we need to go in the opposite direction, which will take us back to the graveyard, Percy informed everyone. They returned to the graveyard once again, Slytherin and Hufflepuff students pointing and discussing the dark stone gravestones, marveling at them. Look, the skeletal bones have turned into stones, Wood reminded. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students discovered that the scattered little skeletons had all transformed into piles of broken stones. Quite clever transfiguration. We never realized it then. A wizard picked up a stone, examining it closely. A Ravenclaw girl said wistfully, I used to hold this, thinking it was cute. Percy gave her a strange look, whispering to Penelope, is she always like this? She's a fanatic for magical artifacts, Penelope explained. All right, let's split up and search. It shouldn't be too difficult. After 7 or 8 minutes, a Hufflepuff student found a golden key inside a piece of stone. Where did you find it? Groves pointed to a shattered piece of stone nearby. Wood's eyes widened, that's the little skeleton that attacked me. I kept it intentionally. Who would have thought the key was hidden in its skull? Excellent, we've completed a quarter of the task. Let's keep up the momentum. Percy was about to encourage them when Slytherin Prefect Geoffrey approached holding a box. What's this? A treasure map, Geoffrey said. How did this come about? Percy's mind was a bit scrambled. The students gathered around, examining the map inside the box. The markings on it were simple. In the southeast direction from the safe house was a drawing of a bottle, with magical inscriptions symbolizing wealth nearby. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from the sky. It seems you're having a jolly time, but I regret to inform you that this unexpected journey is temporarily concluding. Gather your belongings and follow the guide to leave this place. An arrow appeared at their feet. After a dozen minutes, they found themselves back in the ancient runes classroom, wearing expressions of confusion and daze. Is it ending like this? We haven't collected all the keys yet. At the front of the classroom, Felix Harp smiled at them. Class will be over in a few minutes. To ensure you're not late, I must interrupt this adventure. But don't worry. For the rest of this school year, you'll be engaged there. In addition to the task of collecting the 4 keys, you'll encounter plenty of quirky and delightfully simple tasks. Like that treasure map. Exactly, Jeffrey, Felix said. The assignment for this class is to decipher the runes you've encountered and complete a paper no less than a foot in length. Chapter 148, A Few Matters. As the students left the classroom in small groups, they tirelessly discussed the intriguing and fascinating experience they had just undergone. For instance, a pair of Ravenclaw girls. To be honest, at first, I really wanted to leave. It was so gloomy there. But now, I'm starting to miss it. Me too. That little skull was so adorable. When's the next class on magical literature? Let me check. It's on Friday. Do we really have to wait that long? Well, I actually think we're quite lucky. Just 6th-year students get practical lessons. Haha, who made us have an abundance of time and knowledge? I must tell students from other years. Their voices gradually faded away. Percy and Penelope, avoiding the crowd, had mixed expressions on their faces as their once hidden romance was now exposed. Especially Percy, who kept furrowing his brows. If it's discovered, then it's discovered. What's the big deal? Penelope said, looking at him. Penelope, with 3 younger brothers and a sister at school, any gossip spreads to our parents' ears, Percy said, especially Fred and George, they'd be more than happy to assist with this. Percy seemed quite vexed. While he did write letters of complaint often, he believed they were justified, like the recent one. Mom, Fred and George were using fans to make the school ghosts parade. They lost 50 points each and got 3 weeks of detention. He could imagine how the twin brothers would grin and speak to him. Oh, Percy, our model student, has finally lightened up. We must inform Mum of this good news. And then there's Bill and Charlie, you've surpassed them. How could we forget little Ron and Ginny? Penelope wore an expression of shock and stammered, Your parents will know. No need to worry, Percy muttered, at most, they'll prepare gifts for you during the holidays and invite you over. Penelope's eyes widened. During lunch in the Great Hall, Felix Harp chatted with nearly headless Nick and Professor Ketleben, exchanging conversations that helped clarify misunderstandings. They all claimed friendship with each other and thus finalized the consensus on the ghost redemption incident. Before long, these words would spread throughout Hogwarts. Eventually, the fervor would die down, and fewer people would pay attention, everything fading like receding tides. The truth of the matter would submerge in time, occasionally resurfacing like a similar flower. The following time passed swiftly, Hogwarts moving forward like a well-ordered machine. Professors and students were components of this colossal entity, pushed forward without any unexpected disruptions. It was only until the Easter break that a few matters managed to leave an impression in Felix Harp's mind. He hinted to Dumbledore about Dobby's awkward situation, and the old man understood his implied message. He didn't rush to clear Hagrid's name. The diary, still emanating a strong dark aura, remained locked in the headmaster's office. Felix, you're doing the right thing, the old man said, though he was unaware of Felix's plan to confound Lucius. His assistant had completed the first set of runic circuits but was still struggling to restore the bead pouch. The snakeskin from the basilisk was continuously treated with magic to tan it. The process was extremely slow, but Felix wasn't willing to compromise. He planned to use both the basilisk skin and dragonhide to craft a magical cloak along with an underlayer. Finally, Peeves had returned to normal. Others told Felix because he hadn't encountered Peeves recently. Aside from these matters, Burby mentioned during a casual conversation that he and Professor Snape had completed the first round of improvements to the Wolfsbane potion, reducing the cost to a third of its original, albeit at the expense of a significantly worse taste. Sounds good. Perhaps you two might share a Merlin's Order of Valor, Felix suggested. I don't think so. Just look at the recent newspapers. All this talk about Lycanthrope's Blessing and Lycanthrope Registry Amendment. Only registered and supervised werewolves have the right to buy Wolfsbane. The Ministry is using my potion to control scattered werewolves. It might not be all bad, as long as their list. Humph. Leaks have happened more than once. Many werewolves would rather hide their identities than use the potion, not to mention they can't afford it. Burby was quite dissatisfied with the Ministry's approach. In the latest dueling class, young wizards learned a new spell, Petrificus Totalis, which tightly bound their opponent's arms and legs, leaving them stiff and rigid, fallen like a plank of wood. Felix explained, the full body bind curses in the book Curses and Counter Curses wonderful. The spell is quite simple, even younger students can learn it. At this point, Harry and Ron looked at Hermione. She had used this spell to petrify Neville back in their first year. Of course, personally, its effect is not as immediate as stupefy, nor is its power as strong. For instance, at your level, if you point your wand at me and cast this spell, I might just stiffen slightly. However, it's sufficient for handling school troubles. Completely adequate. Felix and Snape collaborated to conjure hundreds of cushions in the Great Hall, ensuring the students' safety while practicing. Ron! You're supposed to fall onto the cushion. Hermione scolded Ron, who landed rigidly on the floor. After the spell wore off, Ron grimaced, easy for you to say. Can you adjust your landing when you're hit? Hermione nervously changed the topic. Felix and Snape watched the young wizards practice, discussing with each other. Tisk tisk, even with such a simple spell, half of the students haven't mastered it, Snape muttered, radiating a sense of low pressure. But they're improving quickly, aren't they? Seeing clumsy students excel under your guidance, Severus, doesn't that give you a sense of accomplishment? Snape shot him a harsh glare. Felix counted on his fingers, disarming, Protego, Silencio, Petrificus Totalis. Burby also taught them the heightened senses charm and the banishing charm in dark arts defense class. Combined with the prank spells they already know, that's quite a repertoire. Snape's gaze rested on him. Are you suggesting emphasizing other aspects like footwork and situational assessment, especially real combat? I have no objections, Felix. Snape's voice was faint, his expression elusive. Chapter 149, Forbidden Forest. The Easter holiday lasted about 2 weeks, and during this time, Hogwarts had transitioned into summer. The school was adorned with lush bushes and evergreen shrubs. However, the students didn't feel the leisure of the holiday at all. Professors had assigned a significant amount of homework, making the Easter break much less fun than the Christmas holidays. Especially under Professor Burbage's guidance, the professors, led by Professor McGonagall, had discovered new uses for the parchment quizzes, continuously updating them with various questions. In the common room, Ron stared at the parchment, crafting a simple dice from it to choose answers based on the results of his rolls. To his surprise, he rolled 3 sixes in a row. He tapped the parchment with the tip of his wand, exclaiming in frustration, "Look here, there are only 5 possible answers at most. If you give me a non-existent option again." Impatiently, Hermione lifted her head. "Can't you just focus and do the work properly?" Ron slumped onto the table with a despairing look. "What can I do? Every professor left so much homework. You simply piled up all your assignments till the last minute. For the first 3 days, you went to watch Harry train every day." Amidst the bickering, Harry returned with a tired body. He looked quite exhausted. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione asked with concern. "You don't look too good." "I'm fine," Harry said, noticing his voice was unusually hoarse. He cleared his throat and explained, "Spent too much time discussing tactics with Wood. We're currently in the lead, Slytherin's second, and the points are close," Harry continued. "How big is the gap?" Ron asked with interest, stuffing the parchment quiz into his backpack absent-mindedly. 30 points. That's a dangerous number. Wood said the same. They're getting more proficient with the new brooms and have earned quite a few points in the recent matches. When's the next game? The first Saturday after the holiday ends. Harry took out his parchment and started working on his assignments. He noticed Hermione using different colored inks to draw squares. "What's that?" he asked. Hermione didn't look up. "Revision schedule." Ron's mouth dropped open. "Hermione, aren't you thinking way too ahead?" "I have to remind you," Hermione raised her head, looking at them with a serious expression. "We're only 6 weeks away from exams. In the heart of the Forbidden Forest." Felix, Harp and Belby trudged through knee-high grass, making their way laboriously. There were no paths left here. Everywhere they looked were towering trees, low shrubs, and rampant herbaceous plants. A thin layer of mist painted the forbidden forest with an ethereal hue. During the Easter break, Felix and Belby had decided to explore the forbidden forest together. Belby aimed to gather materials for his dark magic defense class on forbidden forest creatures, while Felix simply wanted to encounter some intriguing new flora and fauna and gather some materials for his experiments. Damocles, wait up! Felix crouched down, parting a clump of shrubbery, carefully uprooting a magical plant with black roots and white flowers. Belby glanced at it and said excitedly, "Is that black root? It's quite rare. What are you planning to do with it?" "Prepare a potion, a recipe I found in the library. It can neutralize the chilling properties of magical creature materials." Belby pondered, "I'm not sure about that. I just know that consuming black root helps resist the harm of dark magic." "Is the effect that impressive?" Felix looked at the black plant in his hand with surprise. "I would say it has some effect, though brewing it into a potion would be better. It works wonders against various harms caused by dark magic." Belby was an authority on this subject. Felix transplanted the black root into a copper vessel, and Belby took out a thumb-sized transparent glass vial from his robes, carefully adding 2 drops of liquid onto it. "All right, it should survive the transplanting period if you intend to keep it. I need its flowers." "Which part do you need?" Felix inquired. "The roots," Belby replied without hesitation. They exchanged a knowing smile, the result of 3 days of adventuring in the forbidden forest. They had come to understand each other's attitudes and habits well. A heavy footstep sounded in the distance. Both of them aimed their wands in that direction simultaneously. The shrubbery ahead rustled vigorously. In the dim light, Belby tensely called out, "Who's there?" The forbidden forest was also known as the Dark Forest due to its dense, towering trees that blocked out the sunlight. Woof! Woof! A massive black hound emerged from the thick leaves, followed by a burly man. His imposing height made him seem like a giant. His tangled black hair and beard covered much of his face. "Hello, Hagrid," Felix greeted. Hagrid carried a large bucket and cast a wary look at Belby before spotting Felix behind him. His expression eased. "Hello, Felix." Hagrid asked gruffly, "What are you lot doing here?" Finding some magical materials, Felix indicated the copper vessel in his hand. Then, he discreetly stowed the black root into a specific compartment of his ring. Belby said politely, "I'm here to learn about forbidden forest creatures, pick some for my lessons with young wizards." "Is that so?" Hagrid asked with interest. "Got any targets?" "Some of the more dangerous ones," Belby said. "Regular magical creatures aren't part of dark magic defense." Suddenly, Felix spoke up, "Hagrid, I heard Professor Kettleben has officially retired. He recommended you to Dumbledore." Hagrid's face reddened. "Yeah, I didn't bring it up with anyone else, felt a bit uncertain about it. But Dumbledore promised to sort out my identity issue. He's a man of his word." Next, Hagrid led them around the vicinity, always easily spotting traces left by various magical creatures. Pointing to an indentation on the ground, he said, "Looks a bit like a porcupine's footprint, maybe a screw-it. Seen a few of 'em before." They walked on for a while, and Hagrid said, "Up ahead is the unicorn's territory. They just hit foals, so they're extra vigilant." Hagrid placed the large bucket on an open patch of ground, took a step back, and whistled. 2 to 3 minutes later, a majestic, agile male unicorn walked out, its fur as white as snow. It watched Felix and Belby warily. "Lupin, they're my friends," Hagrid shouted from a distance. He then turned to the 2 of them and explained, "I've brought 'em some nourishment, good for the female unicorns after giving birth. In a while, I'll be able to get closer. Right now, they're at their most vigilant." The unicorn nodded at Hagrid and carried the bucket away. Belby asked with great interest, "Are they always this proud?" Hagrid replied in his booming voice, "Not really, take humans, for instance. To some creatures, we're quite peculiar too, don't even eat raw meat. It's all about habits, isn't it?" "A fascinating perspective, Hagrid," Felix added. Chapter 150, Fantastic Beasts. Not long after, the male unicorn returned. It walked elegantly before the 3, bowing its head and setting down an empty bucket. Up close, Felix Harp noticed its mane shimmering with a glow as white as pearls. Even the shadowy depths of the forbidden forest couldn't hide the dancing light that emanated from its form. On a high, brown slope, a slender unicorn gazed at them from a distance. Beside it stood a small unicorn with golden fur. Look, look, Hagrid couldn't contain his excitement, rubbing his hands together, completely enchanted. That's your child, isn't it, Ruby? The unicorn named Ruby affectionately nuzzled Hagrid's hand. Soon, with a few bounds, Ruby and its family ascended the slope and disappeared into the distance. The mottled silver-white light followed their figures until they were completely gone. I'll show you around, Hagrid said. I don't really have much else to do. He looked at the black dog. Fang, you can head back home. Fang bared his teeth, emitting a soft growl. Go on, don't worry, I'll be back later. Hagrid's large hand patted Fang's head. Only after Fang's form vanished did Hagrid realize he was still holding a bucket. I should have had Fang take the bucket back, he muttered in frustration. Felix tapped his wand on it, transforming it into a silver staff. Hagrid waved it excitedly a couple of times, and the staff produced an impenetrable silver light, emitting a whoosh sound that nearly hit Belby's head. Careful, Hagrid. Sorry, got a bit carried away there. Did I hear right, your name is Belby? Belby, Damocles Belby. Oh, all right then, Professor Belby. In the dense jungle, Hagrid led the way while Felix Harp and Professor Belby followed behind him. As they walked, they engaged in conversation. Hagrid, I've heard there are werewolves and giants in the Forbidden Forest, is that true? Felix asked with interest. He was skeptical, as he had never encountered them during his night wanderings using the disillusionment charm last semester. You're talking about that, hey? Hagrid grumbled. It's true, but they're on the other side of the forest, far from us. Due to his involvement in brewing Wolfsbane potion, Professor Belby had delved into the subject of werewolves. He couldn't help but ask, why would werewolves live in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid widened his eyes, paused for a moment, and then waved his hand, saying, Don't ask me, I'm not sure either. Most werewolves prefer to live apart from others. I even know of some living with wolf packs. I reckon they might be feeling quite heartbroken. They quickly moved on from this topic, and Felix asked, Hagrid, are there any interesting magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest? This question played right into Hagrid's hands. He listed off a string of names, each one familiar to Felix: Acromantula, Hippogriffs, Billywig, Thestrals, Cerberus, Flobberworm, Bowtruckle, Gnarl, Sphinx. Professor Belby quickly took note, realizing that some of the names sounded quite dangerous. There are quite a few humanoid creatures too. Apart from centaurs, giants, and werewolves, I remember coming across a group of flower fairies. Hagrid said, of course, they just look human-like with wings, you know. Felix was familiar with these creatures, also known as flower fairies. They were generally 1 to 5 inches in height and closely resembled humans except for the pair of insect-like wings on their backs. They were divided into different tribes based on their wing types, ranging from transparent to vividly colored. Unlike the wise and intelligent fairy depicted in Muggle tales, these creatures generally had low intelligence, liked to argue, and couldn't speak human languages. But Felix's focus wasn't on this part. Fluffy, the three-headed dog? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Cough, cough. Hagrid coughed suddenly, scrambling to explain, must have misheard, have I ever mentioned that to you? Felix Harp gazed at him with a calm expression. Somehow, Hagrid felt his gaze was reminiscent of Dumbledore's. He nervously scratched his cheek. All right, I admit it. I did keep Fluffy in the Forbidden Forest. It's a three-headed dog I raised, the situation is quite complicated. Hagrid, Felix spoke softly, as far as I know, a three-headed dog is more dangerous than a lone giant. Oh, well. Hagrid stammered for a while before finally drooping his head, disheartened. You're right, Felix. So I moved it deep into the Forbidden Forest, even farther from the school. I visit it once a month, poor Fluffy, it's still so small. He sniffled sadly, tears glistening in his eyes. Felix and Belby remained silent, unspoken. Adult three-headed dogs were at least 3 to 4 meters tall, highly dangerous magical creatures capable of taking on giants one-on-one without a disadvantage. With Hagrid's guidance, Professor Belby completed his objective swiftly, and Felix Harp also collected various odds and ends. They encountered the Bowtruckle, small creatures covered in bumps that resembled brown twigs. These little ones clung to wand trees, peering down with curiosity. They saw the eagle-headed, horse-bodied, winged creatures that matched their own name perfectly, hippogriffs. Their bright orange eyes were especially striking. They even stumbled upon the jobberknoll, a blue bird-like creature near a body of water, occupying an area with its presence. Felix even found one of the giant spider's large pincers in a rocky, winding path. As the sky gradually darkened, the dwindling light within the forbidden forest quickly faded, and the trees seemed to turn black. They prepared to return to the castle. The way is long, we might not make it back in time for dinner. Hagrid raised his arm, using his silver staff and the other arm to part the dense branches above. He looked at the sky tinged with hues of sunset. With his gesture, golden light spilled, forming a radiant circle near the trio. Felix squinted, adjusting to the sudden brightness. I have a better way, Hagrid. He extended his hands, placing one on Professor Belby's shoulder and the other on Hagrid's waist. What? Hagrid asked, somewhat astonished. The next moment, their bodies twisted rapidly and vanished from their original spots. The branches, now unsupported, snapped back suddenly, and a few leaves fluttered down. At the edge of the forbidden forest, not far from Hagrid's hut, the three figures reappeared abruptly. Hagrid surveyed the surroundings. After spotting his hut, he exclaimed with excitement, "This is apparition. Truly convenient. Honestly, I've never experienced this magic before. I've heard former wizards at the pub talk about it. They thought using a portkayet or operating for travel were the acts of fools. You'd at least take half a day to get used to that nauseating feeling, but it's not as bad as they make it sound." Felix shook his head. Operating with Hagrid was much more challenging than doing it alone. After dinner in the Great Hall, Felix returned to his office. He took out today's haul from his ring, a pile of magical plants stacked in the corner. He planned to visit Professor Sprout to inquire about transplanting and cultivating. They didn't need meticulous care, just enough to sustain them until he was ready to use them. There were also materials from magical creatures, such as the giant pincer of the acromantula, feathers from the hippogriffs, and stingers from the billywig. He intended to experiment with their magical properties one by one. Just past 8 o'clock, he heard a knock on the door. Opening it, he found his assistant standing outside. "Professor, I have some questions I'd like to consult you about, regarding course selection."